record some music. That's step one.
I think we're nearly ready on YouTube now.
Nice filling work, by the way.
Yeah, excellent.
Excellent
Very
work there.
Well done. You didn't expect all of this, did you?
Yeah, there we go.
So we've got.
Oh, hey, there we
we're
are. Yeah.
live on. Good. So we can say goodbye to you for now. Thank you very much for talking to us, and we're going to show your film.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan A Pecker's Tale. And thank you so much for taking part in this.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Hope everyone enjoys it.
Yeah, it's really good fun. We enjoyed making it, so hopefully it's enjoyable for everyone else.
Lovely. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes.
Bye.
We've got to sort of choreograph this bit.
Yeah,
see you in a bit, guys.
With
okay.
A sweep across, and as we there you go. That's quite nice.
Okay, and then we should, with a bit of luck.
We're just waiting to put the other video up. We've got a whole bank of screens here, so it's like Houston here. With.
Okay, so remove us from the screen.
Remove us from the screen.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
remove that. Oh, that's right, the branding. So just click on it.
There we go. Trying to get my face to appear on screen. So, yeah, welcome back. We have had a lovely interview with Felicity and Steve, who created that gorgeous little animation, Alan, A Pecker's Tale. And obviously all of these things, after we've shown them on here, are going to appear on the Elstoaf showcase page. So you'll be able to watch on Catch Up. And next up we have Ilva Bor. I'm not sure actually how to pronounce her surname, so I shall get her to confirm that in a minute, who's going to talk about a performance piece that we'll be showing shortly. So if you're ready, Ilva, I'm going to bring you into the studio. There
Hello.
we are. Hello. Hello, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are
Looking
you?
good. Looking in the pink. Lovely
Yes.
pink hair. And you're over Brighton, aren't you?
Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
Is it raining over there?
Not at the moment, but it's looking pretty dark, so probably in a bit.
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about your piece? It's called Crownless. Well, the piece we're showing is just part of that.
Yes.
So can you just tell us quickly what your inspiration was for that, how you came up with the idea for Crownless?
Yeah, well, Crownless is actually a concept album. So it's an album that's being told through music where each song is basically one chapter. And each chapter is accompanied by poetry, illustrations, and videos. So the video showing today is kind of a roundup of chapter 1
Yeah.
with the songs as well.
So I notice in the sort of the second half of the video, it starts as just like a book. So all the pages turning over, so you're reading
Yeah.
the story, and then the second part of the video, you've created like a sort of a multiple layer. So you've got different windows appearing with images. There's quite an interesting way. It's something I've not seen before in a video, and that's actually part of the story, isn't it? The character is sort of stuck in a world, or is she sort of created this world for herself?
Well, she wished for the world. So the first part, which was the prologue, she makes a wish to a wishing well, where she wishes for her own world and ends up there. And the performance part is her showing where she is, basically. Is what you get to see during the performances. Yeah.
And the performer is you.
Yeah.
And I noticed quite a few references to cookies.
Yes.
So is that a particular favourite of yours then?
Well, I guess it's the quote. I really like that quote where, "Come to the dark side, we brought cookies."
Yes.
It kind of was built from there, the song, but it's more, the song is more about a kind of addiction, I guess, and it's just portrayed in this bit as cookies, but it could be pretty much anything, any kind of addiction. I think for me, it's more the addiction of escapism. Is where that
definitely
came from.
to do with escapism, the whole story, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what's your background with music?
So for as long as I remember, I've been singing, and I grew up with a musical family, and I've been wanting to sing. And well, I went into a musical high school, and started singing. And then from there, I moved to London to do vocals, or to study vocals at university. And then realized that it was actually songwriting that was more of my passion. I didn't want to sing other people's songs. I wanted to sing my own songs. So that's where it started. And then I studied songwriting for 3 years. I did a bachelor's degree. And then
where did you do that?
ICMP in London. So it's the Institute of Contemporary Performance. Music and performance, sorry. And then I moved on from there, kind of trying to figure out what I wanted to do and how I wanted to perform my music, because my music has always been quite visual and very cinematic. So from there, I went through to study actually a master in live art. And that's where I think my whole concept and my performance pieces has developed.
So when did you actually start work on Crownless, on this particular one that you...
On this video?
No, on the whole concept of Crownless.
So that probably started 2016, so 4 years ago.
Right.
And it started out with writing the music. So I wrote the songs and the music with Ryan Cropper in Sheffield at the Foundry Studios. So he helped me find my sound and what it sounds like now. Yeah. And through there, we found this. Well, I found the storyline through all the songs. I mean, it was always there, but it took a while to get to what it is now.
And you're working towards releasing an album?
Yeah. Well, it will be released gradually.
Right.
I guess that's the story.
Okay.
Gets
You're
told
releasing it as chapters.
Yeah.
Okay. I think when Jim is ready, he's going to come around and hopefully get your get your film up on screen.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jim?
Oh, what now?
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's busy updating the website for me.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Fair enough.
When you're ready,
So yeah, we're about to show this part of Crownless, and I'd like to thank you for chatting to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for doing this as part of for Elstoaf as well. And we'll hopefully talk to you again soon. Again, if somebody wants to know more about you. Sorry, I've got an echo in my head now. They can go on to the Elstoaf showcase page of the Pickham's website, and you've got a page there with all the details. So they can find out how to get in touch.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Not much. Thank you very much for having it a part of the festival. And I hope you enjoy.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. tales that little girls are dreaming of. On my bedroom floor I lie. On my bedroom floor I write down my sentence. You lift me up higher than clouds can be. Come to the dark side, we brought cookies. I spent many hours awake, just hiding from the world. A world that celebrates fake or lifts it up in curls. To lay down is what my nightmares are about. So I'll take the higher road and leave this world behind. On my bedroom floor I lie. On my bedroom floor I'll write down my sanity. You lift me up higher than clouds can be. Come to the dark side, we brought cookies. Tempting words to draw me in, the battle in my mind begins. Is this real or just within? You lift me up higher than clouds can be. Come to the dark side, we brought cookies. Glitter faded memories falling to the floor. White covered chocolate cake made me ask for more. I'm not sure what I'm asking for, but I keep coming back for more and more. I'm not sure what I'm asking for, but I want more. This is the moment where we lose all control of ourselves. This is the moment where we lose all dancing, dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight, dancing, dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight.
Roses of Without project. On the Roses of Without project.
Well, actually, I don't like to get political on people, but it was Brexit. And here we are, we have some lovely roses here. This is Jan's house. Roses still out in December, which is pretty marvellous. And I do have one of Jan's roses. Lovely roses. Nice. Yeah.
That's good. One of the places where we actually...
So I've now met a lot of my neighbours. So I had fantastic roses, red roses all over here, usually, but obviously they're kind of... I quite like them in the winter time because they kind of don't fully come out and they're sort of like smaller buds. There's something quite magical about them. But yeah, it was Brexit and I was a bit disappointed. I'm not going to go political here, but it made me, when they were on Facebook and things like that, everything was very divisive, you know, people being rotten to each other because of how they'd voted. And I was getting a bit fed up with it. And also I wasn't really doing anything much. I wasn't working too much and didn't have really a focus. And it was quite a nice summer. And I thought, what can I do? So I was walking around these streets quite a lot, just to wander around. And I quite like looking at houses and how people do different houses. And I suddenly realised that the roses were quite good around here and that lots of people seem to like growing roses.
It was an incredibly good year for roses, I think, wasn't it? Ours were good at home as well.
And I thought, oh, that's interesting. So first of all, there's more roses over here up high. They kind of go a little bit crazy in the winter if they're not pruned, but they're lovely.
Oh, let's see in the gap there.
Yeah, just there. And so I was like, roses. And I just started to think about the idea that Eastbourne was right on the very edge of the land, and you know, the sort of channel is we're right on the channel where we're going to be split from Europe. And I thought it's quite an interesting place to be, really, if you're talking about land and borders and who should be what where, especially with the immigration thing going on. And then you think of plants. Sorry, I'm really steaming up. You think of plants and you just think, well, you know, there's a lot of immigration going on with plants too. So roses originally from sort of Arab type countries, Iran and Iraq, and so it just kind of tied in quite well. The area is called Redoubt because of the Redoubt fortress on the seafront, which was built in about 1806, I think, ready for the Napoleonic sort of invasion, which didn't actually happen. So again, it was like building all these Martello towers along the coastline to defend our shores for something that didn't actually happen. It kind of seemed to kind of fit in with roses and things that people aesthetically love, and the idea of what means home and what is English, what is it to be English, and the English rose, and the whole idea of England and sort of defences. And of course, you know, people seem to forget that in 1066 we'd already been invaded quite massively by the French. Yeah. So, I'm always interested in that kind of thing. I'm interested in the fact that William the Conqueror brought in the feudal system, so all of our sort of class system comes France, but of course they had a revolution to get rid of all of that and we didn't, so that's why we're kind of left with this class system. And I wanted to do something where I made a portrait of the area where it didn't talk about class, didn't talk about money, didn't talk about how people voted, colour of skin, all those things that divide us all the time.
Yeah.
And so I decided that I was going to ask people for roses.
So how did people react when you knocked on their door and asked for a rose?
Well, it was really good. People were really kind. I only had a couple of people say no because I think probably it was my fault not kind of projecting it properly and going along saying, hello, I'm an artist and I'd like one of your roses. Probably not very, not very well. And they were thinking, oh no, weirdo. Yeah, I had so many lovely people just saying yes, and one, I sort of started it before COVID, so people were inviting me in to have a look in their back gardens and, you know, having a chat, and then I'd find out about where the rose came from, you know, it would be in memory of someone or given as a birthday present.
Very often they're gifts,
And yeah, so it's kind of like really, really nice thing, you know, and I met so many neighbours and things that I never met before.
Yeah.
So it was about inclusivity and kind of trying to bring together people. Because of COVID, it's not really come to complete fruition because I was hoping to have a big tea and cake celebration and everybody out for tea, but it didn't happen. But we're hoping
It will
maybe
do, one
next
day.
May.
Maybe next year when the roses are out.
Yeah, I'm hoping in May when the roses are out next year.
Yeah.
Is that a little rose there? No, look. Still little roses are coming out. One of my inspirations for this was Joseph Pierre Redoute was actually, he was from Belgium. He was a Belgian artist who, I think people might know these pictures, and he did a book called Les Roses. I'm not very good at French, so I'm very sorry. Some more lovely roses here. Look at that one. Look at that, just there. Ping! Some more, yeah, so I got the idea from that. In this book, there's 168 pictures of roses that he did. They're very, very famous. People used to put them on their wall in the 80s especially. It was kind of quite a trendy thing to have. He was Marie Antoinette's drawing tutor for a bit. And then he did pictures for Empress Josephine Bonaparte, which kind of links the Redoubt thing in. And she had was given a house by Napoleon, which had an English garden in it. It had nearly every single English rose in the garden, and he went and drew them all for her. And eventually they got made into this book. And that's my inspiration. Yes. So yeah, so for the format, there's 168 engravings in these books. So I'm initially doing 168 images, which I will make into a book myself as well. I'm working on it for my MA. I'm doing an MA in photography. And there's kind of lots of other connections that I'm quite good at making connections even if they're not there.
Yeah.
They are there though. Yeah, Redoubt's got the word doubt in it, and I think that's quite pertinent for our times. People don't really seem to know whether they're coming or going at the moment from lots of different things. There's a lot of anxiety and doubtfulness. I feel that it all kind of spins in quite well, and the Redoubt is a round fortress, and of course flowers are mostly round shapes, roses, and so you know it kind of all ties in.
Yeah.
And then also one of these Les Roses books by Joseph Pierre Redoute it belongs to the Duke of Devonshire. And I don't know if people know, but Duke of Devonshire, their family own a lot of land in Eastbourne. It's a strange connection from a marriage in the 1700s. And so the land that all these houses in the Redoubt area is built on land that the Duke of Devonshire owns, and we all have to sign this covenant. It's not in use particularly, but you have to say you're not going to do certain things. But I mean, I don't think people. But you get this sort of fancy certificate saying that your land is the covenant.
So
yeah, whatever.
Is this the Devonshire Quarter?
This
area?
Yeah, this is called the Devonshire area.
Yeah.
Yes, in terms of voting, it's Devonshire. But yeah, so it's quite strange, and I find it quite interesting that one of the few books is owned by the Duke of Devonshire. The 11th Duke of Devonshire bought it, I think, in the 70s. And it's in their collection, and I'm trying to go and see an original one. But he actually owns the land that all of these roses are being grown on. So I think there's a lot to do with, I call beds and borders, you know, so there's a lot to do with, like, when I walk into someone's garden, you know, actually I'm trespassing because it's their property.
Yeah.
And then they don't know who I am, and I'm asking them for something of theirs, so they're giving me their property. But in exchange, I am giving them a print of their rose back. So there is an exchange, there is a kind of gift back, if you like.
Yeah. How did you create the actual images themselves?
Well, interestingly, Redoute's roses were a new type of printing at the time, which is why the detail and the colours are so beautiful. It's called stipple engraving, and stipple engraving uses, instead of lines like it used to, like with sort of the 1600s, early 1700s lithographic lines, it was dots. And I kind of thought, well, in one way, if I do it digitally, it's like pixels are like dots. So I had to kind of try and make decisions that worked with the project. And also, so I wasn't going to use film, I was going to use digital. And also, what I'm doing really is making a record, a sort of typology of the area, or a portrait of the area. And so I chose to scan the roses with a desktop scanner. So they are not going through a lens at all, they're just being scanned. Because I feel like a scan is like a document, you normally scan documents. So I'm using the roses like a document to make the portraits.
Excellent.
So it's like a document of the area.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting because you can't just plonk a rose down on a scanner because it looks rubbish. No. So I have to cut them all up into lots of different pieces and then put them back together like a sort of jigsaw puzzle for them to kind of look normal. And again, I quite like that process because actually sometimes I mishmatch the roses and the leaves up from different people if I've got a few at a time. And I quite like the fact that I'm kind of mixing, you know, I don't know, but I'm kind of mixing people up, if you like. So I'm having to make them coexist.
Right, so that was Elizabeth Doak talking with me a couple of days ago about her Roses of Redoubt project. And yeah, it's just, the images are stunning. I love them. And once again, you can see more all about the project, read up about it, and you'll be able to watch that video again on Elizabeth's showcase page on pickhams.com. Look for Elstoaf. And for those who've just tuned in, Elstoaf stands for the Extremely Late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival, and it's what we're putting on instead
Snappy.
of our it's what we're putting on instead of our annual Summer Trifle Festival that we usually put on in the gardens of Pickhams in the summer, which obviously we couldn't do this year. But we wanted to be able to support the artists and to provide some entertainment, and we thought today was a really good day to do it. So in that little quiet time between Christmas and New Year, and knowing that there's probably not going to be a lot of other things going on, apart from a lot of stuff on telly and a lot of Zoom conversations. So up next we have the lovely Andy Melrose, who is going to be appearing live. So I'm going to disappear for a bit and leave you with a little bit of a screen saver until he appears at 1:30. So I shall see you shortly once I've found what I'm supposed to be putting up. And there we go.
That's it. Bring that in. Bring that in. Yeah, yeah.
Stop this, please. Did you do the edit? be because of that turned down. Right.
It's all a bit chaotic. Sorry.
Jim's beavering away in the background, trying to sort out some videos. So unfortunately, things are slowing our internet down quite drastically at the moment. So we had to turn the sound off and the background just then because that was breaking up quite badly. But hopefully you can hear me all right. Can somebody just let me know if my voice is coming through okay?
Oh, got thumbs up from Andy.
Got thumbs up. Okay, so I think what I should do is bring Andy in for a chat while Jim's getting things sorted. So hold on 1 second. That's there.
Hello.
There we have Andy. Hello.
How you doing?
Hi. All right. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
And you. Oh yeah, there you look like a very studious person with all those books behind you.
It's a green screen.
It's just an image. It's just an image. I'm actually outside in a field.
Yeah, we've put the screen up so nobody knows where we are.
Well, there you
We
go.
we could be anywhere at all. But my face is getting redder and redder as we go on, as all these sort of little things happen. And Jim says, "Oh no, this isn't working." I'm matching the colour of my shirt here.
That's all right. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear
coming
you
through
fine.
okay?
Let's have a look and see if other people are hearing you.
I plan to speak without these headphones on, so shall I just try this just to make sure? Here we go.
Are you there?
Hear me now? Because I won't be able to hear you back. I've got my laptop turned down.
That's not a good sound though.
It's not? Okay.
Jim, can you hear?
No, we're
getting a horrible echo from you, Andy.
Hang on then. Better now? Is that no better, or are you still getting an echo?
That's okay.
Yep. That's okay. I'm relying on Jim telling me.
I can't hear.
Can you hear now?
Well, I could hear, but I've turned the volume down on the laptop to stop the echo.
Okay.
Was it?
Right.
Was the sound better
No, it was great. It was great the first time round, Andy.
with the headphones?
Yeah, with the headphones on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, we do that. We do that. So this is better.
That's much better. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good sound.
Oh,
So
we'll get
do you
by.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about Fisher Row before you start?
Yeah. The Fisher Row is a small port, I suppose. It's a very small fishing village next door to a town called Musselburgh in Scotland, and it's the first place I moved to when I left home from my parents. My parents and I grew up in a coal mining community south of Edinburgh, and I always wanted to live by the seaside because that's where all the fun was. And so I left my parents' house as a very, very young man and moved to Fisher Row, and I've been following the sea ever since, having moved down to Brighton. The project, it started off as a whole bunch of songs for a CD, and then became a book as well.
Yeah.
And I kind of wrote it based. I didn't want to write one of these I've got the COVID blues type projects. I wanted to do something completely different, and so I started reflecting on my own youth and listening to issues and listening to ideas and listening to words and playing tunes and re-engaging, I guess, with my Scottishness, which you kind of lose track of after.
Are you Scottish?
You had it once, there you go, you see, you lose it, you lose parts of it. So I kind of tuned back into it musically and thinking about lyrically and various other things. And so the songs became a reflection of that. They're not biographical songs, they're just kind of songs that have an echo of that place. But as we know with echoes, the echo you hear doesn't necessarily register the place from where it started, so.
Yeah.
A bit like nostalgia, being a kind of return to a place that never existed in the first place, you know. So
Yeah.
so an idea in my head of just what it was, and the people and the thinking, and then it became more engaged. It became more engaged with my thoughts of my father, who I lost recently, and just kind of stuff that was close enough to me to be worth just exploring. So, because you're on your own with COVID, aren't you? You just spend a lot of time on your own. So I was just reflecting on some of the ideas. I didn't have the Jim Tippler idea of making beer. You know.
Beer.
So
you've probably been more productive because of that.
I've been a lot sadder.
So, shall we leave you to it and let you?
Yeah. Okay then.
Start.
I'm going to read some of these things in slightly in my own accent and stuff as well. I'm kind of going to go back to it, but I'm going to do some read some of the prose, read some of the poetry, sing some of the songs, and then we'll see how it goes time wise. I think you don't have to worry
when
about.
you're done, we'll come back in because your mate Nigel Horn is straight on after you. So
He's a very lovely chap, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a very lovely
he's
chap.
all right. Yeah, he's all right. He's quite a good guitarist as well.
He plays a bit, doesn't he?
All right, we'll have a chat in a while.
All right then. Well, it's good to be here. It's good to be back at Pickham, a place that I've visited in the past and enjoy very much. And hopefully, I knew there would be a technical hitch at the start. Here we go. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Portobello Beach, Fisher Road, Gullen, Dunbar Harbour, Portseaton, Torness Point, St Abbs Head are places of my childhood, places of my youth. And they're names that walk me along the Firth of Forth coastline, edging me towards the wider reaches of the North Sea. And all of them bring a nostalgia for a place which really only exists as an echo without certainty. Sea towns, harbours, beaches, coastal beauty, lighthouses, points, cliffs, headlands. Their ever-presence brings a sense of continuity, a bit like the shipping forecasts, Rocco, Malin, Forth, Forties, Dogger. There's a never-remaining lovely strangeness which sits on the sometimes shuddering, sometimes roaring sea. It's there and not, flitting in and out of dreams and images, and a deep feeling of distant rootedness which keeps me attached. That, or this, is my Scottishness, my homeliness, my homeland. It was where I would say I was going back to if I ever went back. And yet 40 years after leaving, it offers a familiar strangeness to me. And this is a picture of where I grew up. This pit head, I could see from my father's garden. And I only took this picture about 18 months ago. So the pit head is still there. It's now the Scottish Coal Mining Museum. So I'm going to, the Fisher Road project is about coastal towns, but it's because I wanted to move from this idea of living in the darkness, I thought, because the sun always shone at the seaside. That's what I was thinking. Of course, that's not necessarily true. But at the same time, the sense of continuities is the illusion all of us carry for the places we leave. And so the first place I came to is kind of Dunbar Harbour. And I'm going to read you this little poem I wrote about Dunbar Harbour because it's a place that I took my father about 3 or 4 weeks before he died. Give me maps and a compass, some old bones, a bag full of shells, beach wash, pebbles, dried, seaweed, a clear stretch of water, a sunny day and a view of the Bass Rock. It's okay, you can sleep off the night shift while I plan the journey. There's no rush. I'll not be far away. Even now I think of you every day. There will come a time when I won't, maybe later, when dusk settles over the Firth of Forth. I won't hear you asking, think we could swim to Fife here? Aye, I always said. We never did, but that was okay. My father was a coal miner, and you get ingrained into the kind of living in his, that whole kind of lifestyle, the shifts, the day shift, the back shift, the night shift. And this is a small poem I wrote about him coming off the night shift. Dog tired from the night shift, shoulders slumped and weary, but when he unslung his pit bag and coat, his strong arms opened to let us in. The first place I visited, and when I left home and lived in, had a harbour. And I thought, what a wonderful thing to have a harbour and boats and the rigging chiming in the wind and these kind of things. And I went for a walk one early morning. It was only about the second or the third day that I had moved there. And I was walking along the harbour wall, as it were, and there was a line of people, a bit like this really, a kind of line of people looking out. And I went over to them and I said, what are you doing? And he said, we're waiting for the boats. And then I came to realise, and they told me, that what happened was that the boats couldn't come into the harbour when there was a storm because they would get bashed against the side. So they would stay out at sea overnight and wait for the storm to die. And they could wait days. I mean, you could have a Scottish storm that could go on for 3, 4, 5 days sometimes. They would wait. The fishermen would wait out before coming in, because the harbour itself, the entrance to the harbour was quite narrow. And so coming in was a hazardous thing. And so I wrote this song about that time. I'm hoping that this microphone and everything's all going to work okay, because it's dangled around my neck. Because I'm singing this live and I don't know who's out there or anyone's out there, I like to sing this for Gary Penalver, because he likes the song and he knows the area and he knows Fisher Row and he's a good egg. And I'm biding my time down on the quayside, watching the tide, waiting for the boats, and the lighthouse on the causeway is scanning the sea. And the moon is watching. And I'm standing in line with those left behind, with the patience of saints most of the time. They sleep in cold linen on those long winter nights, waiting for the boats and the girl on trapeze at the end of the pier was singing the blues in a minor key. She put a half-empty bottle on the table, said, I can make it half full if you like. The girl on trapeze at the end of the pier, singing the blues in a minor key. The girl on trapeze at the end of the pier, singing the blues in a minor key, singing the blues in a minor key. And there we go. That was it's on my record. It's called Portobello. And what I was thinking about the idea of the boats is you come to realise that the seaside is a kind of dual place where on one side you have the fun and the pleasure and the beach and the pier, and on the other side it's a working place where everything's as difficult and as hard and as austere as living in a coal mining community. And it was a bit of a shock to the young me, because I thought it was just going to be a party for a long time. I should have known, of course. I should have known, but it kind of helps us to take nothing for granted. So I'm going to do another couple of I would read a couple of things then before I go on to the next song. If I can, I marked all this book out, but I don't think I've done a terribly good job of it. So so here we go. There's an idea of snow in this next song that I'm going to play, and there's a curious thing. Apparently it snowed. My daughter phoned me from Cheltenham this morning and said it was snowing, which is nice. The Scots have 421 words for snow. Isn't that an extraordinary thing? So you can just imagine how austere it was. And when I read that, I tried to see if I could get a whole bunch of them into a poem. And so I've managed in a way. And so here it goes. Scots have 421 words for snow. The snowgaist laughed. You call this snow? Nothing but a flindrican flutter. Some in your face spitters after an unbrack. You're no real snow poother. Forget your catty clean doors. It's barely a sneasel. Nothing but a smear. Neither a skelf to be seen. Come on, step outside. Dinna be afeard. Let me wrap you cold. One of these wonderful words that become part of your language. And I even forget how to speak like that sometimes, but I love things like catty clean doors and nothing but a flindrican flutter. A flindrican flutter, what a great phrase that is, isn't it? And so the word snow came into it as well, because one of the things I came to realise as well is that when you move to the coast, and I moved to a little place called Fisher Row, when you move to the coast, it's not all beaches and sitting around and eating ice cream and stuff as well, is it? So this song came from that period, and I felt when I wrote the song, I was thinking that it was a bit downhearted, and I didn't want it to be a downhearted song. I wanted it to be quite jolly, but sometimes they don't come out that way. Except it has the line. There's a line in it. It's a chorus really, but it's only one line. So hopefully you'll kind of get the optimism from it anyway. It's winter in the harbour, with the high blowing up the coast, and fishing boats at anchor, covered in snow. And strangers in doorways, huddled against the cold, and the moonlight's the only guidelight to show them the road. When all the broken hearts gather here to mend, there's a wishing well on the quayside. Bring your dreams and a coin, but be careful what you wish for. What if it never comes true? And you're standing on the shoreline, looking out at the waves, with the moonlight the only guideline to show you the way. When all the broken hearts gather here to mend, when all the broken hearts gather here, all the broken hearts gather here, all the broken hearts gather here to mend. Down here at the delta, where the river meets the sea, the moonlight's the only guideline you will need. When all the broken hearts gather here, all the broken hearts gather here, all the broken hearts gather here to mend. So there we go. That was Fisher Row, and the line where all the broken hearts gather here to mend is, well, just one of these lines that comes into your head, and you hope that it's not going to spoil everything, and everybody's going to go, oh, I don't want to hear that song, or whatever. But hopefully it's optimistic. Hopefully it's optimistic, and you get some idea of the optimism of the song as well. And I quite like that idea. And in fact, I did play it to Gary Penalver, a friend of mine, to say, what do you think of the line, Gary? And he said, I like the idea that all the broken hearts gather in one place just to kind of repair, which is a kind of idea that maybe we can work on after this present lockdown. The next song, I'm going to sing the next song for Neil Povey and Melanie Smith, because both of them like it, and there's no other reason to sing it for them. It's called St Abbs Head, and St Abbs is a beautiful natural conservation area which is getting closer to the border between Scotland and England. My favourite time to visit St Abbs is at sunset, because the sunsets over the Firth of Forth are absolutely amazing. But there's a famous story about St Abbs. One of the things my father, who's a coal miner, he wanted me to work on the surface. He said, don't go underground, work on the surface. Even when I was a boy and I got a chance to go underground to a coal mine, he didn't want me to go. He said, no, I'm not giving you permission to go down. I don't want you to go down a pit. I don't want you to see it. And so working on the surface has been a kind of mantra of mine all my life, really. Just kind of sail along the top, you know. But there's another story about St Abbs Head. There's a famous father, or a father of a famous person, is involved in St Abbs Head, because there's a 19th century lighthouse there. If you can see the picture, can you see the picture? That's the lighthouse at St Abbs Head, and it was designed by the Stevenson dynasty. The Stevensons were lighthouse designers in Scotland, famous lighthouse designers, Robert Stevenson and David Stevenson, Robert Stevenson's son David. And David Stevenson didn't want his son to follow in his footsteps, or he did want his son, he did want his son to follow in his footsteps. His son didn't want to follow in his footsteps. He wanted to do something else. And so, like my father, who didn't want me to go down the pit, he decided that his son could follow his life somewhere else, go elsewhere with it. And so he became a writer, and his name is Robert Louis Stevenson, who is famous for Kidnapped and Treasure Island and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And so he had a kind of gothic idea about life, and there's a story about it. I wrote a story about it recently, which I could probably post a link to somewhere else. But the lighthouse as well got me thinking about people we invite into our country and people we invite into our world, and forced migration and refugees and all these other kind of things. Because a lighthouse isn't a wall, the kind of wall that Donald Trump built on the Mexican border. It's a place to guide people in. And so I wrote this song about guiding people in, and about the most basic fundamental human right I think there probably is, which is everybody should have a safe place to stay, don't you think? You know, a roof over the head and that kind of thing. So that's what this is about. house with walls and a bed, somewhere safe, a place to cry, a sloping roof to keep out the rain, maybe a radio and a photograph of you. A house with music and a song, somewhere safe, a place to sigh, windows and doors, a rug on the floor, maybe a radio and a photograph of you. A safe place to cry inside if we like, a place to be warm and still and listening to the quiet sound of snow falling. No more oceans to cross, no burning bridges in the night, just a safe place to live and make love if we like, and maybe a radio and a photograph of you. Maybe a radio and the quiet sound of snow falling, and the quiet sound of snow falling. Well, thank you for listening. I think that's about me. If I just check the time, and it looks about there, and we're all done. I can't hear you.
Hey, there you go.
Hey.
You're on mute. Yeah, it was lovely, and I did clap, but you didn't hear. Yeah, I was totally transported.
Thank you.
It's been like a quite stressful day, and that was just a lovely sort of calming, wonderful thing.
Oh.
Yes. Oh. Jim, are you feeling? Oh.
I'm trying to.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to Jim and Josie for doing it. It must be immensely stressful your side, and we just kind of breeze in and then breeze out again, and have a bit of lunch. And
yeah, talking of lunch, I'm hungry. Fortunately, We have my mum downstairs who's arranging plates of food.
Oh, okay.
To
You could
feed
have
us throughout the
you-
day.
a Scottish post-Christmas lunch would be something like cockaliki soup. There you go.
Alright.
Is it?
Yeah. I am going to bring Nigel in, so you can have a chat while Jim's trying to sort out the video.
Okay.
So Nigel, I'm going to add you to the stream, hopefully. There we
Hello.
go. And I
Hello,
might
Nigel.
Hello, Andy. Hi, Jesse.
lose that background.
How you
Put that one
doing?
Instead. There we go.
I'm doing great. That was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely
Thank you.
beautiful. Really,
Thank
really
you.
beautiful. And your speaking voice when you were reading is absolutely gorgeous. You should be doing talking books as well, if you can fit those in.
I should fit them in. Yeah, it's my telephone voice I use. My mum used to say that's your posh voice. I could never understand that. And my sister always used to say, "You sound really English now," which I never understood either. So
That was great. Thank you.
because they're much broader there, they're much broader. And if I was to speak in my Scottish working class coal mining accent, it would be very it would be very broad and much broader and rougher than it is otherwise.
But you're quite posh up on the East Coast, aren't you? You're quite posh compared to the West Coast.
Like different accents, I don't know about. I mean, the Glasgow accent can be very posh indeed, don't you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But there is a famous story about the East and the West. There used to be a comedy thing, two women comedy from Morningside on radio in Scotland, and the conversation was, well, John's going up to Edinburgh in the summer to go to Edinburgh University, and she said, oh yes, Audrey's going to Glasgow, and her mother said, well, never mind.
Oh.
So the East and West play.
Yeah,
play
that's what I was
off.
thinking. That's what I had in mind. Yeah.
There were definitely quite a few words in one of those poems that I did not recognise. No idea what they were.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is about the Scottish dialect, it's like any dialect. I mean, Sussex has a dialect, and there are a lot of words in Sussex that we don't use or go out of usage, and we were looking at the roses earlier on, and some of these words are kind of local to Sussex dialect, it's local to Eastbourne and these kind of things as well. So. We tend to lose these things because we get flattened out, and we all speak like estuary livers and Tony Blair and all that kind of stuff. We get the BBC.
It's lovely though, on sort of mainstream TV you get so many different accents now, don't you? It used to be the sort of the BBC accent, but now
Well, I think it's
widespread dialects and accents on.
I think it's great. Having a conversation with my mother was always an exercise in understanding, And she would call in a very affectionate way, Josie. She would say, "Oh, how you doing, Hen? Are you fine?" And you would be called Hen.
Hen.
Because that she called, and people from that area would, "Aye, Hen, I'm listening to you." They would.
And Andy, yeah, I was just going to say, because my dad was from Lincolnshire, and they'd call ladies duck, hey duck.
Duck. Well, there you go.
So duck, hen. Is there some sort of avian?
Yeah.
Well, it's a term of endearment. It's affectionate, so it was always an affectionate term.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
They wouldn't call you duck or hen if they didn't like you. I tell you what they would call you if they didn't like you. Yeah, bism.
Yeah.
I've just seen my cat has jumped up onto my board of artwork, so I'm just going to go and move the cat. You carry on chatting for a second.
Okay. So did you get your recording done then Nigel?
Yeah, so basically, because I'm obviously the arch Luddite technophobe, so we obviously ran through everything yesterday. We'll try to do a sort of sound check for this. And I just couldn't get it, as you know, Andy, because you're on it. I just couldn't get the sound.
Yeah.
The sound, the guitar was sounding absolutely terrible, and I don't know if it was the headphones or the mic in the whatever it was. So the only way to resolve it was for me to just record a couple of tracks this morning, and I've WhatsApped them over to Jimbo, and hopefully he's been able to access them. Hopefully.
Well, I'm going to jump right
crossed.
in there. I have had some problems, Nigel, I'm afraid. I've managed to access 3 of them, but getting them off, it's just been, very problematic. So we've got 3 nice videos. I've got them all, but it's a question of getting them onto the computer. It just doesn't want to play ball for some reason. And in doing so, I've messed up another couple of things, which I'm trying to put right at the moment.
But we can definitely. I've set up a showcase page for everybody who's part of this. Has got a showcase page on the Pickham's Elstoaf website.
Okay.
So I can put links to them on there as well, so people will be able to watch them. And anything that you've done that we haven't been able to put on here, I can put a link to there if you'd like that to be seen.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, you had some issues with trying to perform live for us, didn't you? We could not get the sound quite right.
No.
And we need to do it if you're producing lovely music. We don't want the sound to be poor when you're going out. It's got to sound good for your sake.
Yeah,
Everybody
thank you.
else's, of course. Yeah. So yes, Jim, have we got anything to play right now?
Well, I've got a Nigel Horn intro saying, "Hello, I'm Nigel Horn."
He does it much better than I do.
I could
Nigel Horn
introduce you,
tribute.
Nigel.
What I have managed to get is First Snow and Sell Me the Wind. And I've also got the lovely tune that you sent me via Messenger, so I can queue all 3 of those up, hopefully.
Okay.
Well, there's 3 of my favorite. There's 3 of my favorites anyway, Nigel. So.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. First Snow is astonishing. Yeah, I always.
Oh, it's very kind.
It is. It's an astonishing piece. Lovely piece.
Well, there's always the odd mistake in it, but I mean, anyway.
Hey, it's
So
live.
For anyone that's just tuned in, we have here is Andy Melrose, who has just performed a lovely set. And after this broadcast has finished going live, it will then be available to watch on Catch Up, so you'll be able to see it again. And down here, we have Nigel Horn, who we are going to hear some lovely music from in just a minute. And they've been having a nice chat. So I just want to say a great big thank you to Andy.
Okay, I'll leave you now.
for that.
Good
It
luck,
was
Nigel.
beautiful.
Break a leg.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks
Well
again,
done.
Josie. Thank you, Jimbo.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
part of it.
You're welcome.
So yeah, again, for anybody who's tuned in, if you've missed some of the things that have been on already, you can catch up on the Pickham's Elstoaf page. Everyone who's taken part has got a showcase page. So if there have been videos shown as part of their performance, those will now be live on the showcase pages. And I'm just waiting for Jim to tell me it's time to tune in.
Hang on.
So I'll carry on chatting with Nigel for a bit then. Nigel, we've also got some of your photography on
have you?
Elstoaf, haven't we? So do you want to tell us a little bit about your photography, where you started doing that?
Yeah, well, I actually did photography at what was Isleworth Polytechnic in the early 70s. I wanted to get into filmmaking, and the only way to get into filmmaking was if you didn't have any relations in it. It's such a corrupt kind of business in many ways. I didn't know anyone in the film business at all, so the only way to get a slight chance of getting your foot in the door was to work in a film lab, and you could get the ACTT union card. But the reason I was doing this was because I'd done a photography course at Isleworth Poly, and seen a couple of very powerful films, including the Louis Buñuel Salvador Dali film Un Chien Andalou. But the photography was much more of a realistic kind of thing when you didn't really have any contacts. So I've had a few exhibitions over the years, and predominantly I love doing landscapes and trees and rivers and sea and kind of things. And that's it, really. I mean, it hasn't been a profession. It's just been something I love doing, and of course now it's predominantly digitally done, and in fact mostly on the phone. Um, but it's amazing the results you can get, really, and a little bit of kind of post grading on there and so forth in terms of color and contrast and various things.
So you put some lovely stuff up on Instagram as well, don't you? Your photography goes.
Yeah, I tend to put a few things up. Yeah, no, and I do like it. I must say, it's one of those things where everybody can be a photographer, which in a way it's great because it just makes it's something that's available to everybody. But on the other side of the coin is anyone can call themselves a photographer. And although technically you can kind of do it, I think you still have to have the eye and the kind of sensitivity towards
exactly
what you're trying to get across.
There's an art, isn't there?
I don't want to be pretentious, but yeah. But massive thrill. A couple of years ago, I went to an exhibition, Don McCullum exhibition at the Royal Academy, or was it the Tate? It's at the Royal Academy, and I queued up for hours afterwards to meet the great man, and I've loved his work since the late '60s, and I'd never met him. Bought the book, which is obviously part of the criteria for queuing up to meet him. And about 80 quid later, kind of met him, and he was the most charming, fabulous guy. And I had a chat with him, and he was just so gracious. And I thought everything he's gone through and been through in his life and the experiences he's had, and it was quite a profoundly moving experience, getting him to write in the book for me and to have a chat. And there was, I don't know, 100 people queuing up, but it was like there was all the time in the world to talk. And it was so moving. And he's one of those rare people you meet in life. I think there is something about them that's so special, and so that was great. So I continued to do a bit of photography, a bit of painting, which obviously, Josie, not in your not in your kind of league at all. But
got some artwork on the wall behind you. Is that anything to do with you?
I've got a couple over. I've got 3 in here that are mine actually, but the ones I think the way I've got this phone teetering on the edge of some books here. No, none of these are, but I do have a few around. But anyway, that's another thing.
Lovely. So I think Jim's he's managed to cue something
so.
up. Are we ready to?
Yay!
Yay!
Hey.
So
Okay.
What are we starting with, Jim?
Well, this is first snow.
First snow.
Do you want to say something about this, Nigel?
Yeah, the first snow when I was quite young. I spent about 4 years because my dad was working in Sweden, so we were living in Sweden, and I grew up in Bedfordshire. We moved over to Sweden for about 4 years, and the profound impact that had at that age, I was like 9, 10, 11, 12. The winters, you just never see. I never had any experience like it. The snow, the pine forests, the frozen lakes. It was an absolute magical world, and that's never left me. That sense of that and the silence. It was a wonderful time. I was so lucky to experience that at that age as well, and I've never forgotten that. So the first snow. This was just a little tune I came up with a little while ago, it's kind of based on my childhood experience of being in that kind of place.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Like
we're going to add it now.
Wish us luck.
This is the first snow. Hello? Oh, sorry, Jim. Hold on. I turned this off. It's just the volume is a bit low, my end. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry. Hello? Hello? For some reason,
That's because I'm muted. There we are.
Ah, that old trick.
That old trick. So probably everybody had your volume up really loud, and now is going to hear me at like 100 decibels. So sorry, everyone. Yeah, I don't know what's quite going on there, but hopefully everybody was able to turn their volume up a bit and get the best out of that.
Ah, that old trick.
That old trick. So probably, hang on. Everybody had your volume up really loud, and now it's going to. It's all right. Josie's got a speaker going on another computer, so you're getting Jim Tibbler like 4 ways, which is 4 ways too many, probably. That was so beautiful. I mean, how do you go about writing something like that?
I can't write music. I can't read music. I have no idea what I'm doing. But I love experimenting with all sorts of bizarre and different open tunings.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you just sort of spend time playing around and certain things just suggest themselves to you. And I don't know, there's no way I can ever really sort of think about how you do it. You just sort of play around and certain things come along and you think, oh yeah, that's I need another thing to go in there. And yeah, and I guess I was very influenced. A few years ago, there's a fabulous Celtic fingerstyle guitar player called Tony McManus, who I believe now lives in Canada, but he's Scottish. And I saw him a couple of times, probably 10 odd years ago now, I think. And it really, really, really opened up a world of kind of possibilities to me. And he uses predominantly lots of open tunings, and he's very generous with his kind of advice and about what tunings he uses, which actually does take out quite a lot of messing around. So you can actually go to some wonderful tunings, and the tunings themselves just suggest different moods. Yeah. Jimbo, you know, I'm sure you know when you're playing. I don't play steel string guitar, acoustic guitar in standard tuning. And I just love the way in open tunings that the unfretted strings just ring and resonate.
Yeah.
And it's just that sort of thing. It's kind of moods, isn't it?
It's very. You can instantly tell a Nigel Horn composition. I have to say, it's.
Well, because it's twice as long as it should be.
No, not at all. Half the length it should be, perhaps even. But no, I mean they're so beautiful and so unique. If that is that a it's nearly a tautology, isn't it? So unique. It's either it's unique. No, it is actually tautology, isn't it? Yeah. I fell for it. Oh, rookie error. Shall we play another one? We've got. I've got. What's it called? Oh, where's it gone? Hang on. I've got another one.
You haven't got the Silver Burden come down, did it?
No, I've got. Hang on. I've got "Sell Me the Wind."
Okay.
I love this one.
Yeah, and you don't need to say anything about this because you've included quite a nice introduction at the beginning of this one. So should we just play it and see what happens?
Great. Right. Thank you.
Wish us luck again.
Thank you.
Last year I was in a band with, very lucky to be in a band with Andy Melrose, who you've just seen, who's brilliant songwriter and musician. Gary Penalver, a fantastic singer and songwriter, and Mel Smith, who's also a beautiful voice. And we were called Briar Rose, and we had quite a few gigs, and we had a lot of gigs, like a lot of people lined up for this year. For various reasons, that being one of the main reasons, we've obviously had to put that on ice. I'm going to do the last tune here, and it was just a tune. It's actually a song that I wrote for the band, and it's called "Sell Me the Wind," but I'm not going to sing because Gary does such a phenomenal job of singing this with Mel. So this is dedicated to Gary and Mel.
There he is. Absolutely beautiful. And I really thoroughly recommend the Briar Band. I don't know if you can still get hold of the EP that you did, can we?
I think Andy's probably the best guy to he's far more organised than I am. I mean, as you may well imagine. Playing the guitar's easy, but all this other stuff is just totally beyond me.
I had black hair yesterday.
What's that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's so lovely. And we've got one more track that we've got up our sleeve. And this one has a Briar Band connection as well, doesn't it? I think.
Oh, this is the one I sent you. Yeah, this was something I recorded in the summer. I mean, obviously the major part of the Briar Band and the whole reason that it ever got together and off the ground in the first place was really Gary Penalver, who I guess lots of people watching this would know, and I know that Josie and yourself know him really well. And he's had a bit of a rubbish old time recently. So I just came up with this little tune. I was messing around on the kind of electric guitar.
Gary Penalver's got them.
Gary's got them. They'll be twice the price though. So this is a little tune I just came up with, and I sent it to Gary, and he said I like it. So bearing in mind the situation he was finding himself in, I called this a little tune, "Thinking About a Friend."
Okay, all right, Nigel. Thanks ever so much for joining us, and I'm sorry about the technical issues.
Oh no, thank you. I know. Well, obviously you haven't been able to play it, but one of the other little videos I sent did say huge thank you to Josie and yourself for putting this on, and it's been an experience for me.
Well, it's a steep learning curve for everybody.
But you've done a fantastic job, mate, and thanks so much for having me, and to everyone else that's on it for the whole rest of the day, and to Andy for a great set.
Yeah,
I can't put any comments on because I'm going to lose. I don't know how to put comments on.
Okay. Well, you should be able to watch it on YouTube. There's a link on YouTube, which will repeat, and you can add comments there, I believe.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, Nigel.
That's great.
Best wishes for 2021. Oh, one thing you might want to tune into later, 8:30. I think we've got Andy Melrose back on, and we're doing a sort of a songwriters circle soiree, so we're just chatting about songs and
great. No, I'll definitely be catching that.
Rob Abbott, me, Andy, and Helen from the Equatorial Group.
Brilliant.
So yeah, that'll be really nice at 8:30 this evening.
Great. Look forward to that. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, Nigel.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
All the best.
And you too.
So there goes Nigel. This is the last one from Nigel, and is it For a Friend? I think he said. So let's see how we go with this. All right.
Just thinking about a friend.
Okay, that was lovely. That was the last track from Nigel, and again we'll put links to those up on Nigel's page on the showcase on Pickham's website. Jim is just lining up another video to show you, so there'll just be a little gap, and then it's actually me up next, a showcase of my art. So I will leave you just with a blank screen for a bit. Hello. Right, we've managed to sort out the issue with the video. This is actually one that we recorded. My video we recorded this morning. A little tour of a gallery of my work. So Jim's just queuing that up and we show it in a minute. I've also got some stuff set up in the studio here, but I'm not sure we're going to have time to show that because we're running out of time. Up next after me is going to be a beautiful show reel of all sorts of different things from Compass Community Arts. So stay tuned for that. And if you didn't see all the things from the beginning today, one of the things you've missed is Alan, A Pecker's Tale, which is a lovely little animated film, which you can now watch on the showcase page on Pickham's. Look for Elstoaf and you'll find that on there. And also Crownless, performance by Ilva. And there's a film of that that's also up live. And the video interview with Elizabeth Doak about her gorgeous project, the Roses of Redoubt. So do have a look at those, check those out in any gaps here. And Jim's frantically typing away on this computer here and sighing. So I think maybe this video is not going to be working.
Bear with me a sec, you never know.
He's saying bear with me. Just noticed how incredibly shiny my face is. It's because I've got a spotlight in my face here. So while I'm here, I just want to have a look at some of these comments. Yay, it works! So yeah, we've had some lovely comments from people. Thank you everybody for tuning in. And I think we're probably just about ready to go onto this one now. I'm looking slightly less dressed in this this video.
Less dressed or less stressed?
Stressed. I am dressed. Okay. In fact, I put an extra coat on because it was so cold over in the cottage because we haven't got the heating on. All right, so I will leave you to the live stream of the video.
3, 2, 1, you're off.
Hello, I'm Josie Tippler, and I'm standing in the kitchen of Magpie Cottage, which is our annex and usually an Airbnb, but at the moment we can't use it for that. So it's my temporary gallery, and I'm going to show you some of my work. So to start with, we have 7 for a Secret. This is one of a series I painted, I think it was in 2007, something like that. No, 2000 possibly. And yeah, the series was all about movement. And this was one that I did specifically so that my grandma could see it because she was losing her sight. She was 100 years old. And yeah, she could see things in high contrast. You could see black and white. And I do a lot of pet portraits. And whenever I did a pet portrait, I used to show Grandma the pet portrait before it went to whoever I did it as a commission for. So yeah, that's so that my grandma could see it. So I've hung on to that one. And next to that, you can see one of my pet portraits. That wasn't a commission, that was our gorgeous cat, Blackberry. And that one is painted in chalk pastel on paper. So you get a lovely fluffy effect for the fur in pastel. And below that, you can see a painting called The Tree. Now this tree is in the middle of Abbott's Wood. I hope it's still there after all these storms. It's a fantastic oak tree, and I've done several pictures just of this one tree. It's such a beautiful shape. And that particular painting is in a mixture of gouache, pencil and pastel. And behind Jim, who is doing the excellent camera work, are some of my abstracts. I did a whole series of abstracts again. I'm very much into an abstract mode at the moment. This one at the end, this brightly coloured one, I did this, started it as a demonstration piece for the Uckfield Art Group several years ago. And there were a lot of bemused faces when I started painting this and just doing some random marks on the canvas. And by the time I finished it, it was very multicoloured. There were a lot of different colours on there. I brought it home, did a bit more work and sort of unified the colours a bit by doing a lot of washes in acrylics. Acrylic washes over the top to unify the colours, and I'm really pleased with the textures in that. And there's another 2 in that series. They all end up looking somewhat landscape-ish, but they're still, I think I call them semi-abstract actually, because you can definitely see water and sky. They're definitely based on some kind of landscape. And the one at the end here, that's not a landscape. At one point it looked like a wreck at sea, and by the time I finished painting it, completely random, empty head, just making colours up as I went along. I finished it, sat down to enjoy a cup of tea in front of the wood-burning stove and looked at the door of the wood-burning stove, and there was that exact pattern I had painted. Unknowingly, I'd painted the door of my wood-burning stove. So yeah, that's that one. Let's go in the other room. Oh, in fact, there's another one up here. This very old one, it's had the loft hatch door fall on it, so it's a bit damaged, sadly. This is called Red Hat. And that was part of a series. I did a lot of fracturing of images. I absolutely love the original Cubist works and the fact that they fracture images and you can see things from different angles. So, walking through the hallway, which we'll look at in a minute, into bedroom 1. Or should I call this gallery 1? We've got some more stuff behind the door here. These 2 paintings here, I particularly like these ones. They're just acrylic. They're on MDF board, and they were based on a photograph that my dad took when he and my mum were going out, when they first going out together. It's a little black and white photograph, tiny one, sort of postage stamp size, of one of the woods they walked in. I think it might have been Shirley Wood, is it? Shirley Forest? Somewhere around there. So yeah, those pictures have got a bit of meaning. And up here we've got another series of pictures I did, inspired by a road trip that Jim and I did to the States. We went along the east coast, up through the Appalachian Mountains, and when we got into the mountains, this is where I started painting. So you've got the Lonesome Pine, that was actually in Virginia. That particular shot that Jim's looking at now, the sun that was the highest point we went to on, what was the place called? Where we stayed in the hotel on top of the ridge there.
Can't remember.
Anyway, it was up, up on the Blue Ridge Mountains, wasn't it, that one? And this one here is the Passamaquoddy Trail. We went for a walk up on the mountain from the hotel we were staying in. I say hotel, it was more like a sort of a run-down holiday camp. And yeah, there were bears in that wood, and I was talking incredibly loudly because I didn't want to see any bears. I wanted to scare off any bears, and Jim wondered why I was talking so loudly because he thought I'd scare off the bears and he wanted to see bears. So yeah, I loved the layer effect of mountains going off into the distance there. And the skies, huge skies, dramatic. And on that same trip, we went to New York. But this painting of the New York skyline was one I did from a photograph I took the year before when I was over there doing a commission, a mural in Manhattan. And this one's called City Wraiths, and it just seemed such a lonely time at night, just staring out from this balcony, and all these little wisps here is like the sort of the ghosts of the city. You could hear the sounds but couldn't see anybody. And up on the walls here, you've just got a selection of odd bits and bobs that I've done over the years. Oh, I'm trying to hold the cable so it doesn't fall on the pictures. This is Widge. Dear old Widge. This one here, I've got some more paintings on this theme in the other room. That's actually a painting on glass. So I'll show you some of those in the other room at the gallery. And that's one of the lino cuts, which I have either already spoken to you about or speak to you about in a minute. And some other little ones. This one here, I'll show you this. It's actually painted on wool. And this board, one of several that were being thrown out after the the embroideries around the Lady Chapel altar in St Pancras Church were being renovated, and the embroideries were all wrapped around these boards as supports. So new support boards were made. These were just going to be thrown out, and I thought, I'm not going to throw them out, I'm going to use them. And that's one of the paintings left from that series, painted on wool. And here's another one here. That's another one of the wool paintings. And over here you've got one of the very first Cubist style paintings I did. That's Blue Rider. And another movement I really like is the Fauvists and the Blue Rider, including Franz Marc, artist. So if you don't know Franz Marc, look him up. Wonderful, wonderful colours. Below that is a collaboration I did with Anna Acciarini. I painted the background. I had no idea where to go with it, handed it over, and she created all the foreground in there. So here you've got some more of my paintings on glass. This one is called Tifur, and Tifur is the triangle that's played in Cajun music. And that's actually painted on the reverse of the glass. So again, this was a series of movement and dance, and they were all paintings I wanted to do to make people smile. They were cheerful paintings. That one is Cajun in the Ballroom, and that was based on a photograph I took of the dancing to the Cajun dogs at a gig at Broadstairs. That's an oil painting based on South Downs, and another sort of fantasy landscape there, just playing with colours and shapes. On the window ledge here is another one of my little glass paintings. I've done quite a few of these now. I love the idea of shadows and making things 3D, and this one has got an additional little light in it. So you've got some illumination within that. Trees are just lovely to paint. It's so cold over here, my nose is starting to run. This is a picture of Charlie, our eldest son. That was taken from a gig he did in the Six Bells at Chiddingly with South of Saturn. Another little oil painting there. And this one up here is that's not actually painted on glass, that's painted on clear acrylic or perspex, but using the same techniques, lots of scratching out. That's oil and acrylic on clear acrylic. There's another little illuminated box here. Let's switch the light on, if I can. Back to front. Oh, hold on. There we go. In my time, I have painted millions and millions of fish. And when I heard myself called the fish lady, I decided it was time to stop painting fish. So I only very rarely paint fish now. Here's another painting in a box. This one featured on our Milton Hyde video of Littlefield. It was a really nice use of shadow puppetry mixed with some of the original paintings I'd done on glass. Into gallery 3, otherwise known as the living room. So this was one of my earliest ones, part of the movement series, the same as the magpies. One of the largest paintings I've done. More fish. That's a mixture of oil and acrylic on canvas. behind Jim, there's another one above the fireplace here. More fish. These were my fish inspired by an exhibition I went to see up at, I think it was the Tate Modern, on the vorticists. I absolutely loved the idea of converting living things into sort of machines. Was part of the ethos of those the images. Another abstract. That one pretty much is abstract. I don't think that is. There's not a landscape in there. That was just random shapes and marks and colours and putting feelings onto paper. And in the corner, I don't know if you actually be able to see this one because of the reflections. One of my early nudes I did when I was doing life drawing at Eastbourne College. And another nude here. This one is based on a drawing I did when Jim and I when we first met at Hastings College, and we're doing some life drawing classes. And I kept all the drawings and changed that one into this is a collage, and using orange netting and all sorts of things in there, and acrylic. And finally, this is my real cubism one. This is Picasso. I don't think that needs any explanation. It is what it is. So that's a little tour of some of my work. There's by no means all of it. There's a cupboard full of the stuff as well. But you can see more on my website, josietippler.co.uk, and find me on Facebook. And of course, I've got work in the Elstoaf showcase on pickham's.com. And if you're interested in Magpie Cottage, Jim's gesturing to me. If you're interested in Magpie Cottage, which is a lovely place to stay when we're allowed to have holidays again, then look up Magpie Artists Cottage. Magpie Artists Cottage.co.uk. And I do art holidays as well. So when we can all get together and be in close proximity, I can teach you how to do art while you're staying in the cottage. One more thing, let's just pop outside. Jim's slippers are going to have to just suck it up. Step on the path. Look, this is another thing that Magpie Artists Cottage sports is murals. This is by Anna Acciarini. I've done some additions to some of these. Most of the mural work on the inside here is by Anna. In the little walled garden. And I won't take you around the other side because it's all muddy, but I've done some mosaic work and I'll be doing some more. So it's a very arty place. Okay, I'm going to call that a halt. See you soon. All right, Jim's just going to show the setup here. Oh, sorry. I forgot to turn off the off the speaker.
So yeah, if you're ever thinking of doing something like this, I wouldn't recommend it. It's a short answer because it's really difficult. You've got computers plus you've got microphones on. You have the echo, but it's out there which then it goes out. That's why too technical to coordinate.
That's why poor Jim. In a moment, we're going to finish the video by just
wanted to show you my video cuts here. Here's the one that I did for Mills, the Milton Hunt t-shirt.
Available from
The next one, the fourth plug, sketched out, called Riding the Whale. The basic lino cut, 2 colours on acetate of that. Lino gave me what I needed to cut out. Thing that is cut out is going to be everything that's printed green, everything that's blue with blue sky, sea. To show you how what as well.
what a mess.
Right now we're going to see
It's all right. You go screen.
put my that one, take that one off.
There you are.
There we go. I'm back on screen. Back looking pale and worn while Jim cues up the video. So, we got 40 people watching. Thanks, guys. Lovely to see so many people tuning in. I've had some nice comments about my artwork. Thank you. Wasn't why I did it. I did it as a filler. And I was talking about Milton Hyde earlier. We're going to be doing a set later, so I'm going to be playing yet again. You're going to be sick to death of me by the end of the day. Okay.
That's a joke.
It's just a joke.
It's just a joke.
So yes, next we have a video by Compass Community Arts, and again, if you go to the Pickham's website, look up Elstoaf, you'll find a whole list of all the showcase pages, and you'll be able to read up all about Compass Community Arts there. So this is the first of 2. So stay tuned, and we'll show you the second one in a while.
Yeah, as you, if you look at the programme, you'll see we're running somewhat behind. So we're going to try and make up a little bit of time and get back on, back to time when we, by the time we change over with our lovely mate Neil.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so we'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Fragments from our creative writing group. I am a doll with many parts. Some parts are missing, some are in the wrong place and time. Some can be put back together and some cannot. I am a beautiful puzzle. Many different parts, but all the parts are part of me. I am a crystal, born deep underground, waiting to see the light of the sun. Light hits me and you see me in all my beauty. Look deep into me. Do you see my hidden powers? Or am I just a pretty rock sitting on a shelf? Magnet. I am upright and shiny, different shapes. Shiny. This object represents my tension. I feel trapped. I can't break free. I see different angles in these magnets. Would you put me on your fridge? A wolf in sheep's clothing. This is an expression that I hear but can't remember ever using. I think my husband was described as a wolf in sheep's clothing. On the surface, he was comical, drew attention and made people laugh. He dressed in clothes that were traditional but with a twist, which announced something safe and reliable, with a unique quality. This was probably the most deceptively magnetic illusion. I am a human trainee in progress, slowly learning, growing, unexpected tests and trials, seeking the real mystery, truth, and meaning of our time on earth, taking it one day at a time, lighter, moving on, up levels, step by step. I feel like some sort of natural element, slowly made into gold or crystal. My shape is as high as an egg timer, made of child-size, maybe adult-size wrestlers. You can see them exercising or making an effort gymnastically each time you pick it up with your hand. It weighs nicely, not objectionably heavy. It looks like a father at play with about 3 children, or maybe 4 children in a circle group. I was a shell, an excarnated, journeying pilgrim, looking for my point of entry. On the cusp. My cuspicity is making sure that I have enough time to make the bed and walk out of the door, knowing that the shell is static and I am alive. There it is. Brilliant. Now, when I am a participant, I join in when I can. Sometimes this is difficult because of my disability. I go to a dance group and it leaves me in fits of laughter. The creative writing course has been an eye-opener to me and helped me to find other ways to use my creativeness and my imagination and emotions. If I were a biscuit, I would be a pink wafer. Layers upon layers of mystery, secretive and creamy like me.
this Christmas poem. Mr. Hancock, the House Secretary, says we can see our families for 5 days. Stay at their houses or their flats where there is nothing wrong with that. I'll go to Dad. I love my dad very much. He's soft and kind. He likes vodka and lemonade and Brighton and Hove Albion. Especially now they are in the Premier League. He will have a Christmas kit whilst I am kids. There will be cheese and crackers and mulled wine. The wine is lovely and spicy. Perfect to snuggle in a blanket with and listen for the winter storms outside.
Christmas. Thank you for my poinsettia, the first of the year. Its celebratory reds and greens, Christmas and cold. Bringing memories of my second father Peter in hothouses packed with Christmas red blooms. Associations of orange and cinnamon, lumpy stockings and fire. My mother rolling out pastry and great aunt Kath. Associations holding the past and future together, childhood, expectations and homecomings. Frost and pale sunlight, the dawning new year. Hoping for love, for peace, for gentleness, the full meaning of relinquished power, the presence of angels and journeying. We will go to the woods to select our tree, adorn it with light, baubles and glass, pile up red wrapped presents under its branches, trying to avoid the Christmas of the Mall, its empty stresses and excess. There is still magic, the peace of new birth, the promise of transformation, of light in the darkness, of stars in the forest. Fueling a birth that means everything, the deep desire to be kind, to keep loving when it hurts, the belief that all of it matters, that our great God is present in the birth of this child. This season of great hope sustains me deeply in this darkest of times. Because of the restrictions this year, Compass Community Arts the poetry group, have been taking walks at Hampden Park. And these are a few of the collaborative poems that we wrote while we were walking in the park. People of all colours, all shapes, leading dogs and wheelchairs and buggies around the blazing autumn lake, ambling, chatting, watching the squirrels, the ducks, the white doves and moorhens, dawdling and chatting and eating crisps. The open pond is its own world, part of ours but something different. An inverse glass, reflecting the autumn glory of red and gold. A playground for birds, transparency for clouds. Seven Finches. I received a gift this morning while gazing out of Ruth's bedroom window. 7 finches took turns to jump from the sides of the pond and splash, like some early September ritual dance. Shot with yellow, feathers frisked with pond water. Each one rebounded to the side to allow for the next. Then in some silent acknowledgement they swung back into the deep green mesh of the holly tree, before taking off in formation, swooping in perfect time and space, like the 7 swans of Grimm, but smaller, golder and glistening. Poems for Josie. Josie has been helping me mosaic the pond, smashing blue and orange plates into rough shapes. A myriad of splinters, tiny shards we pieced together, cement around the oval ridge. The pond brims with life, orange and black fish dart between the lily pads. Dazzling dragonflies glinting turquoise, a green frog, an emerging newt, holding memory of the ancients lurking beneath the surface. We watched between our conversation and joined up art, the collaboration, the rough, ragged edge of mosaic and pond, like the mothers watching we had been. A presence unseen, but felt in the shadows of some warm invisibility, some great love, some holiness, light splintered and brilliant onto the broken surface.
Is the true meaning of Christmas? Is it just an excuse to eat and drink and go money mad? Is this the right way to believe? Shouldn't we be remembering the original story? The wonder of the first Christmas morning, the baby Jesus in the stable, shepherds, the animals, the enduring angels, and then we go to midnight mass. There'll be mince pies and cream, carols singing, and there may be even snow, twinkling stars, the twilight, a white full moon, the freezing air turning to spiky icicles, and the feeling of generosity and warmth inside. Ross came to visit, leaving icicles and a nip in the air, ice crystals hanging from the roofs, and trees like sharp spiked daggers waiting to strike. There is a celestial shine across the path and pond. The wind howls and whistles like a pack of mad dogs prowling through. Snow flutters down to earth, crystalline. Nearby, children start to build a snowman with coals for eyes, serene and silent against the pale winter sky.
dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
Sing it, Wayne.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Help him out, everyone.
Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
What do you say, Emily?
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
You're next, Ella.
Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas from everyone at Compass Arts.
Hi, Josie, you're still muted. I can't hear you. No, not getting any of that, Josie. Sorry. Jim, can you unmute Josie? Ah, there we go.
That
Thank
wasn't
you.
me. That wasn't me that time.
No, it wasn't you. No. There's a man off the
every
side,
time-
isn't there, doing everything wrong for you.
Just came, little hand came in and twiddled her knob. Oh,
Good
wow,
stuff.
wasn't that amazing?
That was lovely. That was really enjoyable.
Love the jingle bells at the end.
Singing along at the end, I was. Yes, definitely. Yeah. What a lovely afternoon it's been so far as well.
Oh, yeah.
Some fab stuff. I love Andy Melrose's songs and stories as well. Thank you, Andy, by the way, for the little dedication there as well. That was really nice. So have you been enjoying yourselves? Technical issues aside?
Yeah, a few technical issues. Yes, fortunately, Jim is off screen because you just there's hair flying everywhere. but no, it's nice and calm here. But
that's all right.
Andy's set was so calming. I could easily just sat and listened to that all afternoon.
It was lovely, wasn't it? Yeah. So yeah, and some other great stuff as well. Flick and Steve's film to kick off with, just brilliant, really great. I saw some of the behind the scenes working of that while they were making it. On
did you?
Facebook page. Yeah, she was busy drawing woodpeckers and sketching things out. So yes, good fun. I got to try looking at the camera for this, because I'm looking everywhere else. I'm looking at the screen, and then look there. If I look at the camera now, it looks like I'm talking to people.
That's better. Yeah, it looks like I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to a little green dot on the top of my screen.
Yeah, that's exactly the same for me. Yeah, same green dot. We must have the same computer. What are the chances?
Could well be. Yeah.
Sorry, you don't want to sit down in my hallway, do you?
Picking bits of Rivita out of my teeth.
That's all right. I've got banana to get me through, and some plain tonic with no gin, I promise.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it's a bit like a marathon, actually, isn't it? The handover, with handing over the baton.
Yeah, and it's kind of strange. It's because obviously we've done this a few times now for Bluebell Roots, which is always great fun, but for nowhere near as long as this. The great thing is, actually, at this point, I get a chance to. Whose idea was this? Yeah, was that Jim? Why don't we turn it around? I'll do the questions. Whose idea was it?
It was actually. I think it was a team effort to start with. We thought, sorry, it's getting cold in here again. We thought it was going to be obviously difficult to do anything live in the gardens here.
Yeah,
so
over the summer,
because we'd done Bluebell Roots and it had worked so well. We thought, let's do something virtual. And yes, I came up with the idea of Elstoaf, the extremely late Summer Trifle online arts festival.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could you call it? We have to call it Summer Trifle because that's what it's replacing.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's just very late.
And everything's late this year. I mean, we're kind of lucky to have something at all to be doing. You know, lots of things have just been flat out cancelled, haven't they? So it's just great to have something.
We didn't want
summer in the winter time is great. We like that idea.
We didn't want a year to go by with doing nothing.
No.
And obviously knowing there are so many people in the arts who are suffering with not being venues open and events not happening. We wanted to open it up, and we had a lovely response from people wanting to get involved.
That's good.
We did. We sort of timing wise, we chose today because it was a quiet time between Christmas and New Year, not realising that it was going to be a sort of a tier 4 situation for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So it was. Hopefully, this is bringing a little bit of light and happiness into lives.
I think so, yeah, certainly. I was crying listening to Andy's songs at one point. I was just, mind you, I don't know if it's the same for you, but just anything sets me off at the moment. Sharon was watching The Sound of Music yesterday afternoon, and it's a classic Christmas movie, isn't it? But I just, even before the bits that I knew were coming happened, I was starting to cry. It was just the thought of it being about to arrive. When the kids start singing they start singing "The Hills Are Alive" to the Baroness when she arrives at the mansion, and he's about to walk in and join in to singing with them. There's a big lump in my throat. Just anything like that sets me off.
I think there's a lot of emotion in the air, isn't there?
It certainly is. Yeah. But on the positive side of it, I think, it's been difficult because when you look around the social media and so on, sometimes people are getting really cross about things, and obviously everybody's cross with the administration of things and the government. Hey, Jim.
Hello, mate.
So it's been odd in that sense, but on the other side of the coin there's been an awful lot of really good stuff going on, and being involved in Hailsham FM, I've seen a lot of the local community groups really step up what they do. People like the Sunflowers Mental Health and Wellbeing charity, they've done some brilliant work during the lockdown, and there's been a bigger sense of the idea that we live in a fairly small community, where I am in Hailsham, but which encompasses Arlington and Wilmington and even out to Hurstman Zoo and so on. It's a community that actually has come together quite well, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Ditto out here in Arlington. Yeah. There's people are. It's been said before, hasn't it, that people are sort of communicating more, actually.
Yeah.
Perversely. Not communicating perversely, obviously that'd be horrible.
And I heard that would be very odd, although that went on before anyway. So I think, although I heard yesterday, who was talking about it, saying that the idea that early on in the lockdown, they started to relish in some ways, the kind of quietness of it all. And actually, when someone said to them, "Oh, should we have a Zoom meetup on Saturday night?" and they were like, oh, I don't want a room of quiet Saturday night with us. But actually, they're not realising how much they needed that as well at the same time.
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult to balance the two. And actually, I've been a bit. Obviously, I've done a lot of this with you with Bluebell Roots, and I've done a few meetings with friends as well. But actually, the nights that we've had where we've just said had a virtual pub night with friends, and it's been lovely. And we've ended up talking past midnight, and it's been great just to have a proper.
I'm
kind
looking
of catch
forward
up.
to hanging out with Andy and Rob and Helen.
Yes,
later.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You can
Especially
join us.
Andy.
You can join us with if you like. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that as well. Well, I'm going to still be around. I'm going to be around for the next few hours. So, what have we got coming up then? Shall we ever talk about what we got coming up?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got my schedule up here. So just after 4, so in about 10 minutes' time, we've got mini makes workshops with DC Learn. DC are the Devonshire Collective in Eastbourne, aren't they? This is a really great arts and a community project based in the Devonshire ward of Eastbourne, which is the bit... it's kind of around the bit where Seaside joins Seaside Road in Eastbourne, that kind of corner there. And it has been historically quite a deprived area, a lot of low-income families in that area. But they've put together a really great project, haven't they? Gina, I don't know Gina. Tell me a bit more about Gina.
Well, Gina, she's actually recorded a little interview.
Okay.
I think it was our Charlie that recorded the interview.
So Charlie.
She's going to tell you all about herself and actually what DC Learn is. It's an element of the Devonshire Collective.
Okay.
And the mini makes are lovely little workshops, little 5-minute workshops, craft ones, which any age group will enjoy.
Excellent.
So
that sounds
good.
Fun. That's good. So they've got a couple of things, haven't they? So they've got a couple of workshops. And then we've got Jazz coming up, Jazz Dixon, who does wonderful things with glass.
Yeah, Jazz the Alchemist.
Yeah.
And she does lovely fused glass. And we've got a film, it's basically her showing how she's cutting the glass and creating an item.
Excellent. She lives just around the corner from me, another house, right? So it'd be good to see Jazz. I met Jazz years ago when we when my wife was pregnant with our twins. We joined the kind of prenatal or antenatal, whatever it's called, groups. And Jazz was a member of the group. So she was leading the group. So she didn't have a child at the same time, but she was leading the group. So yeah, we go way back.
That's nice.
So that's Jazz, and then there's some. Oh, what's that? Milton who?
Milton Hyde. I don't know who they are. Yeah.
I can't put my t-shirt on.
Yeah, I'll have to put mine on for that bit.
We should be back with musical instruments and voices.
You know what? We've got the Dam Busters on 4, but you can't beat this for culture, can you? Seriously. And then a bit of a show reel for Elstoaf as well.
That's just showing you some of the artwork that's on the Pickham's website now. If you look for Elstoaf, and you'll find a whole load of showcase pages come up there. And this is a show reel of just some of the art that's on there. And then there's another brief one about past Summer Trifle events, just seeing what Summer Trifle is all about.
Excellent. Because there's everybody that's taking part today's got a page on the Pickham's website, haven't they? A sort of showcase page. So well worth going and having a look at that. Pickhams.com for all the details on that. You can go and have a look there while you're kind of searching through the thing. Have we got a schedule up on line anywhere that we can look at so that people can
it is on Pickhams.com. I had to take the image of it off because it wasn't it was mucking up the website. It wouldn't load.
That's annoying.
There's a written schedule on the Pickham's Elstoaf page.
Is it on Facebook as well?
It's also on Facebook. Yeah, you'll find it on the Pickham's and the Summer Trifle pages on Facebook.
So facebook.com/Pickham's and facebook.com/Summer Trifle Festival or just Summer Trifle. Something.
Just Summer Trifle. Yeah.
Just Summer Trifle.
Keep it simple.
We had trifle with Christmas dinner this year. Sharon made homemade trifles.
Was it sloppy trifle or stand-uppy trifle?
Yeah. No, sloppy. A little bit sloppy. They're made in individual tumblers. And just sort of so lovely. Yeah, if you'd have tipped it out, it would have just gone, which is perfect.
Very MasterChef.
Oh yeah, and Ruby whipped the cream and custard from a carton. The whole lot. So
we'd come up with another plan for the trifle for to serve at Summer Trifle this year if it was going to
Oh,
happen.
really?
Because the first year we did a DIY trifle.
Right.
You came up and you slopped the custard in and your jelly and whatever and created your own trifle. The next year it was just like serve yourself out of a bowl, and they just fell apart. And then last year, so that's
someone's sitting on a cat.
Just come in.
Then last year we made Pickham's pie, which was a trifle cake.
Oh, wow!
Like in a trifle in a flan base, so you can cut slices. So you have a slice of trifle like a slice of cake.
That sounds perfect.
Mum had come up with a different version of the trifle for this year, but we'll have to wait for next year for that.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to that already. I'm looking forward to doing anything in the summer, to be honest. Don't care. If there's an event on, I'm going to go to it. Live music, some kind of play or comedy, or it's just going. But get tickets now, because I've missed that for the last year. And obviously, a lot of people, and I'm in the same boat as a lot of people in terms of work, because I haven't worked since March. That's how I earn my living now. And technically what I do for a living is now illegal. People are being fined £10,000 for doing it.
What is it you do for a living?
I was wondering if you were going to ask. I'm a DJ. I DJ. I DJ for events. I host events. I'll do I'll turn up at anything. I can come and shout my gob off into a microphone, basically, with a PA. So hosting your school summer fair or a quiz night or some kind of corporate evening if you've got something going on. I did a couple of lovely charity fundraisers a couple of years in a row for Melissa over here in Howsham. She did a kind of ball night with a charity ball with an auction and that kind of thing. So that's the kind of thing I do. But turning up with a PA and getting loads of people together to dance is technically illegal these days. It's kind of is a bit dystopian, to be honest, but I'm looking forward to getting back to it because I think it's going to help me shed these couple of stone that I've put on during the lockdown. Not lifting stuff in and out of a car 2 or 3 times a week has really played havoc with my belly.
And we seem to be given an awful lot of vegan chocolate for Christmas as well.
Oh, really?
Lots of different goodies. So we're having to eat all of those, sadly.
Excellent. Well, let's just have a quick look further down the schedule as well. Fiona Kane, she's got a new novel, hasn't she? A Song Unsung, so she's going to be doing a reading from that. And Mike Fillery as well. I don't know. Has Mike played at Bluebell Roots, Jim?
No.
I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't. No.
Not yet. No. I think he will.
No, we had some when I did a sound check with Mike yesterday. I was talking even slower, apparently, than I normally do through his headphones.
Doing the robot.
So it'd be interesting to see if you're going to be able to talk to him or not. It'd be nice to have a chat.
He may not be able to chat, but we'll definitely be able to hear him because he's going to play some music live for us.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll play that one by ear, so that's good. And then, as you say, we've got the Equatorial Group, old friends, who've they've played Summer Trifle before, haven't they? But they do a lot of gigs locally, and they're great stuff. Great kind of twist on the Americana kind of thing. So it's good stuff. And Wayfinder Woman, that's Laura Murphy. I've spoken to Laura before on Howsham FM actually sometime ago.
I'm sure you have.
That's
great.
That will be really interesting because she's had really, really good stuff to say. And then that's kind of me out for the evening, but I should be watching during the evening.
There's loads more after that.
Comes up. There'll be loads more. That's just sort of preview of the next 4 hours or so. Right, so we've got it's going to be one of the DC Learn workshops.
Yes, so we're going to have the interview with Gina to start with.
Yeah,
so she'll tell you all about what DC Learn is about.
Brilliant. So let's pop our little thing up on the screen, and then when it's ready to go, you can do it, Jim. Let me pop our DC Learn up.
Neil's in charge now.
It's that one, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the one. Right.
Take the little bit of branding off,
and take that off. That's the magic of TV. There we go. All right, I will see you guys later for the Milton Hyde bit.
Later.
Stick around for the Mini Makes workshop with DC Learn coming up next.
Hello, I'm Gina Leonard and I'm from DC Learn here in Eastbourne. We're part of the Devonshire Collective, which was set up 4 years ago, and it was a social and economic rejuvenation project for the Devonshire ward here in Eastbourne. The original spec was that 3 buildings belonging to Eastbourne Borough Council and Eastbourne Homes, which were ex-retail properties, were looking rather sad and in need of regeneration, as was the whole area at the time, and still needs some TLC. The idea was to help a group of artists to become a collective and to work together to produce artists' maker spaces, studios, and offer things to the public that were missing from the area. So the Devonshire Collective was formed. It originally had 3 buildings: DC1 on Seaside Road, which was an art gallery, shop and cafe; DC2, which had a print room, a pottery studio and some maker spaces; and DC3 on Seaside, which had a workshop building. We've undergone a few changes since that original spec, and particularly during the first lockdown in 2020. The gallery was completely revamped into just solely a gallery and is now called Vault. So there's some really exciting exhibitions and also a very nice window frontage on there. Please do pop along and have a look. There's some exciting things happening there. DC2 has sadly lost its print room, but the pottery studio is going from strength to strength, and there's also some maker spaces available there. DC3 has now become the home of DC Learn, and it's lovely to have a dedicated studio space here to work in. We're currently running various workshops, drop-ins and courses, particularly courses for the home educated children and young people at the moment. We are starting some new Arts Award courses in January. This is because the Devonshire Collective has just become an Arts Awards centre, so we're hoping to run and develop these throughout next year and further. I'm a DC educator here. There are a group of us and we teach and run the courses and workshops. We also go out and do community courses and workshops out and about around the town and in the parks and on the beach when the weather's better. If you are interested in becoming a DC artist educator, we're always happy to have more people to join the team. If you'd like to get in touch and if you'd like to run courses here or maybe just a one-off drop-in or a talk, please get in contact with us on dclearn@devonshirecollective.co.uk. We're always happy to have a chat, cup of coffee and find out what people are doing. In the future in Eastbourne, I'm hoping that the DC Learn will grow their community arm even bigger and that we'll be working out and about in the community as well as in here in the studio. Vault Gallery, as I said earlier, has some really exciting exhibitions coming up, and we're going to be tying some workshops in with the artists who are exhibiting in the gallery. Eastbourne Studio Pottery are going from strength to strength at the moment. They have some really exciting courses going on there. So please do get in touch with us. If you want to know what's happening, you can always look at our website or have a look in The Voice, the free newspaper in Eastbourne, because we always have a page in there each month. So thank you very much for listening and nice to be part of the festival. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to DC Learns Mini Make. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Gina Leonard. I'm the DC Learn Artist Educator and Coordinator. And we've been putting out these mini make videos for people during lockdown so that they can carry on creating and making things at home. And we're using materials that you find around the house, so easy to do. What you need to do for today's mini make, which is a mobile with icicles on, an icicle mobile, you will need some tin foil, a pair of scissors, some thread. I happen to be using silver thread here, but you could use any thread, wool, cotton, whatever you have at home, a little bit of PVA glue and a brush. A glue gun is really useful, otherwise you can use a clear all-purpose glue. And we're going to make, I'll show you the finished article, we're going to make this icicle mobile. Very wintry and probably a hint of the weather we've got to come yet. Now, I've put my mobile on a twig which I found blown off a tree. I've just simply painted it silver, but if you don't have access to any trees, please don't rip people's trees to pieces collecting twigs, just if they're on the ground. But what you could use is a strip of cardboard formed into a circle, covered in foil, and they could hang from a ring of cardboard. So we're going to start. You just take a length of tin foil and cut yourself some triangles. I would say use an old pair of scissors. Please, if you're a child, don't use mum's best dressmaking scissors because you will eventually blunt them cutting tin foil. And what we do is fold down the top of each triangle. And then you're going to take a length of thread for each triangle to make a loop. Take your glue gun, put a blob of glue. Now the nice thing about a glue gun is that it does dry very quickly, whereas if you're using a clear all-purpose glue, you do have to wait a little bit longer and be patient for the glue to dry. There we go, so I've roughly got my triangle with the loop glued on. Then all you do, very roughly fold your edges in. I like to fold the bottom point up a little bit, it just makes the bottom of it a little bit stronger. And then scrunch it in, give it a little twist, bring it down to a point at the bottom. There you have an icicle. Now, you could leave them silver and just have them hanging up as silver icicles. But what I did, because I think it makes it look a little bit nicer, is I decorated mine with a bit of glitter. Now, make sure when you're glittering, you're doing it over a container. So I'm going to dab a little bit of glue on. Not too much, because you don't want to cover all the silver, you just want little bits of blue. And then shake your glitter on. And there we are, one icicle. So very easy to make, quite a quick make. And perhaps you'd like to make some for next Christmas and hang them on your Christmas tree. Just an idea. But anyway, it makes a really nice winter mobile. You could hang them individually, of course, on windows, on window latches, so it looks like they're dripping down the window. Anyway, we'd love to see what you make, so please take a photograph of your icicles or your mobile and post them on social media and hashtag DCLearn. Thank you, bye-bye.
I'm one of the artist educators here at DC Learn. Today I'm going to show you how to make a small scented mini snowman. So to make your little snowman you're going to need some flour, so plain flour, some salt, a small amount of water, some Christmassy spices. I've got ginger and cinnamon, but use what you have. You're going to need some string or some ribbon to make a scarf for your snowman, and some seeds. So I've got mustard seeds, and I've also got some cloves to make his arms. If you don't have cloves, you might want to use some twigs from the garden or some sticks, see what you can find. So the first step is to make your salt dough. So for this I've got 2 parts flour and 1 part salt, but there are different recipes online. And I'm just going to mix the 2 dry ingredients up. Once you've mixed your flour and salt, you can add your spices. So you don't want to use too much, it's just enough to give it a bit of a nice smell. So that's my cinnamon. And I'm going to add a little bit of ginger as well. And it smells good already. So I'm just going to mix that in. When all of your dry ingredients are mixed, you can then start adding some water. So just add a small amount to begin with. We want quite a firm dough for this. So add a little, mix it up and see how it looks. You can always add more, but it's harder to take away some water. So once you get to this point, you can start kneading it with your hands. So you want it quite firm. So if it's a little bit sticky, you might want to add a bit more flour. So I'm going to add some flour and take a piece of this dough. So once you've got your dough and it's the right consistency, so it's not too sticky and it's quite firm, then you want to make the pieces for your snowman. So we're going to make 1 quite large ball and 1 smaller ball. So I'm just going to tear it apart and roll it into a ball. And the same again for the larger piece for the body. So because this dough might settle down while it's in the oven, I'm going to make the body of my snowman quite long, like that. And I'm going to just pop the head on top, like that. So have a look, see what you think. If the head's too big, you can make it smaller. If the body's sinking already, you can make it a bit taller, or you could add some flour so it's a little bit firmer. Okay. Pop that on the top. And now we're ready to add our cloves and our seeds. So I'm going to use 2 cloves for the arms. So I'm going to pop them in and twist them round, and then just push the dough around it to make sure it's secure. There we go. Now I'm going to use the mustard seeds for the eyes and the mouth and the buttons. So it's really simple. You just pick one up with your finger. You might want to lick it and pop them in. Okay, there we go. There we are. So you can spend a bit longer on yours and make sure you get everything where you want it. Once you're ready, you can put it in the oven at the lowest temperature for about 2 to 3 hours, and it should become solid. When you take it out of the oven, you'll have a beautiful smelling little snowman, and you can add string or decorations to make a scarf. You can add a little hat, anything you like. You can even paint it if you want to. Okay, and there's your ornament all finished. I'd really like to see what you guys make. If you want to, please post pictures on social media and hashtag DCLearnMiniMake so we can see what you create. Thanks so much for watching. Bye!
Thanks to the guys at DC Learn for that. Some great stuff there from Anna and from Gina. Have a look at their look out social media, DC Collective or Devonshire Collective, I think they're known as. Coming up at 4:30, we've got Jazz the Alchemist, a fused glass demonstration. So stick around. That's coming in about 5 minutes' time. There we go. Just a little run through of what's coming up later on the live broadcast for Elstoaf, the Extremely Late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. Still to come, we've got Milton Hyde at around about 5 o'clock, Fiona Kane, Mike Fillery, the Equatorial Group, Wayfinder Woman, and then at 8 o'clock I'm handing over back to Jim and Josie, and it's Paul Winter. So I'm just going to turn my phone down because I can hear my own voice coming back at me from Jim and Josie's house there. Right, let's take this out and I'll tell you a little bit about what's coming next. Jazz Dixon, or Jazz the Alchemist, makes fused glass creations. It's an astonishing process, and so we're going to see a little bit of a video of that process with Jazz coming up in a few short moments. We've got also, after that, we've got Milton Hyde. Then we're going to sort of do a rundown of other things that are happening at the Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. We've got a page on the Pickham's website, on pickham's.com. All of the people that have taken part today have got their, and you'll be able to find a link to Jazz the Alchemist. So, right, hopefully in the background, Jim has got ready the video to play. He's given me the thumbs up down there. So if I add this into the stream, oh no, that's still the old one. There it is. Right, I'm going to leave you with Jazz. No, I just added myself and added myself and took myself away again. That was Jazz the Alchemist. Beautiful stuff. That was quite captivating watching how that all works, wasn't it? Now, let me just get some of the stuff up on the screen, the stuff that we need so that everybody knows what's going on. You're watching the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. My name's Neil Povey. I'm your host for the next few hours. Jim and Josie done a sterling job so far. They're going to be coming back at around about 5 o'clock in about 10 minutes time. Going to be playing us some live music. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, thank you to those of you that are watching and commenting on the Facebook page and on the YouTube feeds as well. If you're watching on Facebook, if you have any difficulty, you could always switch over to the Summer Trifle YouTube feed. That's going very well as well, and also the Pickham's YouTube feed as well, I think. Oh, hang on a second, it's Pickham's something. Anyway, there's Pickham's Facebook and Summer Trifle on YouTube. I was watching it on my big telly earlier. It's very clever how you can watch YouTube on your own big telly in the lounge nowadays these days. Right, let's have a look through some of the comments from earlier on. Some really lovely stuff. People enjoying Nigel, who was playing along earlier, and Martin McGlone. Let's have a look at this one. Martin saying, amazing sounds, Nigel. Thank you for sharing these. Paul also talking about Josie's art, a showcase that she did earlier, saying some of your pictures remind me of the work of John Martin at the Tate. That's really nice, isn't it? And Andy as well. Andy sticking around and commenting too. Lovely tour around, lovely work, Josie, as well. You can head over to Facebook and you can join in with the comments here as well. Add your own as you wish. From DC Learn, who were on earlier, the Devonshire Collective. Many thanks for including DC Learn in the festival. Great to be a part of it and to get to a wider audience. Well, that's the point, really, isn't it? That's the whole point of doing anything like this, is to share the great work that people are doing around the area, particularly in the fields of art and culture, and also, as Josie was saying earlier, because so many people in this kind of field have not been able to perform live or not been able to put on shows like they would have been able to do, art included in that as well. Then it's been a very, very difficult year 2020 for that. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to take a break just for a few minutes so you don't have to listen to me prattling on forever, and you'll see a well, I'll pop it up on the screen now beside me. There it is. The rundown of what there is still to come between now and 10 o'clock. So we've got Milton the High coming up at 5. Then we've got a Summer Trifle and the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival Showcase. That's coming shortly at 5:30. Fiona Kane will be here at 6. Local author reading from her novel A Song Unsung. And then Mike Fillery, some live music from Mike Fillery at 6:30. Excuse me while I'm not looking at the camera here. 7 o'clock, we've got the Equatorial Group, a great local group. If you like your music with an Americana twist, then stick around for the Equatorial Group at 7. I'm sure they're going to bring some people along to watch as well. We'll be enjoying that. And given that there'll be several of them here to chat as well, we'll have a nice little chill and a hang out with them as well. Paul Winter and friends. Paul has been a regular at Bluebell Roots that we do on a monthly basis. That'll be good for some great fun with Paul and friends, it says. Yet to be announced. Some music from them. Then there's a songwriters soiree at 8:30. I might get my guitar out even and join in with that. 9:30, it's the Dicker Players, Careless Whispers and the Zoom called Comedy Theatre, and that ought to be good for a laugh. Actually, the Dicker Players known for their wit for certain. It might be near the knuckle as well, if I know Dicker Players. And then at 10 o'clock, Slap and Tickle Theatre with a radio play called The Shepherdesses to round off the festival. And I'm sure we'll have a chat with Jim and Josie at the end of it as well. Now, I mentioned earlier about the Pickham's website. Let me have a look and see if I can find that for you now, just to show you just very quickly the Pickham's website, which is, where is it? There we go. That's it there. That's the one we want. Let's get that up on the screen. So we've got Pickham's, the home of Summer Trifle. If I scroll through that, you'll be able to read a little bit about the festival, what they've done over the last couple of years. Jim and Josie have organised this since 2017. There's a little video that runs on there about what you can normally see for the Summer Trifle Festival, some stuff about the location. But then if you scroll down to there it is, the Elstoaf bit there, and you click on that, ads, it will load up the page, which tells you more about the festival that we're doing today, what the plan is with all of the schedule, as we've just shared on the screen there. But also, you've got the Elstoaf showcase pages down here at the bottom of that page. So if you wanted to find out more about Jazz the Alchemist, for example, then you can scroll down and you should be able to find Jazz on here somewhere. Now, there we go, Jazz the Alchemist with the little poppy there. And all of the various artists that are appearing in one way or another this afternoon and this evening. They've all got their own page there, so you can go and have a look and find out more. So if I just quickly take a click onto Jazz, there's a whole page with Jazz's stuff, which is loading up there. A little bit of stuff there, which tells you about her, and there's a couple of videos as well there that you can watch. Now, all of the videos that you see today on during the Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival, or the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival, will be available via the Pickham's website as soon as the festival is over. I'll double check that with Josie then, make sure I'm not telling you the wrong information. But Jim is giving me a thumbs up behind the scenes here. That's good stuff. All right, Jim. Right, thank you for that. Right, so I should take that off, and I'll put you back over to the so that you can see what's coming up for the next few minutes or so. And I'll be back with Jim and Josie and Milton Hyde at 5 o'clock. Thanks a lot. Well, it finishes rather suddenly, doesn't it? That's the schedule for what's going on later during the day on Elstoaf, the extremely late summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Right, I'm going to bring back Jim and Josie, who are now in their Milton Hyde guise.
Yes. It's us.
We look totally different.
We do indeed look totally different. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Knackered.
We're still awake.
Excellent.
We're nearly there. We've only got another 5 hours to go. It's fine.
Is that all? Honestly, nothing. My son just recently did a 24-hour gaming session. I don't know how he did it to raise money for charity. So, yeah, that was great fun. But bear with me a second. I'm just going to shut the door because I'm getting noise coming in from somewhere else.
Yeah, we should have done this for charity, shouldn't we?
Oh, no, I know where it is.
Yes.
I know where the noise is.
We should do it for a living.
It's all happening very cleverly. It's because I've got the telly on and the volume is down low. So, sorry if you saw me. Sorry if you saw me underwear there when I was bending over. Right, it's extremely unprofessional. Extremely unprofessional.
You should be wearing trousers.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Actually, lucky I've got trousers on, given that we're doing a kind of head and shoulders kind of Zoom call type thing. Most people either no trousers or at least their pajamas in the bottom end, anyway.
Or somebody else's pants.
Well, whatever you choose to do, Jim.
Jim's new Christmas socks. I don't know if I can get them in the.
Not quite. Hey!
They're men's large, but they only just fit size 4.
Excellent.
I should be wearing my Christmas hat, actually.
You should. Do you want me to
That would be good. I might go get mine while we're doing
it's
stuff.
Not like a Christmas hat.
I've just suddenly realised I'm right underneath the very shiniest light, aren't I? It makes me look like my head's like an egg. Like it doesn't need any help to look like that, does it? Right. So, Jim, Josie, Milton Hyde, what have you been up to? For anybody that hasn't heard from you and has just tuned into this and that hasn't seen you elsewhere online over the summer, where you've been quite a lot, what have you been up to?
Well, I guess there'll be. We've got a lot of mates listening, but there'll probably be some people that don't know.
You've never heard of us.
Never heard
I hope so.
Before.
Yeah,
that'd be nice. But we play our own original music on guitar, clarinet, cajon, and play pubs, clubs, festivals, all that sort of thing.
So not many of those this year.
No, we did.
No.
We did an empty theatre gig, not for the first time.
This time deliberately empty. Deliberately empty.
Deliberately empty theatre.
Nobody was invited.
At the Pavilion in Hailsham a few weeks ago, which was really nice. We're really proud to have done that.
And now, because I know that part of the reason for doing that was to raise money for the Pavilion, because they've had an awful year. Obviously, we're having to close. They've been open and closed more times than my fridge door this year, I swear. And they've just had to close again. Obviously, they only just reopened for December and got a lovely program of stuff lined up and had to close again. So people could pay to watch the video of the performance.
It's so tough for all the arts, isn't it? But particularly the performing arts.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If anybody wants to watch that video, they can go to miltonhyde.com, and I think there's a link on there to buy a ticket to watch it, and then you can watch it online.
And it's only £3, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. It's only £3, and it goes to the Pavilion, which is great. So thank you. Not that I represent the Pavilion, but thank you for doing that. It's really great. It's
the beauty is the beauty is you don't even have to watch the video to be.
Well, even more.
Just give some money
Just
to
pay
it,
yeah.
That's a lovely view.
It's really great, and the film's been so well put together by Charlie, and I know you had some awesome camera work on there as well.
Yes, brilliant camera work. But not only yourself who was doing some camera work, but Felicity and Stiv, who were our first guests on this afternoon.
Yeah, award-winning filmmaker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Award-winning indeed.
Yeah, Stiv. Yeah.
Steve won.
Oh well, don't be too humble, Jim. You're also an award-winning filmmaker, aren't you?
We won't put
right. Look, we're eating into your music time here anyway. So I'm going to get up and let you play some music. So over to Jim and Josie, Milton Hyde for their section of Elstoaf. See you later, guys.
See you guys. Thanks, Nelly, and thanks for mucking in with this. It's really nice of you to give up your time to do this. So thanks, Neil. We're going to do 5 or 6 songs. And the first song we're going to do is called I'll Dance For You for Tuppence. And this one is for my mum, Rose. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, and 1, 2, 3, and... Well, my old mum's got a saying you probably ain't heard before. She says it when she's had enough, but when you know the score. Ask her nice for a cuppa, or maybe an egg banjo. You ain't misheard, she used these words when she tells you where to go. I'll dance for you for tuppence, that's what you'll hear us say. This ain't Edie snack bar, you better walk away. Watch your last slave die off, she'll ask you with a smile. Dance for you for tuppence, once I've stuffed this crocodile. Well, she makes the best egg banjos this side of the Thames, and her roast potatoes, the greasy little gems. For afters we'll get trifle, serves it with a sigh. Waits for Dad to ask her, what, no apple pie? Oh, Wally, I'll dance for you for tuppence, that's what you'll hear us say. This ain't Edie's snack bar, you better walk away. Watch your last slave die off, she'll ask you with a smile. Dance for you for tuppence, once I've stuffed this crocodile. His hammer, he knows he put it down. He searched all round that garage, it ain't nowhere to be found. Mum's out in the garden, hanging out the wash. Drops her smalls when Wally calls, the words ain't none too posh. Oh, Wally, I'll dance for you for tuppence, that's what you'll hear us say. This ain't Edie's snack bar, you better walk away. Watch your last slave die off, she'll ask you with a smile. Dance for you for tuppence, once I've stuffed this crocodile. Well, my old mum's a diamond, and now you know the score. 'Cause if you take the mickey, she'll give you what for. Everyone loves Rosie, she's the real McCoy. I'm 53, but I'll always be my mum's little boy.
Oh, Jimmy.
I'll
dance for you for tuppence,
That's what you'll hear her say. This ain't Edie's snack bar. You better walk away. What's your last life die of? She'll ask you with a smile. Dance for you for tuppence. Once I've stuffed this crocodile. I'll dance for you for tuppence.
That's what you'll hear her say. This ain't Edie's snack bar. You better walk away. What's your last loaf die of?
She'll ask you with a smile. Dance for you for tuppence. Once I've stuffed this crocodile.
Thank you very much. Very
Dance for
much.
you for tuppence.
So that was all my family are from South London. Did I go into South London?
London,
I can't
right.
help but call it South London.
Yeah. I'm
And,
from South London.
She's from South London, from the posh part, whereas we ain't. Mum used to have a saying. Well, she still has a saying. Whenever we took liberties, she'd come out with this saying, "I'll dance for you for tuppence." And when nobody knows where she got it from, she doesn't even know where she got it from.
So our next song is called Space Time. And Jim wrote this after watching a very late night documentary by the gorgeous Professor Brian Cox. And this is what he understood about space time.
What I understood, not Brian Cox.
No,
I think
what Jim understood.
Brian Cox understands a little bit more about it than I do.
Anyone who's got a heartbeat will know the pain. A momentary rapture you never feel again. Anyone with any feeling will understand. Feel the void, find a handhold. Water in the sand. But don't look back and don't feel blue. This sacred moment is here for you. Space time. Every moment of a lifetime placed on the chart. Every whispered greeting, every time we part, making love, testing teardrops, a long held gaze. Test the wind, touch the sunshine. Lazy days. The earth turns cartwheels around the sun. Each moment will be there till time is done. Space time. Space time.
when your soul can fly. They might be there to greet you. You might find out why. The man with the white hair holds the key. Revisit those moments from your memory. Space time. Space time. Space time. Space time. Space Time. That one is on our forthcoming album. Shall I show them?
Oh, you could.
Shall we do it here?
Yeah.
Do it right now. Hey,
Big
Jerry.
reveal. Hello.
Good to see you.
That is a 12 string, I think.
Yeah,
Has it still got 12 strings?
It's still got 12 strings on it, Andy. Yeah. This is hey Adrian. This
Thanks, Adrian's mum.
this is an old 1970s or 80s, ostensibly cheap 12 string Tarada, mass produced in Japan. But it is just a beautiful instrument. It was given to me by a friend who's no longer with us, and so it's really special to me. And it was a nightmare to play when he first gave it to me. It had a neck like a tree trunk, but the wonderful Adam Rose Allison reshaped the neck for me, so it's playable. So it's a big old brute, but it's an absolutely beautiful instrument now.
Okay, that's enough about the guitars.
Now I could talk about talk about guitars. Anyway,
about the album.
Yeah, look.
There we go. It's going to be coming out early in the new year. Temperatures rising.
How about that?
Oh, we've had so many wonderful people involved in this project. We're so chuffed with it.
We're really, really chuffed with it.
Yeah.
There we go. Look, that's all you're going to get for now. If you want to see any more, you're going to have to buy it. No, we're really thrilled with it. Actually, what are we doing?
Littlefield.
Littlefield. Oh, cool. Ooh, cool.
And this next one we're playing is we released this recently as released it recently as a single, and produced a little video for it. And I think I mentioned it in my arty bit earlier on. Bit of self promotion there about my some of my paintings on glass featured in it. It's a shadow puppet video, little animation that we made for this song, which is about a house local to us, which was left empty for a while after the occupants moved out, and before the new people could move in, it was left empty for a bit. Thank you, Paul. And yes, when it was a horrible, grim, dark night, Jim was out walking the dog, and suddenly there was a light on in this house that had been empty for ages, and it had been a horrible time. So this was just like a little sort of beacon of hope. So he came home and immediately wrote a song. And we're about to sing it once he has got himself all tuned up and ready.
That's the trouble with 12 strings. It's a lot of strings to tune.
A lot of tunes to string. Or strings to tune. Thank you very much, Adrian. Adrian is going to be, he's taking part at the very end of Elstoaf. Adrian is part of our last feature, so stay till the end. it's home we make our way. Not one happy tale makes the news. Despair can take control. It sleeps within your soul. No matter what card you're dealt, you're going to lose. I see through the trees, a window in the night. A house that was dark now shares a little light. And the birds they sang, and the bells they rang, and the light came on in little feet. They left the house in June. It slept silent as the tomb. It sat there empty as the leaves turned gold. Winter did pass by. The days and weeks did fly. People said the house was looking old. Lambs play in the fields, bluebells in the wood. New life pushing through, something's feeling good. And the birds they sang, and the bells they rang, and the light came on in little feet. How dark the night can seem, how dark can be your dream, how dark can be the hour before the day. We struggle with this load, we stumble on this road. How hard in the dark to find your way. A light in the dark, we can see it shine. Help you find your way, an optimistic sign. And the birds they sang, and the bells they rang, and the light came on in little fields. And the birds they sang, and the bells they rang, and the light came on in little fields.
See through the trees,
A window in the night, a house that once was dark now shares a light.
I see through the trees,
A window in the night, a house that once was dark now shares a light. Littlefield. Right, I need to find my glass of water. Hold on a second.
your glass of water.
You can talk now.
What are we going to play?
I
Have
don't
you
know.
got another, 10 minutes or so? 7 minutes, so we've only got time for one really.
One. Go to the last one.
Should we go straight to the last one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's do it. So, this one is a noisy one. And it's Josie wanted to write a song about our reliance on over-reliance sometimes on social media.
I did write it a couple of years ago. And yeah, obviously it's changed meaning a bit now.
Yeah.
Because yes, we are just completely reliant on it, and the internet.
Well, again, performing artists are really reliant on it,
Yeah,
aren't they?
and it's really coming into its own. There's some brilliant stuff that's come out of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the next song is called "Forgetting to Live," and it's sort of a klezmer style celebratory type sound to it, because I wanted to play some real squeaky quiet.
What time is it? It's 25 past, so yeah, I've got one more, yeah?
Right.
Anyway, thank you to everyone for tuning in and supporting Elstoaf. Obviously, we're going to be back later anyway, so I'm not going to say that much now. We're just going to play. So. Here we go. We're trapped by our devices, they're everywhere we look. Passengers on trains and planes use them instead of books. We're lost without our Wi-Fi. What's the password, please? If the internet goes down at all, we'd all be on our knees. And we all forgetting to live. We like and share, but what do we give? Every moment is a photograph. Oh, aren't we all forgetting to live? Scrolling down through Facebook, who I missed any news? Should I like and love that post I shared? Everyone will see my views. Checking on my timeline, updates on group and page. What if no one's commented? There's a saddle in a rage. Are we all forgetting to live? We like and share, but what do we give? Every moment is a photograph. And we all forgetting to live. Instagram is calling, what's you on my feed? Must obtain more followers, good marketing or greed. Photographs by strangers with hashtags galore, and comments with emojis that you just can't ignore. And we all forgetting to live. We like and share, but what do we give? Every moment is a photograph. And we all forgetting to live. Now you're checking Twitter, this hashtag something out. The more you're tweeting, the more you Twitter power. Now your LinkedIn profile better recommend all those folks you never met, or the world will surely end. How did this virus start? Our screaming need for a little heart. Our necks are bent, eyes on the screen, while our real life goes by unseen. So, ditch that social media, even for just one day. Open your eyes and look around, simply enjoy the day. Don't upload the photo, no one really cares. Help your brain make memories, there is no need to share. And we all forgetting to live. We like and share, but what do we give? Every moment is a photograph. And we all forgetting to live. La la la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Everybody, la la la, la 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 la. I can't hear you. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Hey.
I'm clapping for all the dozens of people watching as well. For Milton Hyde, thank you so much. That was just wonderful, as always. A couple of comments coming in while that's going on. Andy saying, sounding great, Andy Melrose. And also, big hello to Philippa, our friend Philippa.
Hey, she is.
Hello all, and great to hear you both and see you. Thanks for putting this event on. And also, Mandy, very grateful for the event as well. Thank you so much, Jim and Josie, for all your hard work to put this on for us. A great support for local talented artists. Very enjoyable.
I've just got to apologise for spitting all over the webcam in that last number.
It's fine. I wiped it off. It's okay. Paul enjoying it as well. Two Pauls, actually, Paul Gunn and Paul Winter as well, with some rounds of applause there. Andy thinks it was ironic as well. And I think that was the fact that we're doing this online during that last song.
The irony isn't lost on us, Andy. Don't worry.
And Liz as well. Brilliant too.
Oh, Liz is a brilliant artist. Comments. You can see her work on the.
That's Liz Hankins, isn't it?
Yes.
And Paul Gunn as well has got work on.
Yes, Paul Gunn is on the showcase pages.
Hints of Oliver or Fiddler on the Roof.
Very
good. Yeah, very much so. I think it's that, like you say, that kind of klezmer style with that one. I love that. I wish I'd got a screenshot at one point because there was a bit where Josie was off to one side playing the clarinet, and it looked like it was playing it directly into your left ear.
It probably was, wasn't it?
Yeah, good job I'm wearing these.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to play away from the microphones. It's too loud.
Yeah, you do, because it's great. Okay, right. Well, we're going to see more of you a little bit later on, aren't we, this evening? I think, and Jim's going to be working hard behind the scenes as well anyway as we go on during the evening. Still loads more to come. What have we got coming up? We've got, just tell us a little bit, actually, Josie and Jim, about the showcase show reel that we've got coming up, actually.
Yeah, to start with, the showcase show reel it's literally just a few of the images that you can see on the website at the moment, the Pickham's website. If you look for Elstoaf and look at the showcases, you'll see some fantastic artwork on there. So I just put a few of these into a little show reel just as a taster. And then following that, there's another little show reel that my brother has put together of past summer trifle events that we've held actually here in the gardens at Pickham's. So again, there's pictures of the artwork that's been there, the sculptures in the gardens, some of the events in the marquee. We've had live music events, we've had Shakespeare performances in the gardens, and all sorts of stuff. So yes, have a look. It's just images. But,
okay.
Yeah, worth it.
So that's going to be coming up over the next half hour, and then we've got Fiona Kane who's going to be doing a reading from her novel A Song Unsung. We've got live music from the Equatorial Group and Mike Fillery as well, and then loads more later on as well. So brilliant stuff. Jim and Josie, for now, thank you ever so much. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. That's Jim and Josie from Milton Hyde, and I'll wave goodbye, and we'll see if I can cut you off in the middle of while you're saying something.
Bye. See you.
We do it every time for Bluebell Roots. It's just become a habit when we're doing this sort of thing live. Okay, so you are watching Extremely Late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. It's a lot easier to say Elstoaf, which sounds like kind of some kind of hybrid of two entirely incompatible animals, doesn't it? But anyway, Elstoaf, Extremely Late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. Jim and Josie, who you've just seen from Milton Hyde, would normally be organising, or would have organised that in the summer, in August this year. But obviously with things as they have been in 2020, it's not been possible to do that. So they decided, well, let's do it anyway. We'll do it online, and we'll do it in that funny week between Christmas and New Year where nobody really knows what to do. So, and what a great idea as well. I think it's a really nice thing to do, something to kind of focus us in this time when we all get a bit bored, to be fair, I think. So, right. So that showcase stuff coming up very, very shortly. In the meantime, I'm just going to run a little video with the schedule of what's coming up later this evening. So that's a little look forward to what's on for the rest of the evening on Elstoaf, the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. And thanks to Jim and Josie for putting all this together. It's really great stuff. So what we're going to see now actually is a bit of a showreel of what Summer Trifle is all about. There's a video of some of the artists and things that people that have contributed to the Summer Trifle Festival in the past, plus some of the showcase pieces for the Elstoaf Summer Arts Festival. Just a little comment from Milton Hyde as well while we're here, who said, thanks for watching us, everyone. Our latest music videos on our showcase page on www.pickums.com/project/Milton Hyde. If you just go to pickums.com and then have a look at Elstoaf on there, you'll be able to see the little Elstoaf thing on the homepage for pickums.com. You can click on that, and then as you scroll down the page, there are all the showcases for all the artists who've been performing for you today on Elstoaf. Thanks for tuning in. It's really great to know there's so many people watching at once as well. We've got it. It's on the YouTube feed for Summer Trifle. It's on the Pickums. It's on the Pickums Facebook page, I should say, as well. So have a look over there. If you have any trouble on one, you can always switch to the other, and you can comment on both, and your comments appear for us here. And it's really nice to get your comments so that we can share them on the screen. So thank you for those as well. Right, we're going to have a look at the Elstoaf and Summer Trifle Festival videos. I'm going to load that into the screen now. There it goes. Here is Summer Trifle. Now, the astute among you will have noticed that there's very little sound going on that video there, so I'm just going to take that out. So at the other end of the line, Jim can organise that. It's all very technical here, you know. These things across my shoulder, they're all plugged in. No, actually, they're nothing to do with it. But Jim, at his end, has got all of the technical stuff working with various amounts of PCs and things, all sort of chucking stuff into this. All I'm doing at this end is seeing when people arrive in the stream to go and just clicking the button to start something. So it's quite easy from my bit. But Jim just wanted to make sure that there was some sound on that video. Let's have a quick listen now and see what's going on and see if that's come in. It doesn't seem to have done, but not to worry. We'll get back to that in a moment. Let's have some of the comments that are coming up on Facebook and YouTube from Jenny Seal. Jenny runs the What's On in Hailsham magazine that gets published every month. She's saying, great gig, enjoying the whole festival, some of my favourite songs of yours that aimed at Milton Hyde, I'm sure. Looking forward to what's coming up this evening between shifts, and also Jazz. That's Jazz the Alchemist. There she is, saying, really enjoying watching. Thank you, Jazz. That's very kind of you. So let's have a look at what's coming up in a little while. We've got at 6 o'clock Fiona Kane. She's going to be reading from her novel A Song Unsung, and then Mike Fillery at around about 6:15 going to have a chat with him, and I think we're having a chat with him, and then we're going to be hearing some live music from him. We've got half an hour of live music from Mike, and then at 7 more live music, but from the Equatorial Group, local group who've been performing in and around the area for around about 7-8 years now, I think, and they've had 2-3 albums out, I think now, and it's great stuff. It's a kind of twisted take on Americana, some really great. Helen, who writes and sings, is just a superb song. Right, we're going to have a chat with them, which I'm sure will be great fun. Helen and Andy and Dave as well, and anybody else that they can get together in a socially distanced way. So we may have a big crowd of people and lots of people on screen for that one, so it should be fun. And then we're going to have a look at a couple of tracks of theirs filmed in a secret location in Sussex, so that should be good fun as well. Later in the evening, after that, we've got Laura Murphy from Wayfinder Women. I'm going to be chatting to her, and there's going to be a showreel from Wayfinder Women or Wayfinder Woman, I should say, on women in lockdown. This should be interesting video to watch as well. And then Paul Winter and friends are going to be providing some music at around about 8 o'clock this evening. A bit later, we've got the Dicker Players and also Slap and Tickle Theatre. And then at the end of the evening, I'm sure we shall have a goodbye and a thanks from Jim and Josie as well. You're watching, and for some reason or other, it's not on the screen, you're watching the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. Would have been taking place for real, as you've been seeing in the videos, in August, but and then put off, but decided to do it online in the winter as well. So here we go, back to the showcase with the beautiful photos from the Summer Trifle. Some lovely images there from the Summer Trifle and some of the showcase stuff from the Elstoaf as well. Kindly put together some of that by Tim Church, Josie's brother as well. So great stuff. That's just lovely seeing some of those images, remembering those summer times as well. While we're sitting here in the dark, it might even be raining out again now, but I can't see from where I'm sitting. This window's got a blind over it, so I'll have to check in a minute. Anyway, thank you for watching this evening. It's great to have you along to Elstoaf, the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival. Quite a few things still to come tonight. We've got Fiona Kane up next. She's going to be reading from her novel, A Song Unsung, a local author based in Arlington. And then we've got Mike Fillery. We've got, with some live music, we've also got Equatorial Group with some live music as well, filmed in a secret Sussex location. So looking forward to that as well. And before 8 o'clock as well, before I disappear, we've got Laura Murphy from Wayfinder Woman as well, with Women in Lockdown, a showreel of what Wayfinder Woman has been up to during the lockdown period. So now, if you want to find out any more about any of the artists that are appearing on the Elstoaf Festival this afternoon, then head over to pickums.com. Let's see if I can get that up on screen very quickly before we go to the next section with Fiona. Let's get pickums.com up there, and here we go. That's there, and I can, hopefully, if I click on that bit, you will be able to see it. There we go. Share my screen. It's a bit like, when you're doing your stuff in in Zoom, isn't it, where you can share your screen together. So here we go. So we'll share that. There it is. There's the Pickums website, pickums.com. You can find out more about the gardens, the seminars, and the things that they run, the workshops that they run there as well. And then when you head down the page a little bit, you've got the Elstoaf link here. Click on that one, and then you can head over to the page for Elstoaf, which tells you everything about the festival that's online today. You can see here what you've missed, but which will be available via the website a bit later on, and also what's to come. Plus, then if you scroll right to the bottom of the page, you've got the Elstoaf showcase pages. So here's Fiona, for example, who will be coming up next. There's Milton Hyde there as well. Elizabeth, who did Roses in Redoubt piece earlier on in the day. And then some people are coming up later, the Dicker Players and Paul Winter and friends as well. And so they're all there on the pickums.com website for you to go and have a look at. At your own leisure. Right, let me stop sharing my screen and get ready for Fiona Kane. Now, Fiona is a local author. I spoke to her, actually, it was the very, very first Hailsham FM broadcast that we did way back in 2013, I think it was. It might be 2013 or 2014. Fiona came to the studio when we were just doing one of our 2-week broadcasts for Hailsham FM, supporting the Hailsham Festival of Arts and Culture at that point. And so it's been a long time since I've spoken to Fiona. But we've got a video coming up from her where she is sharing her something from her new novel, A Song Unsung. So that's coming up in just a couple of moments.
Hello, my name is Fiona Kane, and I'm a local author of 4 published novels, 3 psychological thrillers and 1 literary thriller, all of which are available on Amazon. Since then, I have penned 2 more novels, as yet unpublished. My 6th book, Angel Town, is a suspense thriller set in a doomsday cult in 1980s California. It's currently being read by several publishers, so I thought I'd talk a little bit about my 5th book, A Song Unsung, which will be published next year. Inspired by my father's love of jazz, A Song Unsung is a mystery suspense novel. Much of the action takes place in Soho in the late 50s. 1959 was a pivotal year in the history of jazz, with the release of 4 seminal albums: Miles Davis's Kind of Blue, Ornette Coleman, The Shape of Jazz to Come, Charles Mingus's Mingus Hum, and the Dave Brubeck Quartet's Time Out. Soho, an area in London's West End about a square mile in size, was buzzing with the sound of jazz as well as rock and roll, played in late-night sweaty basements like the 100 Club, where beatniks danced with barefoot girls. There was the Marquee on Oxford Street, where, famously, the Rolling Stones played their first gig. Cy Laurie's Jazz Club off Ham Yard, which doubled as Max rehearsals rooms during the day, and which could only be entered by a door it shared with a strip club and a boxing gym. The famous all-nighters at the Flamingo Club, which boasted the most expensive entry fee of £1.10, and of course Ronnie Scott's, the first club on American lines, which opened on 30th October 1959 in a seedy basement on Gerrard Street. Teenagers, with money to spare, hung out in coffee shops, sitting at sticky formica tables, drinking cappuccinos, listening to the latest hits on the jukeboxes, and in the Coach and Horses and the French, painters, boxers and actors mixed with writers, musicians and prostitutes. Meanwhile, glamour photographer and girly magazine publisher Harrison Marks ran a studio in Gerrard Street. But the 1959 Street Offences Act saw 5,000 girls being driven from the streets and into clubs such as Paul Raymond's Revue Bar, which in turn triggered a decline in the fortunes of the Windmill, a theatre made famous by the girls who posed naked on stage. There were delis, charcuteries, Algerian coffee stores, Italian, Greek, Indian, Chinese, German and French restaurants. The air was thick with the fug of cigarette smoke, and the notorious gangs which controlled the gambling and protection rackets prowled the streets. Right, so now I'm going to read an extract from A Song Unsung. This is actually a world exclusive. It's incredibly early days in the publishing process of this particular book, hasn't been copy edited yet, and there is no cover. So you are in for a real treat. Before I read an extract, I thought it probably best if I set the scene, which I'll do by reading the blurb. So here we go. I need my glasses for this. Soho, 1958. Martha Palmer, an aspiring singer working in a coffee shop, is desperately short of cash. She's been scouted by a photographer. The money's good, but there's a catch. Sussex, 1976. Nothing much happens in 14-year-old Natasha James's life. Her mother has taken to her bed, and her father, the local doctor, is preoccupied with his patients. But when the magnetic Martha Palmer moves into her sleepy village, Natasha is drawn into a glittery new world of extravagant parties steeped in the embroidered rhythms of jazz. But who is the mysterious Martha Palmer? What exactly is her relationship with Natasha's father? And why is she the keeper of so many secrets? Desperate to fill in the gaps of Martha's past, Natasha uncovers a heartbreaking love story, the truth of which threatens to destroy all that she holds dear. So here we go. Chapter 1. Soho, London, 1958. It would have saved time if she'd changed in the cafe, but she hadn't dared risk it. Giovanni noticed everything, even when he wasn't looking. Sometimes when he wasn't even in the room, which was quite some talent. He would have asked questions, annoying questions at that. It's what he did. Another talent. And she wasn't ready to answer them, not by a long shot. So she'd gone back to her lodgings. Fair enough, she'd allowed enough time. The mistake she'd made was putting on the shoes. She should have worn her saddle shoes and carried the stilettos. Irresistibly shiny and oh so elegant, she'd waltzed out of the house in them without a second thought. But now she's paying the price. The tight new leather is pinching her skin, her heels are blistered, and her toes, squashed into the pointy end, have been rubbed raw. Blindingly obvious in hindsight. Brand new high-heeled shoes equals pain. Why is it always the little details that escape her? She hobbles into Berwick Street, chaotic as ever, the air pungent with a sickly sweet aroma of bruised apples and overripe oranges rotting in the gutters. Deftly avoiding a scattering of carrots, she inches past a heavy wooden wheelbarrow and weaves an awkward path through a gaggle of loud-mouthed market traders and their customers, but skids on a decomposing cabbage leaf and slides into a boy carrying a can of film.
"Watch where you're going, love," he says, deaf to her apology as he hurries on his way. Damn these shoes. Strutting in front of the mirror last night, she'd been bowled over by how pretty they looked with the sky blue polka dot dress. It was the look she dreamed of, even if it was a look that she couldn't afford. She was behind with the rent again. 2 months this time. But really, that unfortunate detail was beside the point. She needed to impress, and to do that she had to have the perfect outfit. It was hardly a gamble. She'd landed the job on the spot, hadn't she? Darling girl, have you ever thought about modelling? Who, me? She said, glancing over her shoulder at the various customers seated in the cafe. The woman, beautiful, blonde, and with a bouffant hairdo, smiled and patted her hand. Why not? You're adorable. Cute as a kitten. Just what we're after, as a matter of fact. Stan's camera will absolutely love you. Adorable? Stan's camera? A model? Me? It didn't seem likely. She was a waitress and... It's well paid, the woman continued. £2 an hour. £2? Mercifully, she'd managed to place the cappuccino on the table without spilling a single drop. Quite some feat, given her trembling hands. You sound surprised. Drop by our studio on Thursday. Give it a go. God knows you only live once. And with those words of encouragement, the woman thrust her hand inside an expensive-looking handbag and whipped out a business card. A knot of nervous apprehension brings her back to the present. What if the woman is wrong? What if Stan's camera doesn't like me? I'll have wasted a lot of money and be in even more debt than I was before. She shakes her head. Negative thoughts have never got anyone anywhere. She hasn't wasted her money. She's invested in her future. A brighter future. A better job. Not that she minds working at the cafe. Despite needing to know everything about everybody all the time, Giovanni Fiore is a decent boss. The pay is good, the hours reasonable, and the work easy enough. It's just that she wants more out of life. She wants to make something of herself. That's why she'd run away to London. Not that she'd ever imagined being a model. Who'd have thought? Strange the way life works. Only now she's late because of these ridiculous shoes. Pain triggered tears pricking the corner of her eyes. She grits her teeth and veers into Wardour Street, glaring at the unsightly red V carved into her skin by the too tight leather. The shoes are agony. Her feet are blistered. But so what? Her life is on the up. She's going to be rich, and once she's paid off her debt, she'll buy one of those electric fires so that next winter she won't have to sleep in her coat. After that, she'll buy a chest of drawers. There are loads going cheap on the Portobello Road. A rug, maybe, and then she'll save. One thing she's sure of, she isn't going back. So that's it, a little taster of my next book. Hopefully it'll be available in the summer of next year. But in the meantime, if you want to read any of my other books, they are available on Amazon, paperback and ebook. So that's it. I'd like to say goodbye and wish you all a very happy new year.
Fiona Kane, lovely stuff from Fiona there. That's really great. Really good to see her again. And a couple of comments coming in from that. Well, actually, Fiona herself as well, saying, good to see you again, Neil. Thank you. Good to see you too, Fiona, as well. It's quite strange because when I comment from this end, what happens is it ends up posting it as Pickham's and Summer Trifle all at the same time. So I end up with the things happening. We do apologise for the sound during there. The sound level was very low. Jim was doing everything he could to get it louder at the other end. However, if you couldn't quite make out what was going on there, then don't worry, because all the videos that everybody has been supplying for the Elstoaf this afternoon will be going up onto the Pickhams.com website as well, so people can so that you can watch them again up there. So fingers crossed you'll get a little bit slightly better experience of the sound there. So go to Pickhams.com/Elstoaf, ELSTOAF. It stands for Extremely Late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival, and you can check out all the videos over that way. Right, very shortly, in about 10 minutes time, I'm going to be chatting with Mike Filler. He's warming up in the background in the green room down there. I can see Mike getting ready. Look, he's had some fun with his phone and his laptop. So we're going to try things out and see how it goes. That's coming up in around about 10 minutes time. So I'll pop on for now a video of what's still to come on Elstoaf this evening. So let's bring that up now. We've got some music going with that, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes with Mike Fillery. So we'll look there at what's coming up later on Elstoaf this evening. Loads of things still to come. But we're very pleased to be joined now by Mike Filler. I'm going to bring Mike into the stream here. Here's Mike. Good evening, Mike. How are you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly well. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely fine. Yes, I've had some major technical difficulties. My laptop will not connect, so I can't use my... I've got a really fancy pedal that makes me sound professional and everything. That's gone. So you've just got me and a guitar now.
That's fine. We stripped back for this. You want to talk to Jim about technical problems earlier on today. They were having great fun with some of the videos and things disappearing. So, yeah. Mike, where are you at the moment? Literally, whereabouts exactly? It says something about rehearsal rooms on the wall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can probably see that. So, I mean, this is largely... It's not working, so I'll move it out.
Okay. It just looks good, though.
Yeah, it makes me feel like I'm like it's working. I'm at Bad Habit Rehearsal Rooms in Eastbourne. They're wonderful rehearsal rooms. They're not really open at the moment, but they've let me come in by myself just to do this, which is nice of them.
I know a couple of places around Eastbourne, but it's not one I know of. Whereabouts are they?
They're on Belmore Road.
Okay, yep. So if people want to get down there when things are up and running again, need a bit of rehearsal space, check them out.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
brilliant.
They're wonderful, wonderful rehearsal rooms.
Excellent. Mike, tell us a little bit about yourself as well before we let you play some music.
Sure. My name's Mike Fillery. Hello.
Hi, Mike.
So yes, I'm a singer-songwriter, born and raised in Helsham, moved to Eastbourne. I play my own songs that I've written. They're mostly about relationships that have gone wrong, which is nice. Some of them are happy.
Yeah, you have to hope that people don't have so many relationships gone wrong that they make a career out of that kind of songwriting.
Yes, unfortunately, I've got quite a few songs.
It's a shame. Well, another Helsham lad. I'm here in Helsham myself tonight, so that's great. Did you attend the school here as well?
I did, yeah. HCC, well, Hawks Farm, then HCC.
Yep, we know it well. My twins are at HCC at the moment, so great. Big up the house, big up the sham. Right, Mike, tell us a little bit more. Are you kind of recording and releasing stuff as well? Do you put stuff onto YouTube or Bandcamp? Or what do you do with your music once you've kind of recorded and put it down?
Yes, I try and let people listen to it. I've got one album on Spotify at the moment called Drowning Fish.
Okay.
I've got a brand new album which is being mixed at the moment. Should be out in about a month. That's going to be called Mike Fillery with an F.
Okay.
No one can spell it. It gets quite irritating.
Really? Do people spell it without an F?
Always with a PH, every single time.
How bizarre. I guess I knew some Filleries growing up, so in Eastbourne, so I guess it wouldn't even occur to me to put using a PH.
No, it's strange. But yes, whenever you say Mike Fillery, they go, so it's PH? You go, no.
No, that's how bizarre. Yeah, well, there's no accounting for people. So I have an awkward to spell surname as well. And people go, what? Povey? Pavey? And I get all sorts of things. Well, I used to be a teacher, and one year there was a young girl in my class. I taught year 2, 6 and 7-year-olds, and her younger brother just always used to call me Mr. Pony. And it stuck. It really stuck, and that's what he's 11 now, and that's what he calls me to this day. So.
Mr. Pony, love it.
Right,
but yes, yeah, all over Spotify. Go listen to me.
Excellent, Mike. Going to let you get on with some live music for us this evening and entertain us from Bad Habit Rehearsal Rooms. This is Mike Fillery. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. This is off my album. It's on Spotify. Go listen to it. This is a song called Walking Alone. Telling me you can't wait for me. Telling me you can't wait for me to be grown. Till she slammed down the phone. Telling me you walk away. Baby, you'll be walking alone. You try to tell me how to change to make your life so much better. You never stop to think, hey, what if I'm wrong? Wrong. Try to find a polite way to ignore you. But you're banging on, 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 you're banging on. Telling me you can't wait for me. Telling me you can't wait for me to be grown. Then she slammed down the phone. Telling me you walk away. Baby, you'll be walking alone. You try to change the things I like about me. You never stop to think, hey, what if I'm wrong? Wrong. If you hate me so much, then you should really release me. But you're hanging on, 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 hanging on. Telling me you can't wait for me. Telling me you can't wait for me to be grown. Then she slammed down the phone. Telling me you walk away. Baby, you'll be walking alone. Don't change me, I like who I am. Don't threaten me with loneliness and sorrow. I don't give a damn. Telling me you can't wait for me. Telling me you can't wait for me to be grown. Then she slammed down the phone. Telling me you walk away. Baby, I'll be following, more likely you'll be wallowing, 'cause baby, you'll be walking alone. Thank you very much for that rapturous applause. That was Walking Alone off my album Drowning for Fish. It's on Spotify and iTunes and Amazon and all that business. It's wonderful. So my next song, I figured there's a lot of Christmas songs. There's not many New Year's songs, apart from Auld Lang Syne, which people just tack on to Christmas. So I've written a song called New Year's Resolution, and this is definitely going to be #1 in 3 days. I've not released it yet, so there's a bit of work to do, but when it comes out, this is New Year's Resolution. My New Year's resolution was to let you become the man that I thought deep down I should be. Standing firm, yeah, on my own two feet. I may be alone, but I don't feel lonely. Never wanted to change the world, just change myself. Not your fault the way I turned out, but you didn't help. This year I will change. This year I will try. My New Year's resolution was to let you become the man that I thought deep down I should be. Standing firm, yeah, on my own two feet. I may be alone, but I don't feel lonely. You can dance if you want to, I won't mind. I also won't see you, but I'm sure it'll be amazing. 2-step, baby. Fear is what has kept me here, tethered to you. Why stay and be miserable? Pay my due. Next year I will change. Next year I will try. My New Year's resolution was to let you become the man that I thought deep down I should be. Stand above, yeah, on my own two feet. I may be alone, but I don't feel lonely. Yeah. Lonely. I'll leave you behind. It's the only way I'll ever find the light. Hope is just a step away. I know now I cannot stay. But the New Year's resolution was to leave. Become the man that I thought deep down I should be. Stand firm, yeah, on my own 2 feet. And I may be alone. But the New Year's resolution was to leave. Become the man that I thought deep down I should be. Stand firm, yeah, on my own 2 feet. And I may be alone. Don't feel lonely. Happy New Year! There you go. That is the New Year's number one. Is that a thing? Do you get a New Year's number one? I'm not sure what the deal is with that. But that'll be on my next album when it comes out. Keep an eye on my social medias. Facebook.com/MikeFilleryMusic or @MikeFillery on Instagram if you want. I'm all over the place, both social media wise and in my actual life. Here is a song called Alive, and it's about wanting to be alive, which is nice. And it goes like this: because I'm not desperate for you all the time. Miss that time because it was mine. I just wanna feel alive again, feel alive, I want back the time you stole from me. I feel like it's what I'm owed. Give away my heart, so now I feel nothing. Watch me walk away down the road. Because I'm not desperate for you all the time. It's that time because it was mine. I just wanna feel alive again, feel alive, I never broke the rules of love, treated you just like a queen. Just in my eyesight so I could only say you. Makes sense I could not have seen your lies, but I'm not desperate for you all the time. It's that time because it was mine. I just wanna feel alive again, feel alive. Here we go. To the chicken, everyone. Oh yeah, we grooving now. I'm more run down than this riff. Got me wondering what if I spent more time on myself. Played the hand that I've been dealt. Felt the warmth for my friends. Took the time I needed to mend. You would never find me leave my head held so high the water can't drown me. I'm not desperate for you all this time. miss that time 'cause it was mine. I just wanna feel alive again, feel alive. Yeah, that one's on Spotify as well. Go to Spotify, search for Mike Fillery with an F, and I'm on there, and I'm having a lovely time. What are we doing? So that was Alive. This is a song called Nice to See You, and oh my god, is it nice to see everybody here. It's nice to see you, and you, and you. Oh, I didn't see you there. Lovely to see you. Here is a song about how nice it is. Oh dear. It's nice to see you're happy. It's been so long since I've seen you smile. I hope whoever it is, whatever they do, to stay around for a while. I know you're waiting for a joke, a backhanded compliment, but that's just my insecurity finding a way to vent. I mean this, please be happy, please be loved, please enjoy, 'cause life is rough. If you can, lift you up, don't stay here with me, down here with me. Nice to see you happy, it's been so long since I've seen you smile. I hope whoever it is, whatever they do, to stay around for a while. Sincerity is not my strong point, but I just wanted to say happiness is frivolous and nothing gold can stay. I mean this, please be happy, please be loved, please enjoy, 'cause life is rough. If you can, lift you up, don't stay here with me, down here with me. Nice to see you happy, it's been so long since I've seen you smile. I hope whoever it is, whatever they do, to stay around for a while. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. It's nice to see you happy. It's been so long since I've seen you smile. I hope whoever it is, whatever they do, to stay around for a while to make you happy. Goddamn, I love your smile. I hope whoever it is, whatever they do, it's nice to see you. Yeah, that was a beautiful song I wrote for my friend who is happy now. And it's always nice to see. Not everyone's happy, obviously. This next song I wrote while I was quite sad, in fact. Luckily, I've cheered up now, so don't worry about it. Some people call this a bit of a sad song. If any of you come to my live streams, which I do Sundays at 10 over on my Facebook page, Mike Fillery Music, 10 o'clock on a Sunday, we do a one for you, one for me live stream where I play a song that you've requested, I play a song that I've requested. So if you want to go over and join that next Sunday, I'll be there. But if anyone is here that has been to that, they probably know what a heart party is. Let's try and get one of them going on here, although there's probably not quite enough of you. But yeah, smash the hearts, let them all fly up. If you're on Facebook, obviously it won't work on YouTube, but that's another story. Here's a song called Stay. So unhappy I could happily die. I know it's not something I should say. So damn miserable, but I will press on. If I can make it through today, maybe I will stay. I'm about to get who I should Where am I to mask my truth and fade into someone else? Wish that I was enough for you. I'd love to be open and true, but I cover my cracks with lies and lies and half truth. I'd rather you like me than you knew me. So unhappy I could happily die. I know it's not something I should say. So damn miserable that I will press on. If I can make it through today, maybe I will stay. I can see there's a few of you in it. Smash that heart button, let me fly. Join in if you've never seen me before. This is the fun that we have on a Sunday. Sometimes when I lose myself, I find a man I like less. Where am I to hide my face? Oh God, I'm such a mess. I guess I could be enough for you if you could just open your eyes. But it's gonna take a couple of years for you to realize. I'd rather you like me than you knew me. So unhappy I could happily die. I know it's not something I should say. So damn miserable, but I will press on. If I can make it through today, maybe I will stay. Isn't that beautiful? Just looks so pretty, don't you think? All them hearts. Oh my God, so much love. It's just one more day, one more day. Tomorrow the sun may shine. One more day, one more day. Tomorrow I might be fine. One more day, one more day. Tomorrow the sun may shine. One more day, one more day. Tomorrow I might be fine. So unhappy I could happily die. I know it's not something I should say. So damn miserable, but I will press on. If I can make it through today. If I can make it through today. If I can make it through today, maybe I will. Did you finish it? Did you finish the song for me? I hope you did, because that's the fun of it. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Delightful. So yeah, like I say, Sundays at 10. If you want more of that kind of nonsense, it's good fun way to kick off your Sunday. It used to be a good way to recover from your Saturday, but that doesn't seem to really happen anymore. We're not talking about that. We're having a lovely time. Here is a song. Right, here's a much more happier song called Girl of My Dreams. This is for you, baby. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Happy just to know that I'm on your mind. I don't need to hear your voice all the time. I know your heart, you know mine. Falling in love all over again. I don't want this one to ever end. You're as perfect as you seem. Perfect girl for a perfect me. Always be the girl of my dreams. got nothing left. Wanna feel you breathing upon my chest. I don't need to tell you that you are the best. I don't wanna wake you, need your rest. Falling in love all over again. I don't want this one to ever end. You're as perfect as you seem. Perfect girl for a perfect me. You've always been the girl of my dreams. I don't wanna change, let's just get older. Wanna feel your hair resting on my shoulder. Feel no need to change or mold ya. I can't fight the urge to just be honest. I got my Scottish cock, my fondness. I don't want anything beyond this. Falling in love all over again. I don't want this one to ever end. You're as perfect as you seem. Perfect girl for a perfect me. You've always been the girl of my dreams. Falling in love all over again. I don't want this one to ever end. You're as perfect as you seem. Perfect girl for a perfect me. You've always been the girl of my dreams. You've always been the girl of my dreams. You've always been the girl of my dreams. There's normally a bunch of harmonies and stuff over that, which makes it sound very impressive. If you like that, if you want that, come along on Sunday or listen to my album. How are we doing for time? We're all right. Okay, here is a song I wrote when I was quite uninspired. I couldn't think of anything to write about. And when you can't think of anything to write about the fact you can't think of anything to write about. Right? About? Here's a song called Uninspired. It goes like this. Everybody uses these 4 chords. There's nothing original, I'm just flailing and I'm bored. Can't seem to find a reason to say something to do with these same damn chords. Going round again, and I'm nowhere. Uninspired, yes I am. Uninspired, here I stand. Uninspired, feeling like I'm stranded lost at sea. Uninspired, launching lifeboats, come and save me. Oh, I thought I was unique, but I'm just the same and I'm feeling oh so bleak. Don't wanna play this game, pretend I can change, but these same 4 chords going round again, and I'm nowhere. Uninspired, yes I am. Uninspired, here I stand. Uninspired, feel like I'm stranded lost at sea. Uninspired, Lord, the lifeboats come and save me. Save me. Save me. Save me. Uninspired, yes I am. Uninspired, here I stand. Uninspired, feel like I'm stranded, lost at sea. Uninspired, launch a lifeboat, come and save me. Save me, save me from an unoriginal ending. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be here on the Elstoaf live stream. Very catchy name. I do like it. Thank you for having me. This will be my last song, and then I'll leave you all in peace. If you want to check me out, Mike Fillery, on all the social medias, on all of the music streaming sites. I'm all over the place. MikeFillery. Kapow. Come see me. I'll finish with a song called You're Terrible. Stick around after this. We've got some fantastic people coming up. But this is the last one from me. Here I am, feeling lost and alone, wishing you would be thinking of me. There you are, you moved on, found a better person than me, who can make you happy. This is feeling all too familiar, watching your love drift away. Are you happy you broke my heart? Would and have broken yours today? You were inevitable. You're terrible. You took years, you took days to find a love for someone to use and then replace. Close my eyes, feel the pain. Could there be another girl to help me forget your face? This is feeling all too familiar, watching your love drift away. Are you happy you broke my heart? Could it have broken yours today? You were inevitable. You're terrible. You broke me, you left me, broken man, forever unready, unable, unwilling, unstable. Oh, this is feeling all too familiar, watching your love drift away. Are you happy you broke my heart? Would it have broken yours to stay? You were inevitable. You're terrible. You were mine. Thank you very much. I've been Mike Fillery. Have a wonderful time with the rest of the stuff. Yeah.
Mike, thank you so much. That's been great fun this evening. I really enjoyed that. Lots and lots of comments coming in as well on the Facebook and YouTube feeds as well. At one point, all people had to say was stay. Linda, Rebecca, Stan, all saying stay, which obviously the last word of your song there as well. And a lot of hearts coming from Rebecca as well there.
Lovely.
All the thumbs up from James, loving what you're doing tonight as well. Also, Jungle Rhythm, hello from San Diego, California, and
hello, Jungle Rhythm.
Also, Drew Winter. as well, with a round of applause for you there. That's Drew.
Wow, some lovely glasses he's got there.
He certainly has, yeah. I think the size of glasses that I need but keep refusing to wear in my middle age. But there you go. Right, so just remind us of where we can catch you online performing again, please, Mike.
Every Sunday, 10 o'clock at facebook.com/Mike Fillery Music. I will be there performing. Fun times.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, so go along and send hearts. We'll have a heart party next Sunday evening from 10 o'clock.
Can't wait.
Take care, Mike, and thanks for taking part in Elstoaf. We'll hopefully see you online again at some point in the new year, and maybe get you down to Bluebell Roots at some point as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Cheers, Mike. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's Mike Fillery. Great set from Mike. Don't forget, all of our sets are going up on the pickums.com website for you to have a look at later on, especially the videos that we've already shared today, a lot of the ones that have been pre-recorded. And then what we can do is we'll be able to edit these ones that have gone out live as well, and they'll be able to be seen on the Pickums website. And you know what I'm going to do at this point? I'm going to bring in Jim and Josie just to check that I'm not saying stuff, not making promises or writing checks that my that your website can't keep. Sorry. There you go. Right, don't forget to unmute yourselves, please. Yeah, I can't hear you at the moment. I'll just pop up another couple of. Oh, there you go.
How's that?
That's better, right? Okay.
Way back.
Jungle Rhythm sounded great. Thank you. So thanks to Jungle Rhythm for the comments there. Yeah. So I was just saying about all the performances going up on Facebook. Is that the same with the live performances as well? We're going to be able to edit, because this is going to be a massive download, this one, isn't it?
Yeah. So obviously the YouTube live. Well, both of them will be available to watch on Facebook and YouTube, so we can put a link.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, it would just be a link on the website, wouldn't it?
That's right. Actually, what we can do as well.
Life's too short to edit the whole thing into different performances.
That's just what I was thinking. Actually, that's what I was worrying about. So making promises. Right now, I want you to stay in the stream, if that's okay, for the next bit, because you know these guys as well as I do. And I'm going to add the Equatorial Group, including separately from a boulangerie in West Ham.
What the heck?
It's Andy Searle. Bottom right on the screen, you have Helen and David, and then we've got Andy there with his glass of red and his cans on. Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
Cheers.
Yeah,
cheers.
Yes, cheers indeed. I have admittedly slipped onto the darker stuff this evening, and it has got something volatile in it.
Castrol GTX.
That's the stuff.
Fair play to Jim and Josie. I mean, how many hours in are you now? You don't look like
7 hours and 45 minutes.
I can't even focus on the clock at the moment.
No, I mean I'm hallucinating. I'm seeing like a great big loaf of bread next to Andy Searle's ear.
Yeah, happens to us all.
So, it's the weirdest green screen ever.
It's actually a pillow.
Oh, it's a real one.
I thought that was a green screen. And I was going to joke that was his pillow.
It is actually a pillow.
It is a pillow.
It is
Other pillows are available.
Well, there are.
Yeah.
Do you have a fresh pillow baked for you every day?
May we?
Yeah.
Strange things have happened.
I've seen that you get these adverts on Facebook for Wish, and on there you can buy massive sausage pillows. They're human-sized sausages, and it's just bizarre. And also,
want one of them.
Ones of pig carcasses. It's odd. It's just so odd. Right up your street, Mr. Turl. Anyway. What's been going? Well, yeah. What's been going on for the Equatorial Group this year? Anyway, have you managed to do much?
I've been really busy, Neil. World tour.
Furlough Turl over there.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Well, guys, over to you, because I'll just babble. Well, we've been fairly quiet, but there was a 16-track record that's poised somewhere about halfway through, but we can't finish it at the moment because we're stuck. We got the drums down in my house, and the neighbours were pretty receptive. They banged on the wall in time. Yeah.
That's all right. As long as they did it in time, that's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you just a high pass filter on that bit? That's no problem at all. Right, so some people want to say hello. Juggle Rhythm's here to say, got to support Crazy Legs.
That's my friend Dan from America.
And,
Love you, Dan.
And Mike's here as well. It's the bread man.
Hey!
Talking of drummers.
The gift.
I take it was Mike that was doing the drumming in your house, was it? Or was it?
No. Mike's emigrated to Cornwall.
Mike's in tier 2.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Lucky beggar. Mind you, they've gone up to tier 2. They were in tier 1, weren't they? Annie Waite's listening as well, or watching. She says hi. And Gary as well. Gary's in here. He says hi to Neil, Teg, and Teg as in the Equatorial Group, Jimbo, Joseph, Tip, and Randy. Looking forward to this very much. We all are, actually. Yes. You've been out and about, haven't you, doing secret stuff?
Well, we had a feeling we wouldn't be able to all get together, and it panned out that way. So
exactly.
We went for a 5-mile walk and played some songs to the sheep.
Yeah.
It's the best way to do it, I think. If the sheep like it, you stand a good chance. And I was going to say, Milton Hyde have been out and about as well this summer, haven't you? Doing
we were inspired by their action.
We played to seagulls and sheep.
Yeah.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Oh, and we played a gig in the dark in the field one night. So
yeah, that was kind
owls.
of strange. Yeah, with owls. Yeah.
Surreal,
yeah. Sorry, just had to put this on. Polly's just off to bed, but she says hi to you guys. Do say hi.
She did really well in the family quiz yesterday, and she's only 5.
Oh, well done, Polly. That's great to know. Excellent stuff. Right. Okay. Look, Jim, have you got everything ready and lined up, ready to go?
Well, in theory.
In theory, in theory at least. So we've got a couple of tracks from you filmed out and about. Well, how many tracks actually is it, Helen?
I think there's 5, but you can always cut us off halfway through. Get bored.
I think
as soon as my mouth cut it.
No,
there's some old ones, there's some gold ones, and there's some new ones. Exclusive.
That's very exciting.
All right, big it up, guys. Go big it up.
Jimbo, get it queued up, and I will. Is it ready to go, Jim? Can I add it to the stream?
Please would be nice.
Sorry. Jim did.
Hang on, he's flummoxed for what?
Me, yeah, not like me, is it?
Iggy.
Well, it should be, but I have had sound issues, so hopefully it'll be okay. But yeah,
all right.
crossed.
Well, look, I'm going to add it in, and there should be. There we go. There's a little blank bit there, and then that will start playing in just a moment, and I will disappear everybody else from the screen. So we'll see you on the other side of this.
Thank you all so much.
We'll come back for a very quick chat.
New Year.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. We'll have a chat after this, as long as Andy hasn't finished that bottle and eaten all the pills. All right, see you in a bit. So we've got, this is the Equatorial Group and some lovely live songs.
We are, we are, we are. Do you all feel the same? 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 Does the song make you whole again?
I'm going to add you guys back into the stream because we having a little bit of fun with the video player.
I thought that was an improvement, to be honest.
Oh no, not at all. Sorry about that. I was just going to message you privately, but yeah, great fun with the internet issues that we're having over in Arlington. I think they're under about a foot of water, probably, with the internet lines. So it's not been great there. Well, let's say hi to a couple of people. Rowan says a very soothing. That's very nice. Thank you. And Jim, oh yeah, just audio and video. It's not just your end, Jim, I'm afraid. It's our end as well, so apologise to that. And Mr. Chris Giles, hi to Chris. Hello. Hello, guys. Looks like a French farmhouse, I know.
You weren't there when we were there.
You didn't walk all the way there, did you? Yeah, Rowan, sorry about it, Rowan. And also there, Jim says, just mine just got better. Yeah, and it is. It's coming and going. Jim is just restarting the computer that the video is running from. And so hopefully we'll be able to get that a little bit better. In the meantime, tell me about other things you've been up to during your lockdown, because it's been a funny year, hasn't it? Have you been working still, or have you been furloughed, or just like sat on your backside like me, doing absolutely nothing?
I've been working, but yeah, Dave's, well,
not anymore.
He's retired.
Yeah, I've retired now.
In our mind.
It feels like that for me as well. I mean, I miss it because obviously it's going out 2 or 3 times a week and actually entertaining people and kind of enjoying, making a party work well. And that's been a huge part of what I've done for the last 4 or 5 years. And then suddenly to not be able to do it at all, it's quite. You first of all you think, oh, good, a break from work for a bit, but actually, the longer it goes on, the harder that gets. Actually, I think.
Yeah,
definitely.
Andy, what about you? Have you still been working at
like
work?
a dog, like a dog, Neil, like a dog?
Have you been able to get into the office, or have you had to work from home?
Well, ironically, my office overlooks the Eastbourne COVID Centre. Yeah, so I'm on 80% furlough, so I have to go in 1 day a week at the moment.
Right. Okay. So,
but with a mask,
Yeah. Okay.
Stay safe.
And so you don't actually have to work on the other 4 days at all if you're on that furlough, do you?
Yeah, creativity, ideas.
Okay, so now
and lots of box sets.
Yeah, loads of TV. Yeah, what's been your TV favourites this year, guys?
I quite enjoyed. I didn't see it first time round. The Night Manager. I've just watched that.
Oh, I've not seen that yet.
It's on iPlayer. Very good.
Okay.
Other streaming platforms are available.
Not for that program, they aren't. But
no, not for that.
I can only cope with the Vicar of Dibley at the moment. That's
been very good, actually, hasn't it? I like how they've kind of contextualised it all. It's been very good how they've kind of put that into what we're all going through with the Vicar of Dibley stuff. Has been really good with a kind of Zoom type call. Okay, right now then I'm looking at Jim and I can't see it down there. How about doing a live one? Have you done any of that actually? Have you done any live streaming of stuff?
I'm petrified.
Yeah,
no. To be honest, this has been the impetus we needed to actually do something. Other than recording something live in the garden over the summer, we haven't done anything. I struggle at the best of times, and this isn't doing.
Very interesting, isn't it? Because I had a couple of queries about, well, could you do a children's disco online? And I could. It wouldn't work because they're all in their own rooms, and
it's not the same.
And for some musicians, some have completely embraced it and really gone for it and done loads, and it's been brilliant. And we've done our Bluebell Roots online where we can. We did a couple outdoors when we were able to earlier in the summer. But other than that, we've there are other people who just prefer. Actually, no, that's not for me. It's just not the right way of doing it.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of an old dog learning new tricks. I think
you old dog.
Don't you start.
Now I've seen you've got guitars out, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot here because I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do. And I can see that Jim has got the video player up and running again. So
cool.
Shall we try and get back to it? It means that we'll be back. Right, let's have a look here. If I add this to the stream, Jim ought to be able to see. And there will be a little bit echoey for a moment, but can we hear anything? He's got to click play yet, hasn't he? He's still there. There it is. We'll say goodbye, and we'll come back later. Okay, well, I don't appear to have a lot going on in that video at all. He's trying again. Jim's doing his darndest behind the scenes to see if we can get stuff running. Let's have a listen, see if we can hear something. Doesn't appear to be anything at the moment. I tell you what, I'm going to bring the guys back in that case. Sorry, guys.
Neil, have you seen this message? The surname's Turl. And it's outrageous.
Lost audio, that one. Oh no, this one here.
That one.
And his albums are in alphabetical order since working from home. Brilliant. Okay, well let's have a few more of the comments that are coming up on Facebook. Chris posted earlier, "Hello guys, looks like a French farmhouse I know." Or the final scene of Blair Witch. Travel dream, something come up. Oh, that's obviously a couple of emojis. But they don't show on here. That's a bit annoying.
Oh, it says love.
Oh, does it? Oh, okay. So you're watching it on the Facebook bit, are you? Right. Okay. Look, do you fancy having a go at something live, Helen and Dave up there?
We can try it.
All right. Okay. So let's.
You should mute me. Otherwise.
Oh, don't worry. We will mute you. Don't worry. Look, it's ever so easy to do. I just do this, and he's gone. Look, just like that.
Can we do that in real life with him?
This is one of the things that I've often wondered. Could you just mute someone, switch off their feed for a bit when you're with them in real life? Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Dave and Helen. Going to try and do something for us.
Right, we'll play an old one, I think.
All right. Okay. Take care.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thanks again to Jim and Josie for organising all this. It's been a massive, massive undertaking. So, sorry, you're catching us on the hop. So I think we're going to do a song called Falling, an old one, just to ease us in gently.
Safe bet.
Well, we might remember it.
Okay. 1, 2.
Looking out for our wheels ahead of us. I've missed you till I get home, till I get home alone. Good days I feel alone, in between it cuts so bad. Sharpen your cleaver, please. My ribs, they can't take no more. But you don't see, and you won't feel, 'cause you don't hear a thing. I've missed you, and you missed me. Long time out in the cold. Now I'm falling against my advice, and I'll follow you back to your room. And I'm falling, those years spent alone, and I'll fall you in love with me. I'm falling against my advice, and I'll follow you back to your room. And I'm falling, those years spent alone, and I'll fall you in love with me. Remembered the words. I can't hear you.
That's better. I was trying to turn my mic off somehow. Must have knocked it when I was picking up a drink. Sorry about that. Lovely. For somebody who wasn't prepared to play a song live tonight, that was fantastic. There are lots of comments actually about the sound being really good, which is really great. So a couple of comments. Rowan saying 12-year-old Katie's with me, snuggled under a blanket and loving the chill vibe. Mike saying he's feeling like he's back in the Bourne listening to these guys. Oh, hang on a second, I need to take that out. Oh, there it is. It's gone. Now we've got Jim added. Hang on. I don't know if he meant to add himself there. And bring back Andy Turl. Oh, I bet you'd love to be playing together, wouldn't you? I assume that 80 is Andy. Yeah. He says need those harmonies, definitely.
Yeah.
Travel Teams, beautiful guys, such talent. Best thing to come out of Eastbourne since Top Loader. Did you see the Motherland Christmas special? Do you watch Motherland at all?
No,
it's just brilliant. Okay, so check it's on the iPlayer. I think it's on Netflix as well now. But brilliant program with well, I can't think of the actor's name. Anyway, she's really good. But Joe from Top Loader has a cameo in the Christmas performance. He's one of the teaching assistants at the school, and he's playing guitar during the nativity play. It's brilliant. It's really very funny. So yes, a little round of applause from Travel Troops. Who is that? Are we allowed to do their real name? Do you know who that is?
No.
Oh, very interesting. But they're giving you a round of applause. And John loves this song as well.
So
awesome, guys. I don't know if that's you are awesome, guys, or if that's awesome, comma, guys. Punctuation's important. It's very important. Like, it's the difference between let's eat, Grandma, and Grandma. Right, let's bring Andy back in. He's laughing down there. He's steadily sliding down the wall with the red wine.
It's the Malbec.
Well, listen, I should say a big thank you to you guys for being part of Elstoaf today, and an impromptu live performance, which is just lovely. Thank you. I haven't heard that song in a long time, and it's just really.
Put him on the spot, Neil. Make him do another one.
No, well, I could, but I wish I could, but we haven't got time, unfortunately. But we will make sure that the video that you've sent goes up onto the Pickham's website, so people will be able to watch it there, and so it won't be wasted. I promise. It won't be wasted. So whoever Travel Dreams is says we Zoom every Thursday. Does that give you a clue?
Oh,
it's part of your family, Dave.
It's not the person. Okay.
Someone you should know, and are now embarrassed to say you didn't realise that was their Facebook profile. Right? Okay. Oh well, listen. Just very quickly before you go, plans for 2021? Are you making plans, or are you just kind of taking one day at a time like the rest of us?
I plan to leave the house at some point.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Honestly.
Maybe finish the record.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Yeah, that'd be nice to do.
So the record is in mixing stage. This is your fourth album? Third album, I should say. Sorry, yes, third. I was thinking of the Elvis was a bit of an EP, really, wasn't it? So, I got a title for it. Can we reveal anything about it?
We've had a million titles, but none of them
stuck. So
we haven't seen each other to discuss these things. We have to have conversations. And Twee is the literary genius who
she's like Dictionary Corner.
Ah, right, okay. Well, that's a teacher for you, isn't it? That's the great thing about
doesn't pay to be too democratic in these things, does it?
No, possibly. No,
especially when you're indecisive like this.
Yeah. Title by committee is never a good idea. So I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, who's GP Radio?
Oh, it's Gilded Palace. Hello, Sean.
Hello, Sean.
Oh, Gilded Palace. Right. Okay. I know. GP via a friend of mine, Charlie Peverett.
Charlie says.
Charlie, that's the Charlie I meant. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Well, whatever you
I need to move on to the squash.
Definitely. Whatever you get up to in 2021, guys, obviously we'd love to hear from you. Maybe we'll get some stuff at Bluebell Roots going on or something like that.
That'd be great.
And send some stuff over to me at Howsham FM as well, and we'll make sure we get some stuff laid out.
I'm so sorry about the video. I've just had to give up the ghost on it, I'm afraid. It's just
it was a close shave, trust me.
We broke everything with Dutch.
It's a beautiful video, and it is actually it's on the Elstoaf page.
Okay, brilliant. Pickhams.com/Elstoaf. Brilliant.
Okay, I'll share that, Josie. Is that okay? May I share that? Can I share that?
Yeah.
I'll get onto it.
You don't have to ask permission, Andy, to share your own music.
Well, you know.
We'll let you.
They're quite bossy, though.
You can only share the bass. You can only share the bass parts.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Just the bass stems. That'll be perfect. Mike wants you to come to Cornwall. Well, actually, it'll be a lot easier to do a gig if you did, wouldn't it? But
Minack Theatre, that'd be good.
Oh yes, is that the one that's on the side of the cliffs?
Yeah, man. You see dolphins and everything. It's amazing.
Oh, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? All right. Well, when you do it, road trip.
Yeah. Hi to Jamie and Emmett down there as well because they're listening in. So hi
you're going to come back on in a short while, aren't you, Helen and Dave?
Yeah.
You're going to join me in about an hour or so.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll just drink the rest of a bottle of wine. It'll be fine.
That'll do it.
Get yourself to Andy status. That'll be great.
Well, I'm going to sign off, guys. Anyway, it's been a pleasure.
It has been wonderful to see you.
I've got some CDs to organise. So.
He's got to go and not work, doesn't he? He's got...
Yeah.
All right, take care, Andy. See you soon.
Bye.
And Helen and Dave as well. Thank you so much for being a part of
so much.
And we will see you soon. Check out the video on pickens.com/Elstoaf. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Oh, that was lovely. An impromptu live performance as well. That was great.
Absolutely
lovely. Hairs up the back of the neck stuff. That's really, really good. Okay, Jim, now, while I've got you live, we had another video that was due to go in a minute from Wayfinder Woman.
Yeah,
I'm
going to work.
I'm hoping that we have Laura, who's going to come into the studio very shortly.
Okay.
To the link, and hopefully she will appear on our screen shortly.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, that would be good. Otherwise, but like Andy said, it's been what? And now I'm just looking at the timer: 8 hours and 15 minutes almost today. Are you exhausted yet? You've only got a couple of hours to go.
Yeah, nearly there.
Nearly there. It's just it's taken a long time to put together, and I know you normally put a lot of effort into the summer one, and obviously that didn't happen this year. But it's all been quite compressed towards the day of doing it, hasn't it? I think there's been a lot of going on in the last few days.
I think I put the call out in November,
right?
And the deadline was 14th of December to get everything in, and I thought that was going to give me time to get everything up onto the website and all the videos sorted. And then of course we had this issue that you suddenly find that you can't play videos through this that are on YouTube. Yep. So we then had to put them into a different system to play them. And
so the technical side of that is for anybody that's interested. We're using something called StreamYard, which is what we use when we do Bluebell Roots, and it's great for doing things like like the little if I do this, we can change the little banner in the corner. We can add things like this whenever we want and turn them on and off, and it's great for stuff like that. But yeah, it doesn't share YouTube videos very well. So Jim's busy on the on another computer entirely, managing to get things sorted to share the videos that are shared by.
Well, that's the plan. It's that's just the I won't bore everybody with what's going wrong, but there's something going wrong, and it's just not wanting to play ball.
It's been a good practice for another time. If we're still in lockdown this time next year.
Not doing this ever again.
I know, I've really enjoyed it. Everything I've seen of it today. You know what? It is what it is, isn't it? It's been great. And then what the important thing is the content that's been shared has been really great to get so many things out there. Let me have a quick look at what's still to come on Elstoaf this evening. We've got Wayfinder Woman. That's run by Laura Murphy. We've got going to be talking to her shortly, hopefully, if she can get into the studio. Technically get into the studio, that is. And then at 8 o'clock, we've got Paul Winter and friends. That's some music recorded for us. And then live music at the Songwriters Soiree. Jim, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, because we should, ordinarily, we would have had Bluebell Roots last night, actually.
Yes.
And I meant to call you last night to say that let's not do Bluebell Roots tonight.
It crept up on us very, very quickly. Actually,
it did, yeah.
Suddenly we thought, over and then, oh, hang on. And I thought, Jim hasn't been in touch. I'm sure we probably said, let's not do it because it's Elstoaf the next day.
No, so we thought it would be nice to meld Bluebell Roots and our songwriter soiree, which we've done a couple of in the lovely King's Head.
Yeah.
In Hailsham. So yeah, that's what it is. I've invited Andy Melrose back. So he's going to come back, and Helen's going to come back, and Dave, I assume Dave's going to come back as well. And Rob Abbott.
And brilliant.
We're just going to have a chat about songwriting, what inspires us. It's going to be a bit of a love-in, really, I suspect.
I think it should be really nice.
Hopefully we'll be sharing some songs and just hanging out, really, and hopefully people will find it interesting. I don't know. We'll see.
I know I will. I came along to a couple, and it was enough to inspire me to write a song. So, and I've never written a song before, and so it's I think one of those things for me is I don't class myself as a musician. I do play guitar, and I can get a tune out of many instruments quite easily, but I'm not in any way proficient in any of them, and certainly not. Someone who sits and writes songs. I would really struggle with that. I enjoy playing the guitar just for its own sake, but actually to sit with other people and play with other people, I find that's when I improve the most. That's when that's when I learn stuff. That's when I get better, and it's all that time. I remember it when I first started playing guitar when I was about 16, 17, and just playing with friends, and then going, "How did you do that? What have you done there? How did that happen? What chord is that?" And those little things, even if you take one thing away from that, it improves you in some way. So that time that you spend with other musicians, I think, is really important. So looking forward to that. That's about
There's no agenda, and that's how we run how we do the songwriters soiree. We just don't have an agenda. We just sort of sit down, hang out, have a pint, and
excellent
share songs and share and chat about songs that we like, not necessarily our own songwriters we like, and songwriters we don't get, and so it's good.
And sometimes that can be really interesting discussions because there's somebody that you don't like, and then somebody else points out something to you about the way that person works, and you're like, I'd never thought of it like that before, which is really interesting. So also still to come, Dicker Players, they've actually got a piece called The Zoom Call, contextually very relevant today. And knowing the Dicker Players, it'll be a little bit near the knuckle. Is that right? Adult content, it says on my little primer here. So that should be good fun. And also Slap and Tickle Theatre. It sounds like something you might have found in Soho in the 60s, but again, it's a radio play and there is adult content, which is why it's on late at night. So that's at around about 10 to 10. That's going about 10 o'clock, I should say. And then we've got... well, that's kind of where it's going to wind up, isn't it? Just after 10. So
well, hopefully.
And now I've spotted that Laura has joined the stream.
There she is.
So there she is at the bottom there. Shall we bring Laura in?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's have a look at this. There we go. Laura, hello.
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 Oh, it's good to see you, Laura. How are you?
It's good to see you. You sound like a frog at the moment.
Oh, do I? I apologise for that. That's it's probably something to do with the rum that I've been drinking.
No, there'll be the frog filter that I've put on.
Yeah, that's Jim's fault. Whatever. If anything sounds odd, we blame it on Jim. Jim, I'm going to say goodbye to you for a little while, and then I'm going to have a chat with Laura, if that's okay.
Yeah.
See you later, Jim. Right, Laura. Well, it's been a long time since we've chatted. I spoke to you a very long time ago at Hailsham FM, and we talked about Wayfinder Woman. Tell for people who don't know, tell people what Wayfinder Woman is.
Okay, we're a small charity run by women for women, all volunteers. And we help women build their confidence and skills to succeed in whatever it is they want to do. So we're based in Eastbourne. All the support we give is free. At the moment, we're running lots of online workshops and support and coaching for women. And when we're allowed to reopen again, when we're out of Tier 4, we have a drop-in advice centre. So anybody can come in and ask for help, support, or volunteer with us, and we have fun things as well as the serious stuff.
Okay, so and do you aim at a particular age group, or is it completely broad open spectrum?
As long as you're old enough to work, and there's no upper age limit. So the youngest person we've had come to us was 17, who wanted to go to medical school, but all of her friends were into X Factor, and she didn't know how to keep her friend group as well as. And the oldest one was 72, who wanted to set up an art gallery.
Oh wow!
So so we're across the board. Whatever it is, whatever stopping women, we're there to help.
And so, help in what form, Laura? How does that help come? Is it a case of signposting, or do you have workshops, or?
Right. you sounded a bit like a frog again then.
I'm
So
sorry about that.
Yeah, we're connecting in a different way, aren't we, than we were hoping to.
Yes.
But yeah, so we have lots of workshops. Primarily at the moment, it's around helping to deal with anxiety about COVID, being locked down, not being able to connect with each other, helping to keep yourself calm and stay connected to the rest of the world. So we have professional facilitators, coaches and trainers that run those sorts of things. In other times, we've had stuff around CVs, interview practice, being assertive, public speaking. We get grants, so we run a lot of projects. So women come and volunteer on the projects and learn skills through that. And as I say, we do coaching as well. So it can be people that are unemployed or employed, or women that are thinking about setting up a business. We can help them in all sorts of ways.
Because historically, obviously, it hasn't always been equal terms for women in the workplace, and over the last few years, we've seen a lot more discussion of this. I think I mean, obviously, it's been being discussed for decades, but I think in the last couple of years, particularly, it's been highlighted in the more mainstream media about equality for women and about feminism. It's become a much more of an open talking point, and also less what's the word I'm looking for? I think less dismissed recently. I think the word feminism didn't. At one point, it wasn't seen. It was seen as a kind of, particularly men would look at it in a negative way. But actually, feminism has become a much more positive thing in recent years, and it's been really great to see that the certain movements are kind of coming through where. I think men realizing that they are as much a part of the solution as women are. It shouldn't just be women fighting for equality. It's all of us that have to fight for that equality.
Exactly, yeah. And in fact, the United Nations have got a He for She campaign. So challenging men to stand up and champion women as well. Because when you think about it, if you get things right for women and for all of the things that they have to deal with in terms of childcare and all the stuff that happens at home and in your social life as well. And if you get that right for women, you'll get it right for men as well, because men want to look after their children, you know, and they want to be around for the Christmas concerts and things like that as well. And they've got elderly parents that need looking after. Both people are out working, so, you know, they have to share that. We found, though, there's been lots of reports that with COVID is that we're slipping back into the traditional roles, and women are working more at home, taking more responsibility for the children. It's not being shared out equally, taking more responsibility for the shopping and stuff.
Yeah.
And we started the Women in Lockdown because we found out that women were getting far more anxious and losing their confidence and feeling completely disconnected with the world and everything around them. And their mental health was suffering in particular. So we started the Women in Lockdown project.
Okay, so that is perfectly segged into that yourself. I was just literally about to ask about what this project is about. How has this manifested itself? Because obviously we have heard some stories in the mainstream media about worries that domestic violence may increase and things like that. But how have you seen it manifest itself?
Well, certainly we know that some of the women that we work with have been locked down with abusers. We know that that women who were going out to work are now having to work from home and are feeling particularly isolated, particularly if they are on their own. They're not getting that interaction that you get at work. And as I said before, there's been a lot of problems around mental health with that. People are are shutting down, they're withdrawing emotionally and mentally. And so we thought that our volunteers were expressing that, the people that we support were expressing that as well. And we knew from a project we did a couple of years back, Women of Eastbourne, that ordinary women's voices were never heard, never remembered. And so we wanted to boost women's confidence again and say to them, you are important, your voice can be heard.
Yeah.
So your story, tell us your story in any way you can about what lockdown's been like for you. So we put it out there, and we expected maybe 30, 40 people to send their stories in. We asked men to write as well about the women in their lives. Jim took up that, took up the opportunity. And we got over 100 contributions in the end.
Wow.
It was amazing. So
it is.
It is. Some were really poignant, some are funny, some are sad, some are recording everyday life.
Right.
And they were saying, but it's mundane, I don't do anything. And we were saying, well, that's what makes the richness of our experiences, is the ordinary as well as the extraordinary.
Yeah. I missed out on taking part, actually, and because for one reason or another I didn't know that this was happening. But I've been in the situation where I've been the one that's stayed at home. I've been the one that's taken responsibility at home, and my wife, who is a pharmacist, has continued to go to work every day. And I think I could write an awful lot about what an astonishing and strong kind of person she is for having done that, because that's not been very easy, and particularly early on in the pre-lockdown in March, when people were expecting the lockdown to come, the stress levels at work rocketed, and people were starting to panic and worry about getting their medicines and things, and obviously when people are worried, they sometimes act irrationally, and it becomes very difficult, the interactions between staff and patients and clients. And so she's had an extraordinary year, actually, which is I guess probably worth recording. So perhaps I shall have a look and see if I can contribute something more. What's if we were able to watch the video, Laura, what would we be seeing at the moment?
Right, so what we've done is we've selected a cross sample of some of the contributions. So people sent in poems, they sent in diary entries, essays, others sent in paintings, craft work. So, and you're going to be seeing examples of that, but also an example of something that we did as fundraising to try and raise money to get it all printed, so that everybody that contributed can have their own copy. It was called the Magnificent Seven. So for 7 days, 7 of us did 7 themed walks around Prince's Park Lake. So we ended up marathon at the end of the 7 days. And so each day was themed differently, and we had lots of arty, crafty things that we were doing as walking around the lake. So you'll see a little about that as well.
Well, the video is available on the Pickham's website. We don't seem to be able to do it through the live broadcast at the moment, but you can head over, once I finish chatting to Laura, you can head over to pickhams.com and watch over there. If you just search pickhams.com, and then I think it's under project/Wayfinder Woman, or there's a link on the Summer Trifle Facebook page, so people can go straight there, or you can just search for Pickham's online and so on. What about 2021, Laura? What are the plans for Wayfinder Women in 2021?
Well, we've got a government grant, so we've been able to move into a larger space. So we're going to be offering lots of stuff from the drop-in centre, more workshops online and face-to-face, and more fun projects as well. So just head over to the Pickham site, have a look at the video or the show reel. We were excited when you labelled it the show reel, and have a taste of what we've been doing. And please, as with all charities, fundraising's been particularly difficult this year. So if you feel able to, just donate as little as you want and as much as you like.
I've spoken to a number of people in similar situations actually over the last few months about fundraising has been, very, very tricky for people this year. But people coming up with some very creative ideas as well on how to do it. Where's your new base, Laura? Just quickly.
It's in St Leonard's Road, next to the CAB Centre, just very close to the railway station.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so nice and close to the centre of town, easy for people to get to once we can go and visit places again. Well, best of luck for best wishes for 2021 with Wayfinder Woman. I'm certainly going to go and take a look at the show reel, and thank you for contributing to it as well for us this evening. We're at the Elstoaf Online Festival. Laura, take care and have a very happy New Year, and hopefully we'll. I will probably I should get in touch on the Howsham FM side as well, and we'll perhaps have a chat on air at some point in the future as well. That would be good.
Okay then. All right.
Thank you, Laura. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's Laura from Wayfinder Woman chatting about their lockdown Women in Lockdown project. So if you go over to pickham's.com and you can search over there, if you go to the Elstoaf pages, there's a project. One of the projects is Wayfinder Woman, and you can watch the video there that we were trying to bring you live this evening online, but we've been struggling a little bit. Now, also apologies if you've had to switch over to YouTube. We are having trouble getting the Facebook Live out to the Pickham's page. It seems to be going okay to the Summer Trifle page on Facebook, and it's definitely going out on the Summer Trifle YouTube channel. So you can head over there, and if you're sharing, perhaps it would be useful to share. Now, I've had a couple of comments come in, and one particularly from Rant Smith, an old friend of ours actually. Says, "Hi Jimbo, Josie et al. I wanted to ask, is there anywhere I could donate? I think what you're doing for the community deserves more than a few thumbs ups and likes." Also, hi Neil. Now I've brought Jim back in at this point. Jim, is there an online donation facility for Rant to donate to? You're very quiet, Jim. If you can pop your volume up.
I know. I have to twiddle my knobs. I've got way too many knobs here to twiddle.
Yeah.
No is the short answer, but we could rectify that.
Sure.
Obviously, Summer Trifle is not for profit, so and we've dipped into the coffers to put this on. So obviously, the money that we're spending on this won't be going to the summer festival, which we're fully intending to run this year. Next year. Yeah, we're not there yet, are we? We're not out of 2020 just yet.
3 more days. 3 more days. Hold your breath. Well, no, maybe don't hold your breath, actually.
No. So anyway, no is the short answer, but maybe we'll set up some sort of donate button if people feel we're doing a nice thing, then that would be lovely.
I know you were able to access a little bit of grant funding, weren't you? Is that right?
For the trifle, but not for this. We for some grant funding for this, but weren't successful. But I mean, there are so many worthy causes after grant money at the moment.
Totally. Yeah.
We're just another voice in the wilderness.
Yeah, of course.
So no, it's a lovely thought, and if people think that they would like to donate something, we can set up a donate button, and it will go straight into the festival.
That's a great idea. I really, Rant says indeed, please do. And definitely. That's a great idea. Right. Okay. So let's have a quick run through what's coming up a little bit later. We've got Paul Winter and friends. Are we going to be able to do that?
Well, I've just been trying to play it, and it looks like it might play.
All right. Okay.
We've just got to see. It's just this computer keeps slowing down for some reason. I can run the video playing software.
Yes.
But it's sort of making it talk to the play out section that seems to slow it right down, and that's the problem I'm having. So we just have to keep our fingers crossed. It seems to be playing.
Oh, well, let's have a quick look through what's coming up later. Dicker Players, or Songwriters Soiree at 8:30. We've got Dicker Players with the Zoom call, some comedy theatre for you as well at 9:30. And then also another from the Dicker Players called Careless Whispers. That sounds very good as well. And then Slap and Tickle Theatre, The Shepherdesses, a radio play. There's a little bit more adult content there. So if you've got children who are staying up a bit later tonight, you might want to cover their ears for certain parts. But that's also still to come on Elstoaf. Right. Shall we? I was just thinking, what should we do now? We got to about.
Well, we could try and play Paul now, can we?
All right. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, I reckon we should. Let's give it a go. Right, so let's bring that into the stream, and I'll suddenly hear myself echoing all over the place. And if Jim, if you manage to get it going, I'll take us out of it. Hey, there he is.
Everybody, I hope you've had a great Christmas. Well, just the other day, we had a little bit of a break in the weather, and that allowed 4 old guys who aren't really a group, I mean, we're probably human, all of us, I can only speak for myself, allowed us to get together outside when there was a tiny little window in the weather, and we had a go at doing a few songs. We hadn't really practiced, actually that's not quite true. Some of us had practiced once, and that was fine. Afterwards, our Helen said, Paul, you guys were shy. And I said, shy? We're never shy. She said, Paul, I didn't say shy. Does that joke work down here? Probably doesn't. Never mind. Anyway, we had a little window in the weather, and I've strung together some of the songs that we played. I hope that you enjoy them. There are mistakes, but what can you do? Anyway, happy Christmas, one and all. Bye now.
Well, it was okay for bits, and then it disappears. So it's not perfect, is it? I'm so sorry to Paul Winter and friends.
It's such a shame.
I'd rather it went out better on the website and not go out in it would. Rather than go out and sound dodgy while people are trying to watch at home.
Yeah, so once again, I'll get that put up on the website now so people can pop over there and have a listen.
We're going to have this problem with the other videos, really, I'm afraid. I think it's such a shame that we will have, it's not going to go out when we say they're going to go out. So much work has gone into it.
Yeah. But you've put a huge amount of work, and I know that people will be over the moon at what has gone out already. And I know a lot of people have been really enjoying what's been going out today. I mean, just the number of comments on Facebook and YouTube as well just show that. And we've had consistently high numbers of viewers all day, Jim, as well. Or certainly all the time I've been checking in and having a look. It's been really great to see that it's been
wonderful support, hasn't it?
It has. It's been really, really nice support. So if you've been watching or dipping in and out all day, thank you very much for coming along, because that has been it makes it all worthwhile to know that people are there enjoying it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It really, really does.
Right. Now, I don't know what we need to do now then. Because we've got half an hour to fill. I can't sing and play songs, so we ought to... maybe now will be a good time to do a little break.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who is there. I can see Rob Abbott is sitting there.
Yeah, he is actually.
I am going to be speaking to him in half an hour, but I don't know if has he got a guitar. There he is. What a fine figure of a man.
Oh man,
You found your glasses, Rob.
How you doing, Joe? Oh, what do you need me to do? Help!
How are you? How are you with IT?
What Stephen King's? What do you need? Yeah, no, I'm okay.
No,
I was just charging up my phone. Actually, I thought I've got half an hour to charge up my phone.
Well, perhaps we'll let you get on with that then in that case, because I know you've sort of popped in because you're going to be part of the songwriters soiree later this evening, which is going to be good. I wondered if Jim was thinking maybe you might do us a quick song.
I could do. Shall I do that?
There's nothing like putting you on the spot, is there?
One of your favourites. Well, give me 2 seconds. I'll just plug my headphones in.
All right, okay. That's very kind. Thank you, Rob. Rob of the Songbox Band in...
Are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here. Oh, I can hear you better as well now. That sounds very nice. And we've had Rob as a guest at Bluebell Ritz a couple of times. Always been good fun. And Rob, have you been busy recording stuff while you've been in lockdown? Or?
Yes, obviously. It's really been a lifesaver for me, actually, because just haven't... It actually gave me permission to take time off from doing any live things, and my day job just dried up, and I just really went for it and just started recording and just got better and better at it, and it just it's been an absolute godsend for me, and really looking forward to putting it out next year. And it's the first proper thing I've ever done, actually.
That's really good. It's nice to know. I mean, I think a lot of people have learned a lot of new skills during the lockdowns as well, which is great. And I've learned how to do stuff like this with video, which
me too. Me too.
I didn't know how to do previously. So, and it's, you know what, necessity is the mother of invention, I guess. At some point, that comes into play, doesn't it?
I absolutely recognise with your last guest about taking time off with my kids, and it just had never happened before. My wife just kept working, and I had the kids, for 3 months, 4 months solid, and I mean, whether it scarred them in the long term is hard to know, but for me, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think I've been through similar with my kids. I mean, I've got 2 teenagers, so and it's a different prospect than what it would have been, say, 6 or 7 years ago. And I think there were times where I was thinking, I wish I hadn't had this opportunity. But on the whole, actually, it's probably been positive overall. Definitely, we've learned a lot about each other, and I think. Particularly actually lucky in a sense, because actually maybe with teens you don't necessarily get to spend so much time with them, normally because they might be off in their rooms doing whatever they're doing in their own way, but actually having the time to spend with them's been definitely overall very positive. So,
and I don't know if it was the same for you, but we had lots of quite slowed down time, lots of while we were going out for our exercise. Actually, we found a little space where we could just hang out there and just be ourselves and be in a little place with each other out in the country, and it was and we just did that day after day after day, and the repetitiveness of it really just helped solidify our little thing we had going on with each other. It was brilliant.
Routines are really important, I think, in times of uncertainty, and I think we probably very easily underestimate the anxiety that things like this can cause children, because they're very much, they're quite buoyant in general, but actually they do go through the same kind of processes as we go through with their mental health, and they're just in some ways more adept at hiding it, and so sometimes it's difficult to spot if they're struggling, and so having that routine in place is really important. That's really great to know that you've had that.
It's great to know that children are buoyant.
Yeah.
Just chuck them in. Any swimming instructors out there?
Excellent. All right, look. Let's. I was going to say let's stop talking nonsense, but we're not. We're talking really good stuff. It's really important. But we could get sidetracked. Rob, if you're happy to do a song for us, that'd be lovely.
Okay, I'm not terribly warmed up, so I'll just have a go for it. I'll do a song called Claudette, I think. Okay, I'm going to do a song called Claudette. I've been playing it for years, but I still really enjoy it. And it loosens me up, it gets me into it. Well, now if you should lose your mind and go hell-bent on leaving this world behind, you know that it ain't right. Well, you know you've got to keep it hidden out of sight, and surely you'd have to agree that there's nothing worth telling about you and me. Oh, well, you know I've every faith in you. Oh, but you don't have to do what you don't want to. There's too much at stake if you do. Too many lives at risk, all depending on you. So you better get a grip on yourself. You know that nothing's gonna matter, but I'm worried that we're not done yet. So Claudette, let's keep the forces at bay. They're tightening the net. And Claudette, oh, when they ask you, you say that we never met. Well, now what once was a situation, it turned the party guilty by association, and I know you don't approve. And Lordy, Miss Claudie, we've got everything to lose, and Claudette, the power's in your hand. You may betray more than you're ever gonna understand. So Claudette, when they ask you, you say they're tightening the net. And Claudette, when they ask you, you say that we never met. Oh, they're tightening the net. When they ask you, you say that we never met. Whoa, Claudette.
Wonderful stuff, Rob. I love that song. I've heard it a good number of times now. I can almost join in with some of the parts. It's great. Now, tell us a little bit more about the Songbox Band.
Oh dear, you just really broke up on me then.
Oh, sorry.
Really... Oh, and still, damn.
Are you hearing me now? Are you getting me now at all?
Oh, I don't know why that should be. It was. I have to put my jitter translation on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Right, Jim is there. I wonder if you might be able to hear Jim a little better. Jim, can you?
What's he saying, Jimbo?
Yeah, very funny. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're back in now,
me?
actually. I can. Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, and Neil, I think you're back in too, actually.
Oh, well, that's good. That's all right then.
Okay, so as a précis of what you just said.
Yes, I was just talking about the Songbox Band, actually. Tell me a little bit about the Songbox Band.
Oh, okay. Well, it's me and Phil, and I'm wondering whether to change our name, but I guess we probably won't immediately. Yeah, so I play. I obviously play guitar and sing, and I teamed up with a guy called Phil, and we didn't mean to form a band, but he only came over for a jam to help me try out a drummer, and then actually we just got on brilliantly, and then he started singing harmonies, and I was like, oh, this is great, and I think it's because we get on really well, and we kind of have a very similar mindset, and so Songbox Band's two middle-aged geezers with sort of quite light grey hair who seem to be on quite a similar page, and it's really nice. You don't always get to meet people who you like playing music with, but yeah,
he's a really nice bloke as well, isn't he?
He's so easygoing. Actually, I'm sure he must have a dark side somewhere, but he's saving it for a special occasion, I think.
If I had hair, it would be grey, I should say. So there would be three of us now with lank grey hair on them.
Yeah.
I don't know about lank, Robbie. So I'd say luxuriant. I was thinking, it's always some way helpful to keep your glasses on your head, isn't it?
Yes. God, yeah. I just can't see a thing without them now. God, I'm hopeless.
Yes. Yeah, I reached around about. I went to the opticians about 3 or 4 years ago, and so starting to struggle to see things close, particularly. And I had the eye test, and he said you've hit 47. That is the perfect average age when people first get their reading glasses. And
that's what he said to me.
Yeah, and so with anything close now, I have to do the reading glasses. And if it's anything, if I'm ever trying any drawing or anything like that, I've got an extra strong pair of reading glasses because I like to get close to things, and I just can't do it anymore. Getting splinters out now. That's the I used to be the one that was called on to get the splinters out, but now I need a magnifying glass to do it.
Yes,
and I haven't got enough arms to do it myself.
Yes, and I'm actually finding my old pairs that no longer meet the requirements. They're actually good for watching TV at a bit further distance. It's a different world, isn't it? Really. Yes, but
chaps, I can just see the viewers going down fairly rapidly.
Sorry.
Just trying to fill half an hour for you, Jim.
I know. It's middle-aged blokes talking about their glasses.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, I do find them a comfort to put on. I've got to say, I thought I was going to hate it. I love it.
All right. Okay. So you're going to be back in a bit for the songwriter's soiree, but I'm going to let you finish warming up if that's okay. Robin, we'll see you a little bit later on if that's okay. But thank you, Claudette. We'll see Rob in a short while. Take care, Rob.
Thanks, Ian.
That's Rob Abbott live, an impromptu live performance, that Jim as well, which is always nice. Rob's so great. He's very good. His songwriting is really awesome. So looking forward to what he has to say about that aspect of what he does actually during the songwriting soiree. So any thoughts on what's likely to be happening later with the videos?
I guess we're just going to have to sort of see what happens. I can't see we'll be able to run the videos, sadly. So we may have to close earlier than our scheduled time, I suspect. And
okay, well, in the meantime, let me just share where people can go and see other stuff. If I pop that onto the screen now, we should be able to see this, which is the Pickham's website and the home of Summer Trifle. I'll scroll through the pages and you should be able to see. So if you go to pickham's.com, there it is up the top there, and you'll see the home of Summer Trifle. And then when you scroll down the page, you'll see there's a Summer Trifle link, but there's also the Elstoaf link there, which is the extremely late Summer Trifle Online Arts Festival, because it didn't happen this summer. There's some information on the homepage about the Summer Trifle Festival, but there's all of the acts that you've seen today and are still to come listed in the schedule, but also there is the Elstoaf Showcase pages, and sort of split into art, comedy, craft, drama, etc. And all of the people who've contributed to the festival today have been a part of it, have their own page on the pickham's.com showcase pages, and you can go and check all of those out. Let's have a quick click across. For example, we started out with Alan, A Pecker's Tale, early on today, a wonderful short animation by Steve and Flick, which is available to watch on the website now, and you can also check out their links to their own work as well. Flick is a book designer, isn't she, Jim? She's
Flick, I used to work with Felicity. Quite a few years ago now, so that was really nice.
She's a very talented individual. So, and we've had a lot of people with a lot of talent during the day today. Oh, look, it's all right. Now we're talking about glasses. The viewers are going back up.
Well, the great thing about doing this is, I mean, obviously, I'm into the music side and video. I like doing filmmaking, but I loved. I really loved. I love the art as well. Obviously, I'm well, obviously, I'm a graphic designer, so I'm interested in art, but it's I've never viewed that as art as such, which is some people do, but I don't. I view it as more of a profession and a craft. But so what I'm trying to say is, it's really great to see people like Compass, the group down in Eastbourne.
Yeah.
Josie and I went to a fantastic exhibition they had at Hampton. Is it Hampton Park?
Yep. Yep.
The Priory, Langley.
Oh, Langley Priory,
isn't it?
Yep. Yes, which has just been it's going through a renovation process, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's I didn't even know. Well, I knew the place existed because through music, really, through Chalk Horse Music, their involvement with it.
Yeah.
And the Equatorial Group have played there. And going down to see their exhibition in the gardens there was really inspiring earlier in the year, and seeing what people kind of get up to. I love seeing people just being creative for the sake of being creative, just to express themselves, and that's kind of what this is about. And that's what Josie had in mind when she said, let's do this, because there's so many people just want to even if we've done a lot of streaming this year with Milton Hyde, and actually I don't care if anybody tunes in. Really, it's lovely. It's really, really lovely that they do. I said that, so it's wrong to say I don't care. Of course I care. I love the fact that people tune in, but it's just really good for the soul for us to have a reason to do something and just try and keep expressing ourselves, even if nobody's listening. It's just important just to keep putting it out there, really. I think anyway.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think having an outlet for creativity, particularly, is important. It's just as important as as having a job, as having relationships with other people that are positive as well. They're all important facets of what keeps us mentally healthy and then therefore physically healthy as well. There's the two are sort of intertwined so much, and I think it's really important, like you say, that people still have an outlet for this sort of thing. We watched Soul, the new Disney film, last night, and there's an element of that kind of covered in the movie, that idea that sometimes you kind of doing something which is your passion and is some expression of yourself, and then you get in the zone with it, and it's kind of really important to get in the zone from time to time. And I think that's really been highlighted this year.
Yeah, I personally, I've struggled with during the last few months to do anything sort of creatively, music-wise. I mean, luckily I've got a job where I can be creative and learn new skills. But I think having a vehicle to at least keep the wheels turning to the point where I know that I will be able to start doing what I love doing.
You won't be
really
rusty,
important,
as it were.
No, we won't be rusty. I mean, Josie and I will be gig ready when the time comes. Because we've been able to to keep playing. So we won't be exactly match fit, but we're good to go.
Well, fingers crossed that that's sooner rather than later. I mean, obviously, I think hopes have been quashed a little bit with this kind of tier 4 thing, but the hope that's on the horizon is the vaccine, isn't it? Really, I don't want to get too political about things because we could very easily go down that route. But
we could very easily.
The hope is that with the vaccine coming online over the next few months, that should make things easier to start to open up again.
And it's easy. It'd be very easy for me just to go down a music route. I don't want to do that at the moment because there are so many arts out there and so many artists and amateur, professional, whatever, all itching to get out there and get creative again. And I think that the problem with all of the uncertainty over the last few months is that it really really stifles it. It really does. For me it has, and for many people I suspect has been the same. It's because you're worried about your money, obviously. You're worried about when it's all going to stop. You're worried about your kids, and that, like it or not, that does get in the way of getting creative. The most creative thing I did this year really, I wrote a couple of songs earlier in the year, and they were lockdown driven, in all honesty. Managed to write one or two others that have not been so much, and we've had our album to go on. But the point is, I'm trying to say is that just the inertia, it's a bit like being becalmed in the sea.
In the doldrums.
In the doldrums. You don't know what to do with yourself. You don't know how to be positive. You don't know when the wind's going to start blowing again to get you home. And hey, if that's an idea for a song, right there.
Oh, it's a bit like Mike Fillery earlier saying when you're not inspired to do something, he said, write about not being inspired.
Well, that's a brilliant work ethic, isn't it? If you can, but you've got to get your brain into that space to get
I don't have a work
paper.
ethic. I rely on being inspiring or me being passionate about it in order to motivate me to do anything. Actually, a couple of comments coming up on the Facebook, Rant Smith. I have the same issue with my work, and the Summer Trifle provides the reason to just create. My job has a creative element to it, but always seems to serve some other purpose. The work I create for the Summer Trifle generally doesn't have a function. It allows me to just do. That's a really good point, actually. It doesn't have to necessarily have a purpose. The process is more important than the outcome in some ways. I like that. Thanks for that. And I think that's probably going to that might feed well into the songwriting soiree, because actually for people reflecting on why they write songs and as well as how they write them, with the kind of mechanical side of it, but the why and what they get from writing the songs, I guess, will be part of the conversation this evening.
Yeah, I guess so. And it would be lovely, actually, if we're yakking away, if we'd love to get some comments coming in from people.
Definitely.
And it doesn't have to be about songwriting. It could be about creativity. Just we could widen that right out.
Absolutely.
Right, open that right up, really. Just
anything about any creative process, because songwriting's not the only creative process. It's like you say, covered a lot of different things today.
It's the one we've picked because I know songwriters, but if people want to wade in as Rant Smith has done, who should we say who Rant is? It's our friend Tom.
Well, yes, absolutely. I had a hi to Tom and to Anna as well. It's nice to know that you're involved here. But yeah, that whole creative process in many ways it's in so many different fields, isn't it? But there's commonality between all of those fields in terms of how people approach it, and but also differences too. People have different ways of doing it. I mean, one of the things I remember from coming along to one of the songwriter soirees at the King's Head was that some people start out with lyrics, some people start out with just a germ of an idea, some people start with a tune, and everybody comes at it from a different angle. But underneath all of that, there's other things going on which match up with one another.
Yeah. Oh, Josie has put a donate button on the Summer Trifle website now, by the way, if anybody...
Fantastic. Wow, that was quick. That was very good work, Josie. I like that.
I had to do it as Moonlight.
Okay. So, go to pickums.com and then go through to Summer Trifle. Is it on the Summer Trifle page?
No, it's on the Elstoaf.
On the Elstoaf page, so it's Pickums/Elstoaf.
Choose what you're donating to.
Yeah, you can choose what you're donating to. Yeah. So.
Okay. So look, I just quickly share it so people can see it. It's right up there on the on the Elstoaf page. If you've been to the homepage of pickums.com, and then you can find Elstoaf, and there it is. There's a little donate button right there. Brilliant. Well done, Josie. That was super.
Okay. That will actually go to our Milton Hive account, because we haven't got a Summer Trifle PayPal account, but we'll obviously make sure that the money gets forwarded.
Okie dokie. All right. I shall expect to see receipts and bank statements in a couple of weeks' time, if you wouldn't mind.
Like a VAT inspector.
Yeah. I've got to do something to earn some money. I really need to. Yes, anyway, right. Okay. So let's have just one quick look through the schedule for the rest of the evening. Coming up next, it's going to be the Songwriters Soiree. That's at 8:30 in about 4
That's
o'clock.
probably, in all honesty, that's probably going to be our last.
And I think, I was going to say, I think that's going to be it, isn't it? We'll have to call it a day after that because we're struggling
to throw in the towel after that. I'm
struggling to share the videos this evening. We're having an internet issue with the videos going out, and it's causing issues with the sound and the vision, unfortunately. So, but thank you to everyone who's been watching and joining in.
We will make sure that we put a link on the Facebook pages, on all the Facebook pages and the YouTube page that's been going out to directly to the channel where you'll be able to see all these.
Absolutely, they will all go out, won't they? They will all definitely be available. So, just ran there saying it's not secret identity. Thanks for that, Tom. All right, Jim. Well, look, I'm gonna say my goodbyes now, if that's okay with you, and I'm going to sit back and enjoy watching the Songwriters bit. I know Rob's coming back in a little while, and hopefully Helen and Dave. Did you say? And
Helen and Dave and. Andy Melrose, and well, hopefully they'll be here. I'm going to be prattling away on my own for a while.
Do you want me to put up the right thing for what's coming up, the Songwriter Soiree, and come back in about 3 or 4 minutes time? I think it'll be the right time to do that. We'll see you later. Take care, everybody.
Cheers, Nelly. So while we wait for Rob and Helen and Dave and Andy to come back into the studio, I'm just going to leave this up here for a few moments. I might even see if we can play some music, some nice music in the background. We'll give it a go, see what happens. You never know. There we go. Let's have that. Oh, there we go. That bit's working anyway. All right, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Right, welcome back everyone. Let's get rid of that thing if I can. So, yeah, got the chair caught on the wires like you wouldn't believe. No, it's not on the dog this time. So, once again, apologies for wonderful people who have very kindly submitted videos to us. I'm so sorry that we're having the technical issues and can't put them out. But you know, it's they will go out on the onto our website, and they will be shared. And if you'll encourage anybody who's listening to check them out. I think we'll probably highlight particularly the ones that weren't played. We'll make sure that they go out.
Facebook as I speak.
Oh, there we are, you see, on Facebook as we speak. And that aside, we're pretty much running to more or less to schedule. So I'm going to bring some friends into the studio. Now, I had, as I said to Neil a few minutes ago, ordinarily we would have done a Bluebell Roots evening last night. It's always the last Sunday of every month. But we thought we can't do this 2 nights running, A, because nobody would watch or listen, and B, because I would probably spontaneously combust at some point during the evening tonight. But I've got some wonderful friends who very kindly agreed to join me and talk about songs, really. As I said to Neil, it would be lovely to get some comments from people just on creativity. I think that would be, so if you're not a songwriter, if you're not particularly interested in songwriting, hopefully the creative process is a large part of what we'll talk about, I guess. But, you know, anything goes really. Send us your comments, say hello. It would be lovely to hear from you. I'm going to bring my friends in one by one so I can say hello. I'm going to start with Mr. Rob Abbott because he was in just a few minutes ago and I can keep it short. Hi, Rob.
Hello. Hey.
How are things in Brighton?
They're good, actually. They're good, yes. Lots of people sea swimming unseasonally, but that seems to becoming a normal thing, I think.
Yeah, it seems to be a thing, doesn't it?
Yes.
Bonkers.
Yes. Including parts of my family. Yes.
I think probably I'm going to bring my other friends in now. Now, I don't know if you know Dave and Helen. Dave and Helen.
Hey, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Dave and Helen. All right, guys, and I'm going to bring Andy in as well. So it's Andy Melrose, and I know Rob knows Andy, but again, I'm not sure if Dave and Helen. There he is.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Rob. Hi, Dave, Helen.
Hello, nice
Hi,
to meet you.
Jimbo. Hi, Josie. How are you? You're good.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, Rob. Good to see you.
So thanks ever so much for mucking in with this. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know what it's going to be. You know, it's we do I know Rob's been to one. I don't think Andy has. I can't think if Equatorials have. But last one we did was about 18 months ago, 2 years ago. We did a songwriters soiree, and it's just people who are interested in writing, just getting together and chatting about songs, really, and sharing songs, and not necessarily songs that they've done. And this is along those kind of lines, really. There's no agenda. Probably a good idea would be for each of us to say what our musical background is and how we got into songwriting. So perhaps if I do that first, and then we'll go clockwise. No, we'll go anti-clockwise, which is Andy Melrose next. There he is down there. So yeah. Oh, it's a nice message from Paul. Thanks, Paul. So my name's Jim Tippler, and I am in a band called Milton Hyde with my lovely wife Josie, who's sitting over there. And I've always enjoyed writing songs because at school, all my friends could play guitar much better than me, and they could all play like they could all play it properly. If there was a Beatles song, they play it properly, and they do it nicely, and they wouldn't forget the words, and they wouldn't forget the wrong. They get the chords. Or I'd be always putting my own chords into things, and so and basically I'm lazy. I think that's the thing. So my songwriting is born out of sheer laziness, because not really wanting to play songs properly. So that's how I started at school. And then I went to various bands with my brother, one of which was the Cajun Dogs, and I wrote songs of a sort of a rock and roll nature for the Cajun Dogs. We broke up, and then Josie and I started performing together, and then my songwriting sort of took off. I was inspired to write many more songs, and so that's me. Andy, what about you? You've been doing this a long time.
I started writing. I entered a competition when I was about 12. It was called the Burns competition in Scotland, where I live, or where I lived then. And
we had a Chinese Burns competition at my school.
Did and Robert Burns famously wrote poetry and wrote song lyrics and these kind of things. And so I entered this competition through my school and wrote a song at the age of 12, and didn't really think about it except that I won. And then this friend of mine, who was a really, really good guitar player at 12, came along and said, "Are you a Bob Dylan fan?" at 12. And I never heard of, I never heard of this guy before. Anyway, I just said yes. And so the two of us got together with two guitars, and we decided that we weren't going to do any covers whatsoever. We were going to write our own songs from the age of 12 or 13, very precocious. And in fact, what we realised really early on, by the time we got to 14, and we moved schools and stuff like that, and we found that girls thought that was really cool. So
they still do.
So I've been doing it ever since. So that was the kind of introduction, really. But so it was a lot of fun. I played in a lot of bands. I played in, blues bands and funk bands and punk bands and rhythm and blues bands and all kinds of other stuff. But I always used to turn up to the Edinburgh University Folk Club from the age of about 17 till I was about 30. I would just show up with an acoustic guitar. I was playing in bands, but I would just show up and play a couple of songs and then go home again. I kind of liked it.
What about you, Helen and Dave? Who's the sort of who's the main songwriter in the household? Yeah. I suspected as much.
We're both quite often secreted around the place, both writing on writing missions, like the other one walks in and it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I disturbed you." Very rarely are we together writing. We're both, it's a very private thing for both of us.
Yeah.
I think it was easier when we didn't live together, because Dave would send me music and then I'd put some lyrics to it or something like that. It would always, but now it's a bit, I think we try and be more separate now, probably, that we're actually living in the same house.
Because there's that bit where a song is in its early form, and it's in its most private form, as it were. And you no matter what, you don't even want to hear it yourself. You know what I mean? Until it comes out. So I don't know. When did you start writing? I guess.
Yeah, I think I've always been scribbling stuff since I was a kid. I guess I was like the typical angry teenager who had all these things to write down, and but I always had music in my life from my mum and my dad, big Neil Young fans, and that was always just, I just realised that you could write stuff and it was all right to put things out and for other people to hear it. But it's only been meeting the band, the Extra group as we are now, that I've it's given me confidence to do stuff. So it's having the right people around you does make a difference, definitely, to actually make it public.
Yeah.
It's sort of putting your life out there, and just if you write personal songs, then I guess it is quite a scary thing.
And have you always written stuff as well, Dave, or is it a later thing with you? Or?
A bit of both. I've always written and not learned other people's stuff. So initially, when I started learning guitar, I guess I was 15 or something. There wasn't many bands I liked, so I endeavored to write the stuff I wanted to hear. Like in your head, just like channel it out. And so I never learned other people's stuff too much. Little bit. But later on in life, it comes the occasion where you have to learn other people's stuff, and then that helps greatly in your own writing. Like you're like, it's kind of like learning form, as it were. So, but it always was writing the stuff that I wanted to hear. And it's possibly still is. I don't know.
And I think I don't know. I can only speak for myself, but I suspect it's the same for most of us. That it is a way of expressing yourself and making a little bit of a mark, in a sense. What about you, Rob?
It's definitely a way of trying to connect, I think. I agree with parts of everything everybody said, actually. So when you said, Jim, about the guitar players who learn to play everything properly, I think it's more of a case that when you're songwriting, that's what you're actually spending your time working on, and you're more working on the bits of the songs than you are in learning technique. And I think that's because I think it's really common with songwriters that they actually aren't often very good, necessarily very good technically good players. So I didn't make much sense in it. I started off. I learned somewhere really early on about how important it was to write songs even before I could do it, and I laboured over it. But it wasn't really until I was in my 30s that I really started to find my own scene. And I think for me, it's been once you find your own groove into it, it starts to become easier. But once you start to hear your own voice coming through, because a lot of the time before that, I'm trying to sound like something else or trying to be like something else.
Yeah.
But it's once I started to hear my own voice that really gave me encouragement and gave me an idea of what chart to course.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got loads of echo coming back in my voice, stopping me processing my thought. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say something. I was going to say something profound, but that doesn't often happen.
Got really into. I don't know about anybody else, but I am fascinated with songwriting, and I read quite a lot of books on songwriting, and there's some really often you read somebody's entry, and just this one little nugget will just pop out. I remember reading I had this compendium of songwriters, of a series of interviews, and there was one with Willie Dixon, who's the chess blues 50s songwriter who wrote loads of stuff for Muddy Waters and Howling Wolf. And this one nugget just really stuck with me and said, whatever it is, write the truth. And for me, that has just absolutely been golden. That if it has this truth in it to you, then it just gives it kind of, you have confidence behind it to feel that it's right.
Yeah. And I mean, it's an old question, and I know that there is no answer, but I mean, you can write songs starting with lyrics, you can write songs starting with a melody, you can write songs starting with a groove. There's any number of ways, because I mean, I'm sure you guys are always asked this, how what comes first, and there's never a right answer, of course, but it would be nice to hear maybe a song that I mean, I was listening to. There was a really good. I really enjoyed the interview with Paul McCartney and Idris Elba the other night that was on. I mean, I'm not a massive Beatles fan. I mean, I like the Beatles as much as anybody else does, but I'm a bit of a Paul McCartney fan in that, not necessarily with what the music that he's producing, but the fact that he still loves it and he's still doing it, and he's like in his 70s, this bloke, and he's still like ultra creative, and there's still no formula to it, and he's the first one to admit that. And I find that's endlessly fascinating, and the different inspirations. I mean, I only found out the other day that Blackbird was inspired by the civil rights movement. I had no idea, and that yet the tune of Yesterday came to him in his sleep, and he's perfectly honest about it, and I think he's got a lot of integrity, musically speaking, and songwriterly speaking. But be lovely to hear from maybe one of you guys an example of a song, and you say, well, this is how I started it. I don't know if anybody's up for that.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. One of the things I've done recently, over the past, I guess, 10 years. In the early days, I wrote differently, but most recently, I especially over the last 10 years, and the album I've just done as well, is that I wanted to tell a story with them. I've just done this album, and the whole album is probably not. If I was going to say I've put the best 12 songs that I've written on the album, then this is not it. There are songs missing off the album, but this whole album tells a better story. So there are songs on the album that maybe not as good as other songs, but they've got a story behind them.
Yeah.
So I work like that occasionally, and I sometimes I can construct a story around it. I could read you something. Let me reach over here. Read you something now, because this started off as us. I thought I wanted to tell this story. I got invited to do this, write a song for an exhibition on a famous forced migration story in Canberra in Australia, and about the Tampa, the boat, the Tampa. They picked up some refugees. This Australian government wouldn't let them dock. And so you got a Norwegian ship going around with refugees on board, and then somebody asked me to write a story about it for this exhibition. I'd never done anything like that before, and I thought, well, I just tell a story about it. So if I read you the lyrics as a story, and then I can show you how it played out.
Yeah, cool.
Because I wondered what would I take if I was going to go on a boat crossing the Channel or Indian Ocean or something, and I called it Your Mama's Music Box. So I just wrote these lines down and then turned the lines themselves into a song. He saw it on the TV, she read it in a magazine. Life in the West where they can be free. It's a long way across the ocean, many nights at sea, but we can make it, he said, you and me. We'll pack your mama's music box, wrap it in a bag. You can play it when the baby cries, and when you're feeling sad. But we walk on eggshells, trying not to break because they don't want us here. It'll be better there. There's a boat in the harbour leaving tonight. I paid the captain. We'll be leaving by moonlight. It's a long way across the ocean, many nights at sea, but we'll be welcome there, so much better than here. Say goodbye to the fortune teller, send her bad news away. Kiss your sister and tell her that we'll send for her someday. There's a boat on the water, leaving tonight. They don't want us here. They don't want us here. I just wrote it like that. There's a line.
Did you have a what's the word? Not a tempo. What's it when you think of a rhythm in mind, or some sort of format, or did you sort of write the lyrics?
Not really, but then it became. It just went. I went. He saw her on the TV, she read it in a magazine. Life in the West, where they can be free. It's a long way across the ocean, many nights at sea, but we can make it, he said, you and me. We'll pack your mama's music box and wrap it in a bag. You can play it when the baby cries and you're feeling sad. But here we walk on eggshells, trying not to break, 'cause they don't want us here. They don't want us here. You see what I mean? So I just kind of.
Megan likes it.
I just kind of improvised. I just improvised around it, and then made it work.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of. You've
got a hook on that though, haven't you? The they don't want us here, which is a great hook.
And the hook itself probably comes during the songwriting process, though, when you're turning it into something else, and they say they don't want us, they just don't want us here, and then you think, well, you know, I can repeat on that, and then you work out where the best repeats work, and I think
we've got some comments from people actually, which is really nice. People joining in the conversation. Okay, so what have we got? So rant, Tom, my friend Tom. Does your own voice arrive like it does for other art forms? For myself, I have some seminal places that solidified what my inner artist needs to create. I mean, I don't know about anybody else. I don't know. I don't know if we were talking about honesty. I really don't know if I speak, if I'm being honest when I write. I think some songs I'm being more honest than others. They come from an honest place. So I don't know if I've got my own voice for the stuff that I write. Tend to be a little bit of a magpie, I think. But I don't know about anybody else.
There has to be a bit of artistic license, I guess, just to make it work as a song rather than just being, spouting out what you're feeling at that particular moment.
Yeah, I think so.
But finding your literal voice is a really difficult thing, I think. The first time you start singing and expressing things is really hard.
Yeah.
So letting go enough to do that.
Yeah.
That's, it's nice when you can do it, but it takes it took me a long time.
Jim Murray, I think that was my alluding to Paul McCartney in his 70s. And Paul Winter was going to say something profound, but nothing happened. I was going to write a song called I May Be Tall, But I'm Not That Deep. But it hasn't come to fruition yet. Probably just as well.
It's like something I said this afternoon, Jimbo, which is my father told me, always work on the surface. You know, you don't go too deep.
That's yeah.
And he was a coal. Just to put it in the context, he was a coal miner. You see, he said work on the surface, and I just thought, that'll do me.
That's nice. Sammy Kahn, the great Broadway songwriter, was asked what comes first, the lyrics or the melody. He said the phone call. He was more of a lyricist, wasn't he? Sammy Kahn, I think, was known for lyricists, Love and Marriage, I think, and it's one of his, and some really amazing songs. And then this bloke is look. He has to even have the longest bloody question as well. Not content to. Here we go. One song I wrote came probably from what you might call a group, I suppose, and it was a surprise because it was a guitar tuning. That's right. Yeah, that is true. And how it sounded was the inspiration for me to explore more chords and how they work together. And that can be true. I've certainly written songs because of the sound. I follow Billy Bragg on Facebook, and he was talking about most of the songs on Workers' Playtime were written on a Telecaster, on his Telecaster, and that was the inspiration, not the inspiration, but the germ, helped him write the songs. And so that's interesting as well. Rob, so you were gonna talk about one as well, that similarly, that how you came about writing a song, particularly.
I tend to have I do tend to kind of come up with grooves first, actually, and I'd be just playing a couple of chords and think, I like that, and I'll keep playing it until I really I'm in it, and then maybe link another section together, and then start humming a tune over it, and keep doing that. And I try and keep a bit absent-minded and not really think too hard about it. And then if I'm really lucky, maybe 2 or 3 words just pop out, or a little phrase that pops out, and it's dead on the melody, and it's dead on the timing, and you think, oh, what is that? And if you're really lucky, it'll kind of stimulate something in you to just keep. You get an idea of what it might be about, or where it might go. And I think and it doesn't often happen, but I think for me they've been my most successful songs, really. If it just happens just to pop out. Another thing I find myself doing, I'll get an idea for a song title, and if I know the title, I will then know what it's going to be about, but I don't ever then just try and pick up a guitar, or it doesn't quite often work like that, because quite often I'll come up with a title when I'm nowhere near a guitar to hand. But I'll have the title stored away somewhere, and then maybe if I've got a new piece of music on the go, I'll look at my titles, and sometimes I can just see a bridge between a title and the music I'm playing, and then start working on it. But usually if I go with the title route, once I've got the title, I kind of know what I'm going to be trying to say in the song. That's another way, anyway.
Have you got an example?
I've got a song called it's not a very deep song. It's a song called The Two Daves, and I remember this peculiar little story from when I first left home, and there are a couple of it's a long protracted story, but when a couple of geezers used to turn up at our house, and we just didn't know how to get rid of them, and they turned up one Sunday morning, and the only thing we could think of doing was hiding in a cupboard from them, and they both had to be called Dave, and so when I sort of had the idea logged, I thought I really must, if I could really write a song about that, I'd really enjoy that, and I sort of sat on it for probably a year or so, and then I remember one Christmas I was up at my in-laws, and I was snuck myself away to just have a bit of a play, and then I just came up with a riff that kind of went. And for some reason that just went, oh, bing. And I thought, The Two Daves. I don't know why, just kind of, and it just, the lyrics just popped out. Shall I play a bit?
Yeah, go.
Is my microphone really loud? Is it louder if I sing? Okay, so it kind of goes, where there's trouble, it's coming up round the bend. And I've just seen the 2 days, they're coming over again. Well, they're rapping on the door. They're ringing on the bell, make it look like nobody's home at all. When 2 days come round the corner. Kind of like that, really.
I love it. What I really like about I've seen you play a few times, and I love that personal, real intimate, the really intimate stories that only relate to you. The one about you nearly drowning, I really like. It was particularly good.
That one was, I don't know, in some ways it's I think most successful song, but it just came out of absolutely nowhere, really. And I just mucking around on the guitar, the chords just came, and then I just started humming it, and it just came almost out totally formed. And then you just got to be lucky, really. And I was just really, feel like I was really lucky about it,
What about you, Helen? Did you have you got an example of a sort of song that you've written and how you came about it?
It sounds ridiculous, but most of the songs I've written, I don't really know how they came about, and that
No, it's
sounds
not
really.
ridiculous.
I don't know, but they must have come from somewhere. But I think there's very few times where I can remember sitting down to write something. I think I've always had like batches of words and stuff, and I am the queen of 3 chords because I'm not a good guitar player. I just like kind of muddle through and stuff and fiddle about with what I'm doing. That's the amazing thing of playing with Dave, is that if I get stuck somewhere because I'm like, it needs to go somewhere, then he knows about clever things. But most of my things are just like about life around me, here, there, whatever's going on at the time. I think there's nothing clever, definitely nothing clever. And I wish I could write a story, but I'm too shy to write a story, I think. So they're always a bit vaguer than perhaps you can get close enough to.
Vague's good, though, isn't it?
Do you write about? Is it more sort of feelings or situations or?
Yeah, and quite a lot comes from dreams. I think that's the weird thing. That sleep time is amazing. Like,
Yeah,
I
it is. Yeah.
think the best tunes in the night, but I've never got them by the morning. They're there. So somewhere in me, there's some really good tunes, but they just don't come out.
I noticed Mr. Crazy Legs a few minutes ago asked a question about what was the song that most people wish they'd written. Mine would probably be something like. Oh, here we are. Yeah, he said, "What's the one song you wish you had written? What would it be?" Mine would probably be like one of the worst Christmas hits ever.
Ancient classic. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it would make me a lot of money if I'm. Right, I am being honest now.
No, yeah.
Absolutely.
I was thinking.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't really feel like that about any one song or any one songwriter. I think there are too many.
I think too many. There's loads. I think. Yeah.
I mean, you get often asked, don't you? Who you not inspired? What's the word?
Idolise?
No. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, influence.
Influences, yeah. What are your influences? And oh, blimey, where do you start? I mean, it could be like, it could be anything. It could be Nat King Cole. It could be, because that's all in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so it's just like you could say, well, basically everything I've ever heard. How long have you got?
Yeah.
You know?
A jingle.
It is that.
And it's a bit of a it can be a little bit of a lazy question, I think. It's a bit like, how did you come up with the name of the band? Type question.
Yeah.
How did we come up with it?
I have no idea. I think the song that I could easily talk about, there's a couple of ones that I could talk about. One, I suppose the ones that I've found, I've had a couple of songs that I've written that are almost to a brief that I gave myself. And they tend to be family and friends songs, so that, you know, it's a special occasion or something, and I've written a song for them. And I have found that to be quite helpful, actually. If I want to, if I feel I've got a purpose behind writing a song. And I suppose because I come from a folk background, some of my songs tend to be stories, sort of ballad type stories. So I was inspired by the story of the airman who came down, the airman who requisitioned a plane. I'll play that one actually. So this is. I'm not talking about how I came out with it. I think I came up with the not that. Just that little melody. Because the whole song was about an airman who wasn't a pilot, he was ground crew, and he got so horrendously homesick that he got totally off his face and decided to fly back to his wife in Virginia. And there was the plane was found, located after a big search, because anyway, it was sort of it was on the radio, and the plane was located. And I thought it was a really interesting story. And the more I thought about it, the more heartbreaking it became, because he was a young man who was he was on his own in a cockpit, and the thought of him, the realization of the enormity of what he had done, and that it's not going to end well, and it was sort of picturing that moment, and remarkably, with that particular story, the traffic controller or whoever had managed to patch his wife through to him. There's a transcript of the conversation with the two of them, and you kind of get the feeling from this transcript that he was like, you know, utterly regretful in every single way, and And his last words were, I got some trouble with, I think it was with the autopilot or something, and I'll call you back in 5. And of course, she never heard from him again. And so that was the line. Well, I'll call you back in 5. And that's the so in a sense, we started with the last line of the song. And I'll play a little bit. 23, I see more life than most. I've served you well, abandoning my post. My heart's ripped open, I need to hold her hand. I'm heading west, I'm Virginia. Bird, make her ready to fly. Fill her up, I'll see you by and by. Oh my Jane, I'm coming home. That is all I need to know. So it goes on like that. And the last words are, I'll call you back in 5. And yeah, so it was like an easy song in many ways to write once you had that melody. And yeah, I think having a strong idea is a great place to start, isn't it?
Is that your feet?
Feet, yeah. There's a thing, I always find writing in the morning is really good because all the crap of the day isn't there yet. And so there's like a clear conduit between you and whatever's coming out, and a lot of people have this thing that is just the problem with it is you getting out of the way of it. It's in there. You need to let it out. So as the day progresses, there's more stuff in there to get in the way of it. And it's the same for anything. It's the same for like guitar solos. The more you think about that guitar solo, you're going to mess it up. You think I've got to do this now. It's like whistling. Like as you go along the street, you whistle. You never hit a duff note when you whistle. So if you can. Oh, do you?
She would beg to differ. Josie's a really good whistler, actually. Much better than me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I take your point, though. It's true, isn't it? Mornings are great.
So sometimes when you write the song, it's a bit like what we were saying earlier is these things just come out and it's almost as if you're listening to it coming out in real time. You're not in control of it. It's coming out like and sometimes they come out with the hook, sometimes they come out with the line, sometimes that's a good hook right there. So but then there was one Helen was referring to which when Trump was, and I never do this stuff, I never write protest songs or anything like this, and I was watching CNN for some reason, something told me to put CNN on, and it was that time when Trump came out and he went to the church across the street. And this song, and I've got a recording of me writing this song with him doing his little speech in the background. You can hear it happening, and yeah, that's on our thing, that's on our record.
Oh, brilliant.
As it came out. Yeah, it's random. How they come out, it's random. That sounded like Trump when I said that.
How do I do that? I'm the best songwriter in the world.
It's the most powerful song in the world.
Our friend Mike Reinstein is a wonderful songwriter. Do you know Mike?
We met him in Ali Gavin's studio.
Yeah, and he wrote that wonderful song about the migrant family who, the Mexican family, wasn't it? Who were, the child had died, and I can't remember the exact song, but I mean, Mike just absolutely nails it because he's got the touch of. He can do irony, he can do humour, he can do melody, and he's a really good guitar player. I mean, what's Neil? And Neil's come up with another question. Look, he's got another technical question. Here we go. Do you think it's worth going through exercises in songwriting, starting with a lyric, starting with some chords, a title, etc.? I think it's probably whatever floats your boat. We've sort of covered that one in a way, haven't we?
I don't think you can force that stuff. I can't myself. Some people you can rely on skills you've acquired and experience. So you've learned all the Beatles songs, you know which stuff works with what. So you can throw songs together like that, but I don't know.
So I always record. Sorry.
Hang on, one at a time. Let's go, Andy, because Andy hasn't said anything for a little while.
I like mornings as well. I get up about 5:30 every morning. I have terrible problems sleeping after that time, and I play in the morning, and I always switch the recorder on my phone, and I have kind of hundreds of these little doodles, and I never listen to them. So, and you think, and I should go back and think, well, what was that like, or something, and was that any good or anything? But I never do. I just, or maybe when I put the coffee on, I'll listen to it back and just think, is there anything there? Is there a line there? Is a melody there? Or is there anything there? So
you're right.
In terms
You're right.
of kind
Actually,
of,
the mobile phone has aided my songwriting, because it's just like a little notebook, isn't it? If you've got a melody in your head, you can get it down instantly, and it stays there. And but it also, like a sketchpad, it doesn't. Sometimes you listen to it back, and you might have done it at like 4 o'clock in the morning. It makes no sense at all. It's like.
I quite often have it when I'm whispering going down the street and an idea comes. I'm like, and then you listen back to that and you're like, what on earth was that?
That's not creepy at all.
No, and you're really
No, I don't whisper. I'm the crazy guy in the street who sings walking down the street.
Stop his bloke again. What are you going to say, Rob?
My neighbours just wave. They say hi.
What are you going to say, Rob? Sorry.
I've actually forgotten what I was going to say, but I do agree with that. I'm definitely a morning. I remember what it was. I don't know whether you guys have tried it, but I did the songwriting course once, and the woman who's running it introduced me to free writing. I don't know whether anyone's ever tried it, but it's basically I set a timer in my phone for 5 minutes, and then you put pen to paper, like just a blank A4, and just get the pen moving. And just write words, even if you're kind of repeating the word because you can't think of what the next word is, but just literally just write whatever is just coming into your head, even and it is absolute drivel, but it does free up something in me, and actually sometimes if I use it, if I've got a bit stuck for an idea, I then go off and do a bit of 5-minute free writing, and quite often that it can just launch a good idea out of that. It just frees you up a bit, and maybe you look at you find yourself writing something and go, oh, actually that. And it quite often is a left field idea, but you think, oh, it quite often can sort of solve a little problem, because I don't know about you guys, but I sort of very good at writing 60% of a song, but you never play it to anybody because it just isn't good. There's just not enough of it there, and you get stuck on a portion of it. Does that ring a bell for anybody?
Yeah. But that way of writing, Rob, is Jim mentioned Paul McCartney earlier on. He mentioned Yesterday came to him in his sleep. But Yesterday started, the very first word in Yesterday was margarine.
Was it?
Yeah. That's it, because it was a 3-syllable word, and he sang margarine, and it was
the melody that came to him.
He was thinking about the melody, so he just chucked any old word in there, and he thought, well, I'll replace that word later on. Thank goodness he did.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right. What about this? I mean, for me, writing the lyrics is so much harder than the rest of it, and I suppose it's because when you're writing a song, and I don't know whether you'd agree with this. I'm ripping a bit here, really, but in a way, the number of musical ideas in a song are much smaller than the lyric ideas, and I find the lyrics just so much harder. What do you all think?
Definitely. I write as I'm walking, so I'll fill up a bank again on my phone. At that point where you're at the bus stop and you feel a little self-conscious, so you endlessly go Facebook without even looking at it and things like that. Right then, notes, just write, and don't write a song, just write. Just write stuff. And then later on, when you're looking for things, you've got a song and you're desperate for the lyrics, go to that and form those into what you need, Because I always struggle. If I've got a good song, I say a good song. If I've got a song I really desperately want to write, and the song has come, but I've just got the rhythm of the melodies, and if you, so it's kind of like two aspects, and you bring them together. I don't know if anyone else has that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys? Oh, sorry, I don't mean to be the question. Does everybody write longhand when they're writing their lyrics?
Yes.
Or does anybody type? Gets behind a typewriter?
Just got all Jim's books out here. Oh, hold on. Just going through some of his books of stuff.
One day they'll be worth a lot of money. One day, when I'm dead and gone.
Definitely longhand. No clever stuff.
Longhand.
Yes, same.
Yeah, I write longhand as well. Yeah. But when I come to and I type the lyrics up, just out of habit. But when I do type the lyrics up, then I tend to tidy them up a little bit, and I think about the lines occasionally. So I'll have a line and I'll think, okay, lyrically it works as a song lyric, but in the literal sense of the word isn't great, and I could do better, and I do. But I inevitably thought, when other people sing my songs, Gary Penalver always sings the lyrical, literal words, and then he says, "You sing that song different from me because I sing the version that I wrote with a pencil."
I was just going to get onto that actually, because obviously songs that I write are written for our duo mostly, so I've got that voice in my head of the duo, and whether it's and sometimes, interestingly, sometimes I'll write something and I'm not really sure if I'm going to sing it, take the lead vocal, or if Josie's going to sing it, and vice versa. And that's quite interesting. And we'll try it one way, and then we'll say, no, actually, I think it would be better if you sang that, because I don't know, it's just the voice or even the key, because Josie will sing better in a different key to me, obviously. Actually, no, Josie will just sing better than me. Just put that right under that. So what voice do you write for? Do you so Rob, do you write with you in mind? Do you write with a band in mind, or do you write with just purely a song in mind?
I quite often write with an audience in mind, actually. Now you're asking it, if I'm honest, I do kind of have I don't know what audience it is. It's probably like a little pub audience or something, but I sort of I have a feeling about me singing it in front of people. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. I used to write with the band. I definitely used to write with an audience in mind for the band, because it was a rock and roll band and we wanted to get people up on their feet and dancing. But I think I definitely write differently now, because, clearly a song about an airman ditching a Hercules in the English Channel isn't going to fill the dance floor. Not in normal circumstances, anyway. What about you, Andy? Do you think of a song in terms of just you singing it, or do you think of, obviously when you were with the Briar Band, you were writing?
I've written songs that I see myself singing, and I can sing in a quiet moment, and but I've also written for the Briar Band as well. I have a feeling for a song, and I just think that's going to suit those guys better, and therefore, and then I think about Gary and Mel. I think about Gary and Mel doing it, and I think about how the dual vocals work, and these kind of things as well. So, and inevitably as well, there's a couple of songs I've played live that I've written for the Briar Band, but there are also a couple of songs that I've written for the Briar Band that I've never played live. They kind of don't really feel like my songs anymore. They've been taken over and they've been given a different treatment and stuff. So there's things happen to the songs as well, and I just think I'll leave that for them. Really, I think it kind of works out.
And
better.
Helen, Dave, I guess you write mostly with the band in mind, I would imagine. Do the songs change much when they get to
be performed by the band? How much do they often change? Do they?
Mine do hugely, because I'm a very selfish writer. I guess it's just me and a guitar. That's how it started out, and I don't know how to do anything else. So I start off like that, and it's amazing. I love it, because when it take it to the band, and suddenly it grows into this massive thing, which is with all these different clever things in it that I don't know how to do. So it's really lovely. But now, and because we were doing this recording lately, well, relatively lately, a few months ago, we started recording. It's been nice because I had time to think about sort of vocal lines and stuff and how all the harmonies will work together. Whereas normally it's a last minute thing, like, right, we've got a gig next week. Okay, you've all got to sing here or sing there or do something, and we never think about it. But
do they change lyrically?
If you ask Twee and Andy what the lyrics are, yes. Which is brilliant, because it's like, it changes it. Sort of what they think the words are, it's completely different. But that's lovely, because I love the fact that people see different or hear different things and find different things in songs. It's great, but it's quite entertaining sometimes. We're like, okay, sing along with this bit, and like, oh no, that's a different song.
I love that. That's good, isn't it? It is amazing the way songs, and also the way songs change organically when you start performing them as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the songs that we do. So some of them they're not unrecognisable, but they're a different beast to what you wrote originally. What I wrote originally. Sound like learn.
No, the stuff we play live now is so different to what's recorded of any of the songs that we play live, and that's the norm now. Is what we do live, not the recordings. It's
weird to listen to them sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you ever find that you get so precious about a song that you don't like it to be changed in any? So when you take it to your outlet, your band, and it changes a little bit, do you ever find that there are some that you just cannot let go? As it were?
Well, I've got half of my band sitting next to me, so I have to be a little bit careful what I say.
I've just been recording. I've just been recording and working with a producer, and actually, I found it quite difficult to accept his comments on the songs, and it wasn't on the lyrics or anything, but it was a lot on the structure, and it is quite difficult to let go. Actually, I find anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else can relate to that.
I found the opposite.
Itself. Sorry, Andy. On the structure of the song as a whole, or sort of.
So you're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, he was wanting to kind of. I think a lot of the comments were about stripping away some of the time, so some of the songs are running a bit too long for his liking, and I found that quite difficult actually, because I think you just got really invested in it, and and as you write a song, you play it, don't you, an awful lot. You play it again and again and again and again until it starts to. So it does feel, for me, it was feeling really comfortable, because I get the balance almost all the time you do it, and that kind of actually leads into what you were just saying about playing it live. You really knock it into shape, don't you? And and actually, when you play live, you realise the bits that are not working on a song. I think. I don't know whether you find that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy. I spoke.
I recorded a whole. I recorded a whole album at home in the last couple of months, and I had all the tracks, and Phil Jones at Long Way Home, and Phil was going to master the album, and then he said he wanted to mix it as well, and I sent Phil a whole bunch of tracks, and then went over to show him to see him and stuff, and Phil turned 8 songs into an album that I hadn't expected, because it's so much better. It's really, really, really bloody good, and there's things on it, and I just heard things on it. And Phil's such a great musician anyway. And I heard things on it, and he played bass here, and there were things going on, and I just thought, I just breathed a sigh of relief, and I was nervous about it, and very precious about the songs and stuff as well. And I just let it go. I just, because Phil was just so good, and right to the extent that I sent him a song that one mic, one take, just finished, lyrics, lyrics written down. I couldn't remember the lyrics, and I said, Phil, I've got this song. I don't know what you think, but he said send it to me anyway. So I did this one take, sent it by WeTransfer, and it's the very last track on the album. He took the whole take, the voice, the guitar, everything, and just said, I love this. This is nice, and he's just stuck it. And I just thought, okay, we'll do a version of it, Phil, will we? And he said, no, it's great. It's fine. And it's nice. It sits there at the end of the album, and I just think, yeah, he was right.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the perfect time, isn't it? It's just natural and
yeah.
I guess we better wrap this up. So, what are we working on in 2021? Helen, Dave?
Finishing a record that we started a while back now.
Yeah.
So
Finish that. So you've got more writing to do for that, or were the songs written for an album, or is it putting an album together with the songs?
We've got about 4 albums worth of songs that we want to get to. We're so behind on the recording front. It's just, I just can't wait to get together again. I think that's the thing.
It's hard to. You almost feel. Well, it's like if you stop eating sausages, you forget you like sausages. I don't know. That's really, you know what I mean? Like that's what worries me a little bit. Like you know what I mean? You get too used to not doing it. Oh well, who doesn't? But you get too used to not doing something. It scares me a little bit because you maybe move different ways a little bit. So it's trying to hang on to what we had before a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
Andy, what about you?
I've just finished the album, and I just can't wait to write the next one, which I've written actually, and I'm going to record. But I also want to do some work with the Briar
You've
Band
written
as well.
for an album, have you, or is it gathering, sort of collating songs that you'd already written?
No, I've kind of the last album, Fisher Row, which was about my kind of hometown. I collated songs for that, and now I'm collating a whole bunch of other songs for a very similar topic, as it were. So I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to write a chapbook and a whole album about a topic as well that I've collated songs for, and but also we want to pull together a whole bunch of stuff for the Briar Band with Nigel Horn and Gary Penalver and Melanie Smith over the next 2 weeks, I think. We're hoping to pull all this stuff together. In fact,
that would be cool.
Which would be great. I'm looking forward to it. So.
And Rob, about yourself?
Same here. I'm looking forward to putting out this thing I've just recorded during the lockdowns, and looking really forward to getting it out. And then as a songwriter, I tell you what, I heard this thing from David Bowie where he said, and I'm going to try and incorporate this, but he said, if it makes you feel uncomfortable, that is the direction you should be going towards. And I really recognise that, and I recognise that sometimes I'm writing songs about the 2 days, and I wonder they're not very deep, and I sort of because I think I do shy away from kind of letting out some kind of more inner feelings, and I think I want to kind of man up and brave up and try and look at making myself a bit more uncomfortable. That's
that quote. It probably works with songwriting. I would say it probably doesn't work with slippers or pants. Sausages. Make you uncomfortable, especially frozen ones.
On that note,
sorry for lowering the tone.
It's great. It's been really great hanging out, guys. I know people have been listening in, and we've still got people. Actually, the numbers have just gone up since we mentioned slippers and pants. So I think we know we've got the measure of the audience.
Got the level.
No, it's brilliant, and thank you so much for supporting us and Elstoaf and Summer Trifle. We had, I know that Rob has played for Summer Trifle, haven't you? We had a folk thing, which was going to be in a tent, and then we moved it inside because it was blowing a gale. That was really good.
It's brilliant. I loved it, actually. Yeah, really.
And the Equatorial group did an amazing gig here in the garden.
that was great.
Yeah, it was such a
We get
lovely
to have
night.
the pleasure of Andy Melrose's. No, you've played here at the Bri Band, haven't you?
I did, yeah. Played
course
at the
you have.
house party.
Yeah,
the house concert.
Yes, the house concert.
Have those again one day.
Yeah, it won't be too long, and we'll hopefully do an event this year, and hopefully get you guys along next year. Come join us at Bluebell Roots again.
Yeah,
really nice to see everybody.
Yeah,
love to.
Yeah,
See you all.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Happy New Year when it comes.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Lots of love.
Thank you.
See you guys.
See you.
Right, I'll try and kick you all out.
That was
great.
really good.
Yeah,
Well
I
done.
thoroughly enjoyed that.
Excellent.
Thanks so much to. Should we bring Neil back in? He's got his earphones on. Look, I saw him get the guitar out earlier.
Oh.
He could have just barged in. He could have invited himself in. Here he is.
I didn't think that would be a very good idea. I was just playing along. I just thought I'll just see if I can play along with what people are playing. It's just kind of nice to have people play and just try and join in with stuff. When Andy was playing earlier, actually, when he did his set and he played as an Ab's Head, I thought I'm going to work out what chords this is because I love the song, and he very, very kindly dedicated it to me and to Mel from the Bri Band, and I love it. And it's the lyric in there about maybe a radio and a photograph of you, and then it's lovely, and it's a really simple song, but it's always touched me when I've seen him perform it live. And so just sometimes I just like to sit with my guitar and just play along with stuff. That's what I always did when I first had a guitar. In a way, it's how I learned to play, just playing along with people. So but it's still sitting here next to me, but it's not going to be getting any kind of outing in public anytime soon.
I think we should say to anybody who's just tuned in, hoping to watch the Dicker Players, that unfortunately we're unable to show the videos because they were just too rude. No, because we've technical issues, and we have the wonderful Zoom call and Careless Whispers, which you can now watch on the Pickham's website. If you go to the Elstoaf page, Elstoaf is as written up there, ELSTOAF. Pickhams.com/Elstoaf. You'll be able to see the two wonderful Dicker Players plays that they created specially for us. And you can also listen to 2 acts of The Shepherdesses, a radio play by Slap and Tickle Theatre. So yes, go and watch those. And every video that we either have shown or hoped to show during this live broadcast would also be on the Elstoaf page there. So check it out.
I think we need to say goodbye, don't we?
We do, yes.
You've done an amazing job, guys. 10 hours and 17 minutes right now. Look at that. That's astonishing. That's brilliant. It's been a fab day. I've been enjoyed huge amounts of what you've put out today. So many people contributed so much great stuff, and it's been really fun to be a part of it. Thanks for inviting me to come along.
And people who support the arts, and we know some incredible people, amazing creative people who just put stuff out and put themselves out. So including your good self. So thanks, Neil.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me. It's been great fun to be part of it, as always.
So to everybody who's been watching, who's tuned in, thanks ever so much.
Let's do a quick thank you to everybody that's taken part. So we can say thank you to Felicity and Steve, who created the fantastic Alan Pecker's Tale. And thank you to.
In this? I was just going to say,
go on.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Bit? Well, not literally one at a time, but if you go,
we'll do our bit.
O'clock,
yeah,
and then I'll go down to the yellow bit, and you do the green bit.
All right.
Sorry for people who don't know, we've got a list
and
of
then,
stuff.
Then there was the charming Ilva Marianne Boré, who we played a performance piece of hers, a video.
She was lovely, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was lovely, beautiful voice.
Yeah.
So yes, again, that's
Really
on the website.
that.
Do check that one out. Thank you to her for coming on and having a chat as well. And Elizabeth Doak, we had an interview with Elizabeth about her gorgeous Roses of Redoubt project. Fascinating art project. So yeah, check that out. I can't read that now. What does that say?
Which bit?
what's after Elizabeth Doak?
Oh, Andy Melrose.
And Andy Melrose, yeah. Andy Melrose and Nigel Horn were both live in the studio. So there was some lovely stuff from them too. Thank you. And you'll be able to watch that again when this video is ready to rewatch. Compass Community Arts, that's where we started having a bit of issues with the video, wasn't it? I think so. We managed to show. Oh no, we did show both of those, but the second one, I think that it was quite quiet on the audio. So yes, a huge variety of stuff from Compass Community Arts, and again, both of those videos are on the site. So thank you. So many people took part in that, and I think a lot of them were put out of their comfort zone. So really well done for taking part in that. It was really good. A real feat to put all of that lot together.
There was some good stuff there as well. Then we had Devonshire Collective with Gina Leonard and Anna Winter with their little winter makes, which were really great. It was lovely stuff. Do check out Devonshire Collective. There's a lot of good stuff down in this one. And Jazz the Alchemist with her, it was amazing to watch actually, the fused glass stuff. They went sort of into a pizza box and then into an oven. So it was brilliant, really great. Snowflakey, I think that's up, as Josie said, all on the website. And then we had you two with half an hour of lovely Milton Hyde music, which was great fun. As always, I was strumming along with my egg banjo. And then a lovely sort of retrospective of what you've done at Summer Trifle over the last 4 years, I guess 2017, 18 and 19 when you were able to do it, and then some of the stuff this year from the showreel of the Elstoaf stuff, which was really good. And then Fiona, thank you to Fiona for her reading from her novel and kind of talking a little bit about how she got to the point that she did with, what the influences are on her with her writing, which was really interesting as well. And then Hailsham Boy, now living in Eastbourne, Mike Fillery, some great fun with his live music. He's on Sunday night, I think he said, with his over on his Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Mike Fillery Music was that. And then
it was good fun, wasn't he?
It was good fun, yeah. And then well, we've just heard from Dave and Helen from the Equatorial Group, but earlier on, well, this was the point when we started having trouble with the video really badly, didn't
Sadly,
we? We were gonna see some lovely stuff recorded outside. Well, we saw bits and pieces of it, but the sound and the video just didn't work out. So we ended up with an impromptu live track, which was lovely from Dave.
Amazing, yeah.
Really great.
It's really good.
Great track, one of their older tracks, Falling, which is lovely. And then spoke with Laura Murphy from Wayfinder Woman. Check out their project in Eastbourne and around. They do some really great stuff with women in the fields of employment, with mental health, and just some really great work. So it was just fun. It was fun to be part of hosting during that section of the show as well. Thank you for inviting me.
So then we had we would have had the lovely Paul Winter, but Paul, I love Paul's voice. I could listen to Paul speak and sing for hours, but not tonight. Unfortunately, we weren't treated to that, sadly.
It's on the website,
isn't it? It's that lovely
it's wonderful
thing.
Yeah, and then massive thanks again to the Equatorial Group, Rob for stepping into the breach as well, and Andy Melrose for joining us for the songwriter soiree. I really enjoyed that.
And thank you to the Dicker Players for putting together the videos for us, and to Slap and Tickle Theatre. And sadly, we can't show them, but they are on the website. So just if you've, even if you haven't enjoyed watching it, just go to the website and have a look at the showcase pages, because there's so many different things on there. There's more than you've seen on here as well. There's a lot of arts and photography. There's more music as well, more musicians to discover on there. So go over and check that out. And we've also got a support the arts page, which has got even more on. So
and there's a donate button there as well. If
there is now a donate button.
Make sure that we keep Summer Trifle going as well next year.
It's got Milton Hyde's name on it, but then you choose where it's going to, whether it's going to go to Summer Trifle or I think it's Elstoaf. So yes, you choose where your donation is going to, and it should hopefully make sure that we can go live again properly in person next year for the Full Arts Festival.
All right.
Oh, well done, guys. I had, a little round of applause from me. A few comments coming in, and Liz saying, looking forward to hearing you all do anything at Bluebell Roots one day again soon. That will be lovely in the new year. We'll do something, definitely. Round of applause from Flick as well. And also,
Is that how she does applause?
Yes,
yeah, no, that is 2 hands clap. It's just one clap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
She's patting her tummy.
The profile picture. Yeah. I see. Sorry. No, that's blocked by my microphone. And then Tim.
Tim's clapping a baby. That's not safe at all.
Well done, Josie, Jim, and Neil, and everyone who took part. It's been an amazing event, despite some glitches. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tim. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in during the day. Definitely as well. It's not a lot of point if there's nobody watching, and it's been pretty consistent all day. Which
It's been brilliant.
Good. Yeah,
amazing support.
Really,
so thank you.
Really
everyone.
heartening. I've done a little an overlay that we can put up.
Oh, have you?
Just to explain why we're finishing early, and with just a list of who's going to be on the whose videos we can't show, and to go on onto the website and look. So I can put that up now.
Okay, should we clear off?
Say goodbye.
Thanks ever so much.
Thank
you.
you.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
And support the arts.
Yeah, Happy New Year.